humanitarian, let them know that I was at their disposal if they needed help making deliveries. And they had a day or two off, so I called Annika, who is one of the volunteers and I think the directors at Kharkiv Humanitarian, and told her I needed her assistance as a trilingual person. Well, I'm Ukrainian, English, and Hebrew. She spent a few years living in Israel. Anyway, long story short, I wanted to try and persuade this woman that was living at the castle to go somewhere else to have her baby. There's absolutely no place to have a baby. If she had any complications at all, even if they did have a car immediately at their disposal, the nearest hospital is easily over an hour away, probably more than that. And even if she wanted to come back after the baby was born, which I cannot fathom, she would want to go back to that place. I understand that people don't want to leave the only home they've ever known, but if I were in her shoes, there's no way I would want to deal with uh, a newborn living in those conditions. I talked to Annika and asked her if she was available because everybody else at Kharkiv Humanitarian, they've all been doing this for quite a while and they need a day off just like everybody else needs a day off to deal with your personal affairs. So there was nothing going on Sunday before there were some trips planned. And Annika very graciously agreed to drive back up here to Kharkiv through the night instead of remaining in the city where she has evacuated her daughter and her parents. And she drove up here through the night to meet me to go out to Sviatohirsk and try to meet with this woman and persuade her to evacuate that community and go somewhere else to have her baby in a safe place. I didn't want to get the cart before the horse, so I did not make any plans for where specifically to evacuate this woman until I knew that we could coordinate a trip to go out there and make the pitch. Once I enlisted Annika to go and help, um, she agreed to go, and then I was in a mad scramble for now, where do I go with this woman? If we go out there and persuade her to leave, and then we don't have a plan for where to take her, she's immediately gonna retreat and not want to go. So I reached out to some contacts I have here, identified 3 or 4 IDP centers. Um, there are plenty of Ukrainians who are from these areas or traveling into Donetsk and some of the formerly occupied territories who are trying to convince people who are still living in uninhabitable conditions to go somewhere else and at least temporarily live in a safe place. Um, a lot of the IDP centers have something of a time limit on how long you can actually stay in the facility just because they don't want people living in these shelters indefinitely. And they're really good about helping with resources, either financially or finding jobs or finding longer term housing. But when we explained the situation to a couple of the people, we were immediately offered, um, for lack of a better term, a safe house or community housing in the Lviv area. The woman we were put in touch with for that said, we just finished building out this facility. It's got an upstairs and a downstairs. Is there anybody else with this woman? You know, how many people are we talking? We told them there's approximately a dozen there, but you know, we're going to ask her to leave. If she wants to bring her mother or her grandmother or, you know, whoever she's got with her along, we're going to take them too. Basically whatever it takes to get her to agree to get out of there, we're going to do. If she wants to take everybody, we've only got room for 3 people in the vehicles we've got. Um, Unless they want to ride in the back of a cargo van, in which case we'll take as many as we can fit. 3 in the Jeep, and probably 5 in the cargo van. But we made the trip out. Verlaine very graciously agreed. She said, if you have any problems at all, give me a call. I'll be happy to do the translating. We also had identified something, we'll just say west of Kharkiv, that was an option. And there were some IDP centers in a couple of other cities that had a stopover point or temporary apartment that was actually in Donetsk. So they evacuate you to a closer location, pretty much assess your needs and figure out where you want to go. And then they've got options in 3 different cities that you can relocate to. So we had, I guess, technically 5 final destinations. And I had a long talk with Annika before we got there and told her, hey, basically, I would prefer it if she would go to this place. It seems like a dream come true. It's a really nice house. There's room for everybody. It's not like she's going into a hostel where there's 8 beds all in the same room. It's got, really nice bathroom and amenities, and it would be perfect for a new mother and whoever her support group is. Let's try to show her the video. And we were told by some of the other groups that just exclusively do civilian evacuation that, look, people can't envision what's on the other end of a long car ride to nowhere. They're scared, they're confused, they, have maybe lived in this village for generations. They may not have ever traveled outside of the oblast they live in. So seeing is believing. Show them the video, tell them this is where you're going. There is help when you get there. They will help with financial resources. Depending on this woman's circumstances, she might be able to get a UN stipend as a refugee. Like, we will help her out in whatever way we can. Actually, the girl we talked to said, I will drive her to her doctor's appointment so she can go get a mommy checkup, and then I'll take her to the hospital
Ryan,
when she has the baby.
Ryan, I was just interrupting. I apologize. Is this the very first person that you have assisted in evacuation?
It's the first person we've attempted to. It's not the first person that Chris has evacuated. He's assisted in numerous attempts on that before. I was actually up here solo. They had to cycle back into Poland and handle some documents for the vehicles, and he had to deal with his visa and some other stuff. So basically, they told me, do what you need to do. I called and talked to them and conveyed some of the needs here at Kharkiv Humanitarian and told them they had some logistical growing pains and they had sufficient inventory. They just needed help pushing it out. And I was willing to stay up here instead of going back to the Kyiv area. So they said, absolutely do it, whatever they need. But I told Chris and Julia that I
was just wondering, does she speak English?
No, she speaks Russian.
She speaks Russian. So, do you have a translator with you?
Yeah, that's Annika, who I enlisted to come and help me.
Okay. Well, hopefully it works out.
Well, I mean, I did that 2 days ago. So we drove out there and went to assist her and the other 10 or 12 people. And we made the trip. It took a few hours. It's actually south of Irpin. Drove all the way out there, and I was talking to Annika, told her, let's go for this option first. If she says no, let's offer her this other evacuation group. We can take her to a safe house still here in the Oblast so she can get used to the idea of not being in the only village she's ever known. And then she's got 3 choices from there, and she can basically kick it around, but she's not as close to the front, and she's not in a remote village that has absolutely no medical facilities. If she still refuses to do that, let's offer her a third option. If she refuses to do that, then last ditch effort, I'm going to offer her everything we previously offered her, and then I want to sweeten the pot. And I'm going to promise her that I will drive her back out here to this village with her new baby as soon as she's stable, and I will bring her home. And I would
Well,
100%
that's a
honor that commitment. I was warned against that by one or two people. They said, be careful. You don't want to promise something. And I was fully willing to drive her back out there myself, even if nobody else wanted to, because if I promise somebody something, we're going to make good on it. We
right.
told her we'd be back a
So,
month later, and it took 5 weeks, but we came back anyway, got out there, and much to my surprise and relief, the guy who had the severely messed up nose told us, "You just missed them. They actually evacuated 4 days ago." And I was never so happy in my life to waste gas.
well, there you go.
Uh,
I think we have a couple of questions for you, Ryan. Do we want to try to take those?
sure.
So I believe the order, although I don't know it, is Meta and then Sky Kiss. Meta.
Okay, Ryan, this touches me, but I know that Finnish government, we have something that's called a baby box. I know Finnish government has sent them to Ukraine just for these cases, and I'm like, what channels do we have? It's a box that can be used as a cradle. It has a mattress, and then there's everything that a baby needs for the baby's first year. So when all the clothes that when they grow and so on, and they can sleep in this box actually. And there's blankets and there's winter clothes. There's everything they need for the first year. And I know the Finnish government sent 1,000 of them at least, but to track where it's an official uh, aid. So this woman has to get one of these wherever she gets the baby, but she has to get this aid. But yeah, but if you can uh, hear around, I don't know. It's an official aid from Finnish government. So yeah.
Maybe Meta, you and Ryan can be in touch with one another. I think these baby boxes have actually already been used in Ukraine. So
She's
that's
I have to talk to my government
she's
to
yeah.
in
send more.
very good
Yeah.
hands. I was afraid she didn't want to leave the eastern part of Ukraine because of the language barrier. I actually was very pleased to find out that she evacuated to somewhere in Carpathia. So she's very far from the front. She's about as safe as she can be and still be in Ukraine. And I'm thrilled to hear it. The little boy that we met there also went with her. The guy who had the very banged up nose, we rendered some aid to him when we showed up the first time because he has about 75% of what used to be his nose still attached to his face. But it looks like everything from the bridge of his nose all the way down to shortly before it curves around and turns into your nostrils got degloved. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know how he suffered that injury, if he tripped and fell on something or if something exploded and messed him up. But he had a gnarly looking injury and probably some broken bone as well. We covered it up, put some antiseptic on it, gave him some antibiotics the first time, and I gave him every ibuprofen that I had in my own personal stash, which was not a small amount. Um, when we left him the first time, nobody was willing to leave at that point. We actually gave them a bunch of warm weather clothes as well. When we came back this time, it was just him and one other individual. We asked him if he was interested in leaving. He said, "No, actually, I can't leave. I need to stay here and take care of the animals, and I want to look after this property. This is where I'm from. I know it's not much, but I'm not going to leave the animals behind, and I want to try to keep this place as held together as I can because I don't want to abandon it." I think his primary concern was the animals, but he did indicate that one of the other individuals that was living there was intending to leave, but he was trying to get some things in order and he would be leaving within the week.
Yeah. So Ryan, I know Sky Kiss also has a question for you, I believe.
Yeah, briefly, is that Chris who you're talking about? Is that NatSec Media? That
No,
his handle?
no. It's
Oh, a
Chris
different
Tiller.
Chris. Okay. Just wanted to know. Yes, a musician friend of mine has been doing humanitarian aid in, I think he's stationed in Kiev, but he goes out to smaller towns and delivers aid of different kinds. And I haven't heard from him in about a month, so he's working. He's there working. That's his home now, not Texas. But yeah, I just wanted to know. And thank you very much for all the work you're doing and for bringing us your reports. This has been very interesting, and as someone who's taken care of a number of newborns, it's near and dear to my heart. So that's all I wanted to say, and thank you.
Ryan, please DM me. This is Mette. Sorry for interrupting. Please DM me if there is somewhere about these baby boxes, and I'll send it to the government again. Okay.
Will do. We try to support an organization. I think they call it the mama bus, and we call it the baby bus. I'm not sure what their official term is. I just know them as the baby bus, and we do everything we can to push support their direction because they're already established here in the Kharkiv region or the metropolitan area. They go out and make trips kind of like Meals on Wheels does in the US. They serve people that don't have their own mode of transport. And if you sign up with their group or their organization, they come around and make sure your needs are met as a mother and as a baby. They'll deliver pretty much anything a baby could need, whether it's diapers or formula or baby food, clothing. We actually dropped them off a whole box of a couple of hundred baby shoes, brand new in the box from Poland. Um, I guess that was yesterday. Um, Wait, we took them 2 boxes. We were going to drop off a box at the children's hospital, and we decided that the children's hospital wasn't in the business of running a shoe store. So we assumed that the people running the mama bus know where the kids are, how old the kids are, and they can size them out, or they can just drive around with a box full of shoes and let the moms pick.
There, there you go. Just that. In other words, have a shoe fitting right on the curbside, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So Ryan, are you still in Kharkiv?
Yeah, I'll be here for a few more days at least.
Okay. And so it was just a few days ago that we were talking to you when air raid sirens were going off, and there was both a drone and missile strike. It set off apparently a very large fire. Were you anywhere near that scene, or did you see it?
I saw it on video about 5 minutes after it happened. I don't know how people managed to catch this on video, um, but somebody did, and it was on Telegram, and then I definitely heard it. I heard 3 of them. 2 of them were pretty darn loud. Um, and then we assumed that maybe the third boom we heard was them shooting something down, but The initial reports were that they had fired 7 S-300s. One landed in Belgorod. As I understood it at that night, 2 landed here in the Kharkiv metro area, or in the suburbs, and the other, what are we at, 4 were shot down. So we didn't see anything based on where I am.
Yeah, Belgorod is only what, about 70, 75 odd miles from Kharkiv, or is it even closer than
35.
that? So it's a 35 miles. So it's a very fast shot, obviously, from Belgorod. I didn't see any casualties from those strikes the other night. Is that still accurate?
Not to my knowledge, but they were shooting at infrastructure, not at residential areas. I don't know, to be honest. I don't. It happens so often here that I know what got shot at today. I don't know what got shot at 3 days ago.
Right. There you go. In the past, I think Kharkiv and Belgorod considered themselves uh, almost sister cities or twin cities. In fact, more than 100 years ago, Belgorod was actually part of Ukraine. And I think that there are many families who uh, have members living both in Belgorod and Kharkiv, Ukrainians and Russians alike. This war has changed, obviously, how the residents of Kharkiv think of Belgorod.
Well,
So you could be in Belgorod in about 45 minutes. I'm not suggesting you try to do
with
that,
a whole
Ryan.
tank division, Ryan, of course, not a baby bus.
yeah, I honestly don't think M1 Abrams drive that fast. But
Well, they actually do, but you wouldn't make it that
Sweet,
fast.
where are the keys?
If you want to be really fast, you obviously have to take a Leopard.
I'm sweet. Where are the keys? I'll bring my own googly eyes.
All right.
I was just going to say keys and googly eyes. That's all you need.
You and your detector games. Now, Ryan, in Kharkiv at the moment, how's daily life when you're there? I mean, I understand that you're busy packing, running, driving, doing things. That's clear. But at the same time, you see how people live. It's springtime now. Kharkiv will benefit from better weather. Kharkiv also. People yet again have cleaned up everywhere, as I understand. Friends of mine from the region have sent images. It's quite astonishing how much civil society does, right?
Absolutely. Every day in the mornings when you get out, there are tons of people basically sweeping the streets. There were people in the fall, and then they get out and sweep the leaves off of the sidewalks in the morning. They pick up litter. They change all the trash bags in the trash bins around all the metropolitan parks. They take care of what they've got, and they're proud of it, and they appreciate their city and the amenities it provides them. They take pride in being citizens of Kharkiv. I've heard that from numerous people, including Roman himself. Roman has told us here on the space more than once that the city has a multitude of public parks, and they're all gorgeous. And honestly, I wish the U.S. had parks as nice as they have here in Kharkiv. 2 days ago, I was actually in the downtown area. I had to go pick somebody up at the train station and drop them off where they're staying. Then we went to have lunch, and we're basically killing time before we had to go meet folks over at Kharkiv Humanitarian. While I was standing out on the sidewalk, making a phone call home, the air raid sirens went off, and like it or not, pretty much nobody skipped a beat. They kept going on with their regular daily tasks, whether that was shopping at the mall or going to lunch or walking down the street, meeting a friend. Um, one of the people I picked up had to run and pick some stuff up at a local mall, and they called me because I had no interest in going to the mall. They wanted to know where I was at because the mall shut down temporarily during the air raid, but pretty much everything else goes on as normal. And, you know, people don't run off to hide in the subways when there's an air raid going off. If you ran and hid every time the air raid sirens went off in Kharkiv, you literally wouldn't get anything done. They went off at least a dozen times on Easter Sunday. So yeah, nobody even bat.
Ryan, did you see anything of? I mean, there's this famous street artist, Hamlet, as you would call it in English, or Gumlet, as they call it, Zinkivsky. Have you seen some of his drawings and houses and the likes?
I have not, but if somebody wants to send me an example of some of his work, I could probably tell you whether I'd seen it. I actually take a lot of pictures of the murals on the sides of buildings, and there are so many of them here in Kharkiv that I wouldn't be able to distinguish.
He's very famous. He's very famous. He's a local artist. He was at the Kharkiv art school, and he has a style which is not dissimilar to the. If you've ever seen the murals of Maradona in Naples in Italy, or the stuff Banksy has done both in Ukraine as well as in other cities worldwide, this is what you would find with Zinkivsky. So I'll send you an image because it would be really cool. He does extremely cool street art, and it would be really cool if we could get him on the space. I'll send you a link.
There are tons of street artists, and there's tons of street art all over the city. There's some really phenomenal artwork here. And that's one of the other things I appreciate about not just Kharkiv specifically, but Ukraine in general, is they don't waste a good canvas. Lots of buildings have artwork on the side of them.
Have a look at line 99. You can see the images there. This is just a selection of his art. You'll see it all across town. And I think when we once spoke to to Roman, he mentioned this as well.
Hey, Ryan, if you have an Instagram, DM me your Instagram. So I assume you post photos, but I'd love to see some of the photos you're taking, those photos that you do post, especially of, you know, the artwork, the public artwork, the murals on the buildings. I'd love to see that.
Oh yeah, I've absolutely seen some of this, Axel.
I would. There's, for example, this image with the Cossack. It's very famous, but also the Kraken, and then there's this mural with which he made. Actually, and this is why I said it's the same style as with with Maradona in Naples, where he takes a whole wall, a side wall of an otherwise ugly panel building, Soviet-style panel building, as you have it in the outskirts of Kharkiv, some of which have obviously even been, say, damaged and destroyed. But he's done this, and he made this famous owl. It's actually quite beautiful.
I've absolutely seen a couple of these pieces of work. Is that guy Shevchenko with the mustache?
Yes, it is. It is a stylized Shevchenko as a Cossack.
Yep. I know that piece very well. There are actually, I think a friend of mine lives near there, in the general vicinity. But I've seen a couple of these different pieces, and there's even more of that. And Alan, I'm gonna send you my Instagram handle, but honestly, I very rarely post stuff on it. I don't think I've even made an Instagram post since the last time I was here, but I look through it from time to time, and I will.
Thank you very much, Ryan. I really
posting
appreciate
some
that.
street art on there and some other photos.
Absolutely, that is great. So George has just joined us. I don't know if George wants to talk about street art in Ukraine, or if you have another topic in mind, George.
Actually, excuse me, guys. and everyone. Alan, it's good to see you and David co-hosting again. Ryan, good to hear from you. Glad you're doing well. I'm just really, man, really proud of you, man. You're doing some great work there in Ukraine, and God bless you for that. Seriously. I shared some of the stuff with my wife, and she thinks you're an amazing person, man. Just really, really, really cool.
I'm just a delivery guy.
Hey,
And sometimes
you know
a fixer.
Yeah, but you're not delivering pizzas down the street from my house, right? You're delivering
Absolutely
stuff.
not.
Yeah, you're delivering stuff that people need in places that unfortunately don't have those regular deliveries. And what you guys are doing is great stuff. But on the art and the murals in Ukraine is one of the first things I noticed the first time I was there. On the side of those buildings, just some incredible artwork. And when you go downtown, and it's just really cool what they've done. Not graffiti per se. I don't want people to think it's not graffiti. It's actual, really cool, very well done murals, and I'm sure that those will continue, and a lot of them will have to do with Ukraine's victory over the Russians, and it'll be good to see those.
Oh, I take it all back. Am I on mute?
Oh, before you take yourself off mute, Ryan, I'm going to say good night to everyone. It's been a pleasure as always. Alan, your hair, the magnificence of your hair is only bettered by the lack of mine, right? To which I will say good night to everyone, but I'm going to carry on listening. Take care.
You take care too, David. Thank you very much. And don't worry, when we're together in Crimea at the beach party, I'll wear a hat because I'm sure you'll be wearing one too.
He who lacks hair as much as David and I do needs a cap or a hat.
Indeed, out in the sun. That's the one place you do not want to get a sunburn. Ryan, you were saying?
I lied to you. I have posted since I last was here. I posted something on there the other day. It was a Russian duck boat that was meant to cross the Oskil River, and it never made it that far because the Ukrainians, from what I could tell, blew the tracks off of it and then punched it through a few holes through the side of it with some kind of RPG or missile. And she ain't going to float. Short and sweet. We crossed one of the dams that they tried to blow up as well. They've improvised some repairs, but it had definitely been damaged. There was a bunch of jacked up concrete. So that's my most recent post. You'll see it on there. And no, I'm not going to share my Instagram with the whole world to see, but
no, I wasn't suggesting you do that, Ryan. Thank you very much. I also want to welcome up Prince Heather as co-host. Prince and I have some really good news to go through. Ryan, Prince.
Yeah, you know what I'm looking for. I always go a little bit deeper than just an article. And we've been talking a little bit about an article that we've seen. And I am trying very hard to drill down and find a copy of this. And it is actually a new House resolution. And the House resolution is called Now I can't even remember.
I don't think it has a number yet, Prince. If it was just introduced today, I don't think it's even been referred to committee, but it would be going to the House Foreign Affairs Committee. And I believe the chief sponsor is the ranking. Well, he's not the chair. He's uh, the second senior Republican on the committee, Joe Wilson,
He is
Republican from.
he is the chairman now of the
He is the
Helsinki,
chair.
the
Okay,
Helsinki
he is
Commission.
of the Helsinki Commission, but he's not the chair of the Foreign Affairs.
Oh no, McCall
Yeah.
is the chair of foreign affairs, I believe.
So this is it's interesting in a way. It ties in with the conversation that General Breedlove had with us earlier today, simply because of its reflection of history. And Joe Wilson says we must not repeat the era of Ryan. You have a hot mic. He says we must not repeat the era of September 1, 1939. Of course, he's referring to Hitler's invasion of Poland at that time. So this resolution, it will be referred to the House Foreign Affairs Committee. There's an accompanying resolution that will be introduced in the Senate. And very succinctly, it affirms that the policy of the United States is to see Ukraine victorious against the invasion and to see Ukraine restored to its internationally recognized 1991 borders. This is exactly the kind of clarity that General Breedlove was speaking about this morning here on MriyaReport, that the United States must make a stronger and clearer declaration of its policy in Ukraine, and this resolution does that.
Well, and also according to this article, um, what it seems like to me is that also talking about the idea where people have encouraged Ukraine to negotiate and come to a compromise, and in this article to me is indicating that um, that victory is the only way. Negotiation and compromise are not the way to do this, because we have seen some lawmakers, specifically in the United States, trying to push for that kind of idea. And that's why I'm very anxious to get my hands on the actual text of the resolution. I want to make sure there's not something sneaky in there in the wording that would make it seem like that might be something that they were endorsing. But the impression that I get from this article is that that is specifically named as something not to do. And there was a press conference just a little while ago at 2 p.m. Eastern. What is it? 6 p.m. Eastern there now. So I'm gonna try to take a look at that also when I have a break. But I think this could be a very exciting thing, and it's totally all about supporting Ukrainian victory. And I'm happy to see something like this being introduced. And because it seems like it's being introduced, and I've seen articles about it today, I haven't even started to look for the one on the Senate side, which is sort of mentioned as a similar one being proposed on the Senate side. If we could get those two through, their resolutions I believe are non-binding, but we will see how it plays out. But I think it's a very good thing, and I'm rather excited about it.
Yes, such resolutions are non-binding. They express the sense of Congress. And I would expect this resolution to be well composed and very strong in its language, considering the two co-sponsors are co-chairs of the Helsinki Commission. So that's Joe Wilson, a Republican from South Carolina, and Steve Cohen, a Democrat from Tennessee. And we've had his name escapes me at the moment, and he's also from Maine. We've had the
Bacon?
chief of staff.
Oh,
No,
no, you're talking about
chief of
Kyle.
staff. Yep, Kyle Parker, the chief of staff of the Helsinki Commission, with us. And the Helsinki Commission is actually a congressional committee or congressional panel that was founded in 1976 to keep the Soviet Union abiding by its international agreements. And now, of course, they are finding ways to keep Russia following its international agreements, something it rarely, if ever, does. So you might think, gee, the Helsinki Commission, what a futile effort that must be. But it really isn't. They do a lot of good work and work diligently to, in this case, right now, expose war crimes, expose the abduction of children into Russia. So it's a significant committee in Congress, and this resolution is also going to be a significant step.
well, and I think the fact that it has to go through foreign affairs before it ever even reaches the House floor for a vote, seeing what it does while it's in the Foreign Affairs Committee, I think will be rather interesting also, especially after the stuff that I saw last week regarding war crimes. I'm sure that it will pass the committee fairly easily. Their hearing last week was all about declaring what is happening in Ukraine a genocide. That was part of the wording that was used in that meeting regularly. So I think that most or some of the members of that committee do have a very good grasp and do have a very good view on what is truly happening in Ukraine. There are exceptions, of course, that try to make it all about something else. But from watching that hearing, I only saw one of those voices in the Foreign Affairs Committee. So it's good. It'll be good to see this progress and hopefully get some approval and go through the process. And I'm interested to see the Senate side too.
Well, the great thing, obviously, about a public hearing, which it will have in the House Foreign Affairs Committee, that's an opportunity for each and every one of us to ask our members of Congress in the House to sign on to the House resolution and the Senate to sign on to the Senate resolution. This is the kind of resolution that should have very, very strong bipartisan support. And we can help make that happen by contacting our members of Congress. Prince, I think we have a couple of hands up with questions of some kind or comments. George and then Clyde, please.
Yeah, I think what needs to be reminded for everyone is the oath of office that these representatives in Congress took, to uphold the Constitution and defend the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And if anybody in Congress, which we know there's a little group, right? They're working for Vladimir Putin because they have forgotten that Russia is our number one enemy. Mitt Romney had it right years ago. Vladimir Putin has and his FSB has tried to influence our elections. God knows how, going back how far, and they're going to continue to do that. Their propaganda has obviously filtered into some mainstream media. One of those, idiots got his ass canned, and that was nice to see. Fucker Carlson get kicked to the curb because it's time for him to move to the Kremlin because that's where he belongs. And if anybody else thinks other than that, then you need to DM me and I can explain it to you Because
No,
when someone's
you
rooting,
cost your boss $780 million.
when someone's rooting
Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you, George.
It, George,
for
George, your audio is breaking up a little bit. George, your audio is breaking up badly. But you know, in terms of Carlson, he was one of the primary megaphones of Russian disinformation here in the United States. He had 3 million viewers every evening. Go ahead, George. Your audio is back and better. Well, it was better. Now it's not. Prince, can you hear George?
I cannot hear George. I think George is driving and has some audio connection issues.
Yeah, George, when you get your signal back, wherever you are, come back to us, please. In the meantime, Clyde and then Peter. Clyde.
Resolution, this is great because the Biden administration has started whispering to various news outlets that you know they might be playing for something less and that they're not going to get the land bridge cut off and it's just not going to happen. Their analysis is that they don't have enough, and you know maybe they're just hedging their bets, but they're whispering to news outlets. There's a Politico article today. There was an ABC News article earlier, I think over the weekend. There was an AP article last week. I mean, they're whispering to people, basically saying, you know, this is not going to, you know, be some resounding victory. They don't have enough. And of course,
that's coming out of guys. Let's stop. That's coming out of the Russian embassy. Remember, these whispering bullshit.
No, the Politico article was from the Biden.
They're the first ones. You know what? The Politico gets it wrong. Because they don't even know that they've been compromised. They've been compromised. When you start hearing nonsensical stories like this that are whispering down the lane that the offensive might not do this and the offensive might not do that, that's coming right out of the address in Washington D.C. that houses the Russian embassy. That's been exposed already. So let's please watch what you guys are saying on here, because that is Russian propaganda, number one. There is nobody in the administration, nobody, and I mean zero, that has said anything like what these guys are reporting. The anonymous sources, my butt. The sources are coming out of reporters that are getting paid off by someone who
well, that'd be great.
But
I hope that's true, because that was like I was clinically depressed. I was clinically depressed all day today when I read that article.
You see, that's the effect that article is supposed to have. It's doing exactly what it was meant to do. There is nobody right now that is not 100% sure that this offensive is going to do its job. They wouldn't be announcing more packages, all in, if they thought, okay, they don't have what they need. They are doing what they need to do, right? The Ukrainians are taking their time. We're talking, look, guys, the ground is not where it needs to be able to do this, and to do this throughout wherever the objective area is going to be. Let's just put it that way. The ground has to be dry for at least a week, because we're talking about heavy equipment. The surface might look dry to me and you, but let me tell you, you run a 60, 70 ton vehicle over it, it's not going to be dry for long, and you're going to have even worse mud. Not that, soupy mud, but that thick caking mud that causes huge problems. So we're a couple of weeks away at least. And of course, propaganda machine from the Kremlin, which is the Russian embassy in DC, is working overtime. They're working every asset they got to put out stories like this. Trust me. We heard this when the naysayers were like, oh my God, they should have left Severodonetsk, and the Biden administration and the Washington And the Pentagon is frustrated with the Ukrainians because they're wasting their equipment and their men at Severodonetsk and blah, 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 and all this stuff. And it was all anonymous sources. And I never heard one person, that an official spokesman, utter anything like what was being said before the Russians got their asses kicked in Kharkiv and Kherson. I didn't hear one naysayer step up to a podium and even bring up something that could be alluded to that. So when I hear this all of a sudden, I have to throw what we used to call the bullshit flag. You know, the brown flag instead of yellow flag in football. I have to throw the BS flag on it because I guarantee you it's BS. I guarantee you. Look at who's writing the stories. Look at who's writing the stories and do a background check on them. That's the first thing I do. And I'm like,
it's a yeah. I don't know those guys. I don't know. They're just quoting anonymous Biden sources, Biden administration sources. So I don't. You know.
Guess what? I can say that. I can if I was a publisher and I want to get clicks and likes and do what I've been told to do. I can say, or a reporter, I can say, yeah, I had anonymous Biden sources. Who's to verify that was Biden? Do you see what I'm saying? We got to watch what comes out now. Over the next 3 weeks, we're going to see all kinds of bullshit articles coming out. And it's funny because one person puts it out there, and then all these, no one does their homework. All the other news, ABC, all these guys are going to jump and push out the same thing, right? The same story. And no one knows who the story came from. It's supposedly Biden sources, administration sources, sources in the administration. We've heard that thousands of times during this war. And at the most critical, and it's just funny because it didn't come out 3 weeks ago. It didn't come out 2 weeks ago. It's coming out now when we know that the Ukrainian offensive is going to be imminent within the next couple of weeks. And that's not this story. It'll be the tip of the iceberg. The next story we'll hear is that Zaluzhny and Millie had a screaming match on the phone with each other. I guarantee you that'll come out next. I guarantee you. I'll put $100. I'll match anybody's donation $100 if that story doesn't come out. I guarantee you that shit. Because that's how these guys work. They have worked this over for years. You have no idea how many moles they have set up in every news organization.
Well, they have one fewer now that Tucker Carlson is looking for work. He's been offered a job in Moscow, yeah. I think. Clyde,
of course, RT. That's perfect for him.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah, that would be good. Well, George, thanks. You made my evening. I mean, I'll take that as a word of encouragement that maybe these leaks were not real leaks. I mean, Washington leaks all the time. People from the administrations, every administration, they whisper to the press all the time. I mean, Ronald Reagan once said, his famous quote was, "I'm up to my keister in leaks." So it does it happens all the time, but I will take that as strong hope that this was not real. George, I have one more question for you, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, shoot.
What is your rough count, if you have one, of how many Abrams we've actually given? It's going to be few, and then there's going to be more, and then there was going to be not so many. I don't think. Just was curious.
I haven't seen any in theater, and I think that what's going to happen is they probably will not get to the point where they're operational till the summertime, for whatever reason. It's all frustrating.
They're not supposed to come until later in the year. The statement that was made.
I'm thinking.
The statement was the statement that was made about the tanks coming to arriving in Germany in the next several weeks referred to tanks that are only going to be used for training. The tanks that will actually go for Ukraine won't be ready till later this year. And I got the impression that it was closer to the beginning of next year. I got the impression it was closer to fall or winter than summer. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they come sooner. But that is the coverage that I'm reading.
Yeah, I don't think they're quite that far off, Prince. I really don't. I believe there are 3 tanks for training purposes in Poland. I think that's what I read, and I believe there were 14 that were pledged in total.
Yeah, I assumed it would be later, just because you guys have always told me that the logistics, organizational, what it would take to make Abrams happen in Ukraine was not insurmountable, but was much more challenging than the Challengers and the Leopards and so forth. So anyway, thank you for curing my clinical depression. I'll step down.
Well, I'm glad we were able to clear up your depression tonight, Clyde. That's one of the benefits of coming here to MriyaReport. We can have that effect on you. George, go ahead.
Hey, just really quick, because I saw this earlier. I saw this earlier today, and people were discussing it. I guess the British announced that they sent. I think that it said something like thousands of rounds for the Challenger 2s, right? And people are trying to figure out, well, what does that mean?
Doman actually figured it out this morning. It means about 140 rounds per Challenger tank at the moment.
Exactly.
And these are depleted uranium rounds.
Well, some of them are. It's a mix. So just so people know, so if you have 14 tanks, 47 rounds is a full load, is a full combat load, right? 47 rounds. You're talking about like 654, 658 rounds for all 14 tanks. That's just one load. So, 4 loads is about 2,400 rounds, a little 2,500 rounds, a little bit over 2,500 rounds. So it's not as many as people believe. And I think the reason why it's not as many is because even though those challengers are now in Ukraine and the guys do training with them, you do want your crew to fire the actual live round at a training facility, right? You want to make sure your gunner knows exactly what's going to happen when that round is fired and how it's going to fall and what's the max distance you can get and how it behaves, coming out of the barrel, and if you're firing at a target 2,800 meters away, you got to get that experience in there. So I would be shocked if they didn't fire at least 10, 15, 20 of those rounds off already per crew doing training inside Ukraine. Because training rounds are different. The actual live fire rounds are something else.
Well, at least we know those tanks are coming closer every single day. So the order should be Peter, David, Chris. Peter, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I heard the talk by General Breedlove, and he was absolutely brilliant. He didn't pull any punches. He said it as it is, and do you know how many tanks are actually in Ukraine now?
I'm afraid I don't.
A little over 320.
Right. And
you mean tanks delivered from Western sources?
Yeah. Okay.
To be specific.
it makes me very nervous when I hear stuff's being delivered in November or December, because it's really kind of. I just get the instinct this is going to be decided one way or another in the next few months, and what the general said was really accurate. I mean, we should be giving them all the weapons they need as well. I mean, I'm not an expert on weapons by any means, but maybe Axel could say what they actually need, and missiles and stuff like that.
Yeah, the same thing as both our friend General Ben Hodges as well as General McRyan, and today General Breedlove said they need long-range missiles. They need the ATACMS. He would include the more GLSDIPs and JDAMs evidently as well. There's a couple of variations which you would like. You would like to give them as many of the extended range IMARS gimbalers, and you would probably add in more Excalibur ammunition to the extent that you can give it to them, because they will need medium range precision guided ordnance just as well. But he did highlight, given the fact that he has been flying, what was it, a little over 3,000 hours, F-16s. So he's highlighted the same thing: more tanks, more and longer range missiles, and they need simple airframes. So nothing new under the sun. He did argue the case extremely well, very clearly, very precisely. So that's that.
So just to follow up, Peter, on the question about Abrams tanks, this is accurate information from Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense here in the U.S. A total of 31 training tanks. Not sure exactly what a training tank is, but 31 training tanks will arrive at Grafenwehr training area in Bavaria by the end of May. Ukrainians will begin training a couple of weeks later, and the U.S. Said that training would take about 10 weeks. So that puts these tanks getting into the theater of operation in the fall, which is too bad. But knowing how quickly Ukrainians are able to master new equipment, my guess is these Abrams tanks will get into the theater of operation a lot faster, and God knows they're going to need them.
So what you're saying, the offensive won't be until about September, October then?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying that's when the Abrams tanks will get there.
It's just 14
they'll have to catch up.
I'm saying
that's just 14 tanks.
They're not going to be properly equipped then, because they need
They are.
all the stuff that Axel just said.
Peter, they have plenty of Western tanks in the theater of operation already. They have what they need to launch the counteroffensive and to begin with some success. So unfortunately, our Abrams tanks will have to catch up to the counteroffensive. They'll have to put the pedal to the metal to catch up with the advancing Ukrainian troops.
Well, let's just hope that they've got all the missiles and weapons that Axel's just been saying, because that's just being kept secret, because.
Oh, well, of course it's kept secret, and we'll find out what they have when the counteroffensive begins.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
The Russians are going to find out first, guys. Just remember that.
There
The
you go.
Russians are going to find out first. And really quick about the Abrams, remember, Poland is now becoming an Abrams force, right? So it looks to me that the long-term goal of Ukraine will be to be a mixed, maybe 50-50 force. Maybe it's going to be, the German Panther tanks and, and a M1A1 SEP-3 force. But I think that's why this program is being done the way it is.
Yeah, and the other thing is that they've got the biggest NATO exercise in the history of NATO on the 12th of June. Maybe they should do some real target practice and just set them all on to blooming Russian troops and blow them to pieces.
So the next hands, I'm going to change the order up just a little bit. I think it's David, Bearded Brit, and Chris. David, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I heard the points that have been made about the rounds that have been sent, right? But so in actual fact, it's good that Bearded Brit's here. So I was thinking, it doesn't quite make sense, but Bearded Brit might know how they're packed, right? So if, for instance, let me explain. So if, for instance, it isn't the standard issue, but if the standard issue was 3 magazines of ammunition, right? They're not going to give you if you've got 3 magazines, short of what the 3 magazines are. So I can't help but wonder, because that 2000 doesn't make up to 3 whole loads. I can't help but wonder if what they really meant was it's 2,000 rounds of DU ammunition that's been sent, as opposed to 2,000 rounds in total, right? But of course, there may be a reason why 2,000 rounds is in there, because it's something to do with the number of boxes, etc. But it doesn't ring true to how meticulous and meticulously stupid the British Army can be at times, right? So maybe Bearded's got a little bit to add, but I thought, you know what, there's something, it just, that number 2,000 doesn't quite sound right.
And so a DU is depleted uranium. Bearded Brit, do you want to follow up here, please?
Hello, everybody. Okay, right, where should we go? So 2,000 rounds divided by 14 vehicles gives you 50 rounds per vehicle, give or take, something like that, or 150 rounds per vehicle, which could generally equate to 3 full bomb loads. And I think, David, that's what you're talking about in magazines. So that would be theoretically 3 full bomb loads to support them with initially. If that's just DU rounds, that's a lot of DU rounds for a few tanks. And there's going to be other natures as well thrown in, such as service hesh, maybe in some schusspracht for knocking down concrete walls, as well as 120mm smoke, which is white phosphorus. So I don't know. I think best to know that the vehicles are going there, they are equipped and supported, they're going to have ammunition in some strength, and almost leave it at that. Speculation gets slower. They're not going to be given kit without enough ammo to do the job, whatever that job is, and perhaps the supply chain has a better understanding of what that job's going to be than we do. And that would be for me.
So I was going to. So if I may add, so 2,000 divided by 142, basically, or 100, just shy of 143, if you're going to use a point. So I just thought, just seems like an odd number, right? You would just, if you thought 3 whole loads, you would do X. So that was the bit I just went. Sounds a little bit odd. Obviously, it's all conjecture, isn't it?
That's why I rounded down to 140, David. Bearded, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to pick up on the points which Peter made, and this concern that the Abrams won't arrive in time for the war. Ladies and gentlemen, the war is still going to be going on next year. I think perhaps we should look at the potential that the M1 units and other Western support are going to be part of the follow-on force. Maybe even border security and integrity if we get that far south and east. But yeah, they're not going to be missing out. There's still going to be work for them to do. And Ramstein and the international leaders are already thinking, okay, how do we keep the flow going? What do they actually need? What's over the horizon? But you know, we've got a long way to run yet on this.
Indeed, we do. So, Chris, and then Fella. Chris. Chris, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here, Alan. I'm here, Alan. Good evening, all, and Prince as well. Do you know, guys? You know, I'm so glad that George stepped in earlier on. By the way, brilliant intervention, and thanks for that. But you know, I just don't believe that we really know these numbers. You know, so you guys carry on debating the detail of that, but you know, I'm really hoping that we don't know everything that's going to happen. Right? That's where I'm at on that. But Alan, if I may just quickly, whilst we are into America, just very quickly talk about some Ukraine pavilion bits and pieces, just very quickly, if that's okay.
Absolutely. This is a Ukraine pavilion specifically about technology, right, Chris?
Yeah. So Alan, for those that haven't heard it, I'm talking about the Ukraine pavilion that we're proposing in September in London at the International Security and Cybersecurity Expo, Alan. Right. That's what I'm talking about. For those that don't know, you know, obviously it's an annual event, somewhat interrupted by the pandemic, obviously, but an annual event, and actually started as a physical security and military expo, and it's still that mostly, right? But over the years, there's been a cybersecurity section built up as well. So I don't want to go into it in massive detail, Alan, and take up loads of time. But just to let you know, because it's relevant, obviously, to you and our friends in America there, that we have two Ukrainian high-tech delegations in the USA at the minute. One at least of those is at the RSA conference in San Francisco. So I'm literally just getting some feedback now on how the meetings are going. So Ukrainian companies that are attending RSA San Francisco are literally having meetings as we speak with the exhibition organizers for the London Expo in September, right? And it's all going like fantastically well. So just to say that, I've literally just had that feedback from the chief executive officer of a Ukrainian cyber company called Under Defense. He is really pumped up, so that's good. And then again, I don't want to go into detail on this, but I just want to let you know that that we started really just focusing on cybersecurity, Alan, and obviously, I think it'd be obvious to everyone that Ukrainian cybersecurity companies are literally at the front line of this war, and they've had a lot of experience in terms of fighting the Russians since 2014, really, but obviously particularly in the last year or so. So we started with cyber, and the pavilion will be in the cybersecurity area. But actually, we've had some, I hope people will find really interesting other areas have come up. So drone technology, I'm sure you're not surprised at that. So the expo is really, of course, interested in drone technology. There's debate on what people will or won't say about drones in a presentation, but I can tell you that there are some companies that actually want to be heard, have something to say. They think they can do it without breaching OPSEC. And so, you know, those discussions are happening. And indeed, there are also discussions going on about situational awareness and battlefield management software. Those discussions are going on. And there are also recent discussions about automated agricultural vehicles and demining. And there's sort of a combination there, which I could go into in detail, but I won't now. So that's basically all I was going to say, Alan. It was just a little update, but I thought it particularly relevant since the Ukrainians are actually in San Francisco as we speak.
I think that's fantastic news, Chris. And of course, who wouldn't be listening to Ukrainian developers and innovators? They're the ones who have the experience. I mean, even in agricultural vehicles, you know, automated vehicles will actually save farmers' lives because so many fields have been mined. And you do have to pay attention to the demining procedures and demining vehicles, and as well as drones. Who knows about drones and what they can do better than Ukrainians? They have the experience in this war.
Precisely, Alan, and thank you for that. Yes, I don't know whether you seen the video of the Ukrainian tractor with the demining stuff on the front. I don't know if you've seen that one.
Yes, I did see that, as a matter of fact.
Okay, yeah. Cool. Okay, cool.
Thank you, Chris. So on to Fella, and then we'll figure out the order of hands. Fella.
Well, so this kind of question and observation, I guess, is aimed at Bearded and David. So I heard that the British have sent over 2,000 rounds of tank ammo. A good amount of that, hopefully, is the depleted uranium and HESH. But so the first part is question. I thought the British had only sent over like 18 or so challengers. Is that correct, or has that number gone up?
In order to answer that question, Fella, I've got to go to a list I have on my computer. I can take a moment and find it.
I can answer that.
David can answer it.
So it's 14 is the number that's been sent.
Is that a 1-4 or a 4-0? I'm sorry.
If I wish it was 4-0, sadly it is 1-4.
Okay. Now I don't know too many tankers, and I know better than to totally take some of the stories they've told me while imbibing too seriously. But with reasonable proficiency, these guys aren't going to do a lot of missing. That would seem to be rather quite a large amount of ammo, just, I mean, for initial getting them going and getting the Russians on the back foot. Unfortunately, it's not the same ammo that the Leopards take or our tanks, because for some reason the British decided they needed to use a rifled gun. But that seems like quite a bit to get going with. I mean, maybe I'm missing something. I don't know.
You can never, ever have enough ammunition, period.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it can always get damaged or whatever. I mean, that does make sense, but I don't think, at least for the first month, they'll be starving. But that's I'm just trying to find a silver lining there. I don't think it's necessarily a bad amount.
Well, you know, you've got to think about this. That stuff has got to be it's got to be brought forward. It's got to be dispersed. It's got to be put into appropriate forward areas for forward replenishment to the F echelon. You don't put your eggs in one basket. This stuff's going to be spread around for concealment purposes, because it's quite a unique ammunition nature, as you said. So there's going to be a lot of preservation going on, but if the guys who are actually pulling the triggers need it, then it will be brought forward as required.
That's the voice of experience speaking there. David, and then we will cycle through some more hands. David. David, wondering if you're speaking into a muted mic. Well, David might be speaking into a muted mic, or he might be just preoccupied at the moment. So we'll come back to him and continue this discussion of tank ammunition. Meanwhile, we'll go to Skykiss, Meta, and Michigan's Native Gardens. So, Skykiss, go ahead, please.
Yeah, a quick question to Chris. Have you put anything on your profile about the upcoming conferences? I'm very interested in cyber tech and also EW. So, as much as I'm excited about Leopards and eventually Abrams coming in to the theater, I'm extremely excited about anything having to do with cyber tech. So I just wanted to ask that question. Thank you.
Chris, go ahead, please.
So I mostly post about it on LinkedIn. Welcome to DM me and I'll send you my LinkedIn, or you should be able to find me on LinkedIn. I do post it on Twitter and on LinkedIn as well. But most of it is on LinkedIn. Obviously, that's where, the business community predominantly is. Does that help?
Yes, I'll DM you and you can send me your LinkedIn. Thanks.
Welcome.
Thank you, Skykiss. Meta?
Hi, American time. I'm going to sleep soon, but my question is why do you say that this war is going to go on to 2024? And it's like the Abrams are late. Everyone knows it. F-16s are late. ATACMS are late. But please believe in the Ukrainian army. I think they really can do something about this, and nobody wants this war to go on. And it would be great if you could share the hope that it's going to end within this year. Thanks.
Thank you, Meta. And Michigan, please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about politics and maybe to touch briefly on why I think the war will go on, and maybe speculate for a minute about what Prince brought up about the new House resolution, because I feel like the end of the war in Ukraine and a power vacuum in Russia is going to happen simultaneously. House resolution passing or not, Putin has no reason for withdrawing or surrendering back Ukrainian territory unless we give him a reason, only a stalemate, no matter how many weapons or bodies either side throw at the war. Western powers need to do something more, like orchestrate a coup-like situation to end the war or create internal conditions in Russia that are so serious that they have to withdraw. So I see two different equally plausible scenarios. One, Putin dies of cancer during the war, and his successor Medvedev tries to step up into the power vacuum as planned and is opposed by the oligarchs in Russia and every intelligence arm in every Western country before he can consolidate power. He's undermined and taken out like Ceausescu in 1989. The war in the Ukraine ends. Or Putin is put on trial at the ICC, dies of XYZ, and goes out
Excuse
like
me.
a women.
Yep. Thanks, Prince. Go ahead,
Yeah,
please.
I'm just wondering what document you're reading from.
Yeah. If you would like to send us a copy of the document you're reading from, that would be fine. Otherwise, we're going to go on to Luca.
Oh, hey, what House resolution? Simple question. What are we talking about?
We're waiting to find out exactly the number of the House resolution, but there was a House resolution that was being entered today, that was supposed to be brought up today about Ukrainian victory, and it's of course a non-binding resolution that would sort of lay out the expectations for the United States as far as what victory would look like. And that would look like restoring all of the territories, all of the internationally recognized territories to the 1991 borders. It also clarifies about not settling for a negotiated peace that gives up any territory, and trying to sort of put a stop to that narrative. But I'm waiting to find the actual resolution, because I want to read the resolution before I get too happy about it. And of course, a non-binding resolution is a non-binding resolution, but it does at least portray the intention and the thought of the Congress. And there is a accompanying Senate resolution that hasn't really gotten a whole lot of attention yet, but it's something that we can keep our eyes out for also. So there was a Yahoo News story about it today, and it was tweeted out by someone from the Helsinki Commission. The Helsinki Commission helped and coordinated a press conference about it today. So it's getting in the works, and it's going to be happening, it sounds like. I'm not sure if they got to introducing it today yet or not. So that's sort of a brief summary.
Prince, do you know who's sponsoring it? Is it the majority, the minority? Is it bipartisan? Do you have any visibility?
I have to look.
It's a bipartisan resolution, Luca, and it's the chief sponsors are Joe Wilson, who's a Republican from South Carolina and co-chair of the Helsinki Committee and on the Foreign Relations Committee in the House, and the other chief sponsor is a Democratic House member from Tennessee who is also a co-chair of the Helsinki Commission. So, sometimes these resolutions actually bear fruit in guiding policy. There are especially resolutions that get dozens or even hundreds of members to sign on. They all sit on committees with important responsibilities, from budget responsibilities to appropriations. So they can make a difference. They can guide policy.
Yes, of course. It's very interesting. And yeah, I'll be looking at the nest if you guys get any update, and I'll step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luca. Yeah, we should, as the night goes on, I think we'll get this up in the nest so that everybody can become equally informed about it, or better informed about it. Sky Kiss, please.
Just briefly, I wanted to let Axel know I sent him a leopard. And also, thank you very much, Prince. I look forward to getting that update on the House resolution. Doesn't have to be binding. It's like, the spirit of the law, the spirit of the lawmakers and their supporters.
This is just a sense of Congress resolution, Sky Kiss. It is not a binding resolution.
Well, that's what I said. Regardless of the fact that it's non-binding.
Very good. Raver, welcome, and go ahead, please.
Hey, everyone. So, yeah, these resolutions are non-binding, but a lot of times they can help shape perception and opinion especially heading into an election cycle. If everybody on your party is lining up behind a certain position, do you want to be the iconoclast and go against where your base appears to be? I mean, Trump might want to do that, but apparently DeSantis has already pulled back. I have no doubts that Nikki Haley would absolutely support Ukraine and tell Putin where to shove it. So I think this is a good public statement heading into an election cycle that messing with Ukraine is not going to be tolerated.
And of course, as Prince and I talked about just earlier this evening, this resolution will get a public hearing in both the House and Senate Foreign Affairs Committees. And that is an opportunity for all of us to be sure that our members of Congress have signed on as co-sponsors. And these public hearings will be an opportunity to set forth a specific, clear, strong agenda in support of Ukraine. So this will occur probably sometime over the summer, perhaps not the best news window of the year, of course, but it takes a while for resolutions to be printed, get assigned a number, and referred to committee. Raver, go ahead.
Yeah, if somebody could get Representative Bacon back on, that would be awesome. He could probably walk us all through this a whole lot better. And we know he's a very vocal supporter of Ukraine and a Republican. So it'd be great if we could get him back on to talk to us about this.
We'll do our best to do that, or perhaps we will get the co-chairs of the Helsinki Commission, the chief co-sponsors of this resolution. I think that would be a great program to have here at MriyaReport. Not easy to do. Members of Congress have busy schedules, but we've succeeded in the past. We will succeed again. Prince.
Yeah, absolutely. Have we beaten this subject enough? I actually was looking for the tweet about the bill, about the article, the bill. Yes, I'm sorry. I was looking for that so that I could bookmark it so that I could put it up in the nest. And we'll be keeping an eye out for that stuff, obviously. I'm wondering if you have seen some other news and things like that. Are you ready to move on?
Let's move on,
All
Prince.
righty. There, that one of the David is still up here. David is still awake. So let's see what David has to say about this. David, I see that the Polish Airlines refused boarding to a Russian tennis player. She was going, I believe, trying to board in Cairo, and she was unable. Yeah, she was denied the ability to board the plane because she is a Russian citizen.
Yeah, I know. It was wonderful, isn't it? It's utterly brilliant. This is how to solve part of the problem. Just don't let them on the planes, right?
Yeah, I mean, we keep talking about Wimbledon canceling, Wimbledon not letting them fight, not letting them play. We talk about governments not allowing visas for them to come to the country. We talked about all kinds of other solutions, and evidently we need to add the solution of just don't let them on the plane. I think it's a brilliant one. What do you think, Alan?
I think it's brilliant too. Don't let them anywhere close to the plane. Don't let them make a plane reservation. That would help them clear their schedule so they can practice more. And maybe in a few years or few decades' time, they can become stars on the senior circuit, whether it's tennis or golf or whatever sport it is they happen to be playing. So I would look for these Russian and Belarusian athletes playing senior hockey, for example, or running senior marathons. That there's a a whole future for them, but that future is not now. So, Prince, I did put a couple of tweets up in the nest. Boy, we've got to clean the nest. We have 20 eggs up there. I put the news story from Yahoo using a tweet from John Spencer. It caught his attention. And I also put a tweet up in the nest that gives you some idea of what the scene of the press conference was like earlier today outside the United States Capitol. So those are two items about the coming victory resolution, victory for Ukraine resolution, is starting out in the House, and it will be twinned up with a resolution in the Senate. Kerry, go ahead, please.
Hello, Prince and Alan. I just wanted to mention, first of all, I'm marking, as per usual. You guys are keeping me going. And I've got to the point where I'm mixing up my Twitter app with my school registers and the students' behaviors and consequences and everything. I'm trying to do the wrong thing on the wrong app and then switching around the other way as well. I picked up on Mocha's feed. There was a lovely, I think it was on Mocha's feed. There was a beautiful video, really high quality production of a Brazilian football team that's renamed themselves and taken the colours of the MriyaReport football team. I don't know if either of you have seen that. It was really lovely, really heartwarming, and they're going to continue doing that until the MriyaReport football team is able to play again. Just thought I'd share that with you.
Well, I had not seen that, Kerry, but what a great expression of solidarity.
I'll send it to you, Alan, because it's absolutely beautiful. It has been so well done. It's really heartwarming. I'll send it to you in a DM once I've done a couple of more bits of marking, okay?
Yes, don't send me the grades of your students. Be sure you use the right app.
I'd be in a lot of trouble. I'd be in so much data breach.
Well, everyone you're flunking, I would probably give an A to, and everybody you're giving an A to, I would give an A- to.
I wish it was that simple. It's like gone are the days where you just put a grade. I'm having to, do really detailed analysis. It's very dull, and you're keeping me going.
Very good. Do we have Prince is doing some housekeeping. We've gone from 20 tweets shared in the nest to 8, and that's what we mean by cleaning the nest. Thank you very much for doing that. It can be so distracting when the nest is filled with tweets, some of which are highly important, like the tweets from Fairlane about the Rubige Rapid Response Brigade, because we are fundraising for the Rubige Rapid Response Brigade. If you look up in the nest and tap on a tweet from Fairlane, you can go right to a PayPal donation page, use the drop-down menu and choose Toys for the Boys and make a generous contribution. Or you can go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, and then follow up at PayPal. You don't need a PayPal account to make a contribution. All you need is a credit card. That has thrown a few people off because PayPal might start out by saying, do you want to create a PayPal account? You don't have to. Just use your credit card. And those tweets are up in the nest. Prince.
I'm still working on the nest too. I'm deleting more and going to add them to the front of the nest because we want people to see the Fairlane fundraiser first thing. That's one of the important things.
And we all know you've got to break a few eggs to make a good cake. Throw those little eggs out.
I'm like, I don't even know if I've ever really made a cake. I'm not very good about that kind of thing. Now, how about some talk about reconstruction in Ukraine? Today, Shamil, who I'm sure they put his first name in here, but I can't keep the names of all of the Ukrainian officials straight in my head, but I know that he is one. So they're talking about starting to restructure or rebuild some of these communities, and they've announced that they will do 2 cities and 4 villages to be comprehensively restored. I don't know that he ministered, Dennis Shamil. I apologize. It's part of the Build Back Better program that the Ukrainian government is undertaking, and they include the city of Bordarinka, the village of Moshkion in Kiev Oblast, and I am awful with these names. I apologize. Trostenets in Sumy Oblast, and a village of Posad. I could have done the first name. I did the first one. The second, it's a hyphenated name, and the second one has got me, man. Pokreski in the Kherson Oblast. And the village of Tyrsky in Kharkiv, and the village of Adine in Chernihiv. So they're spread away very far apart throughout the country, and they're going to focus on comprehensively restoring these areas. And we've seen areas where there are there's awful destruction, and these cities do need to be rebuilt. And it's good to see that while they are still fighting, they are rebuilding. And we've seen that, repeatedly over the last year, is when something is destroyed, they build it back, and they build it back better than it was. I always think of the one time a missile hit near a university, near the presidential area in Kiev, and it left a big hole in the road, and there were cars destroyed, and a couple of people died, and it also hit. There was another one that hit the playground close by, but within 24 hours, that road was completely repaired. And so they're taking the time and putting the effort in to rebuild these things just as soon as they can. And I'm sure that they're going to do that as they continue throughout the country. Go ahead, Alan.
Well, rebuilding in Ukraine is not easy, and this rapid reconstruction is the most difficult mission of all. Just an hour ago, Ryan was telling us about his itinerary tomorrow, that he's going to be visiting 3 smaller villages around Kharkiv, and he pointed out that in each village that there are still grenades littering the ground, and that many of these grenades are booby trapped. So this is all done by the Russians, of course, to slow down reconstruction that Prince is talking about. I also saw a video the other day from Ukraine, and this is a video that the poster said here on Twitter. Please be sure every mother and father with young kids in Ukraine sees this video. A soldier was demonstrating something as innocent looking as a cigarette lighter, was booby trapped, and could blow a finger off your hand. He said, curiosity sometimes is well, this is an example of how curiosity kills the cat, and you simply need to be aware at all times in any place Russians have occupied that there are booby traps and mines and booby-trapped grenades, etc., that can injure you or kill you.
I do read a story, probably at least a story a day, maybe not quite that much, but several stories a week about mines and people having unintentional incidents with mines, all the way from little kids playing and coming across one, to teenagers who are messing about as teenagers do, and they come across one and don't realize what it is, and they, uh, in a toss, not throwing it maliciously, but they toss it over to their friend, and as a result, I think 3 or 4 of those teenagers were injured. To some civilian driving down the road, maybe going to the grocery store to get some food, or maybe going to the hospital for some help for something, or doing something else to take care of themselves, innocently driving down a road and hitting a mine. You hear of these things on a regular basis. And with the beginning of planting season, of the crops, we see fabulous and wonderful things that Ukraine is doing, and how ingenious these farmers are in building their own mine clearing machines, out of tractors and all kinds of things, and having them work remotely, like drones, so that they don't have to put themselves in danger. They're just putting the machines in danger. But even with all that work, I would fully expect that in the process, some equipment and farmers, and farm workers will be injured this year as a result of mines. I know that it happened last year. I can recall that it happened. Farmer working in his field, and he mine, and and that was, that was it. So yeah, it's it's something that they're working on, and we're good to have good friends like Ryan Hendrickson, who is there and working to take care of things that way. Alan, should we go to Mete? I think Yehuda is here.
I'm finally up. Yeah, I'm having major comms problems here. I'm not going to lie. My phone keeps resetting, and I think it's gone the way of the dodo, which isn't good for my phone. But I will. I'm here. I think it's stable now. So if you want to switch out, I'm ready to go.
Thank you. And actually, I will be back at 7 o'clock my time, which is in, I guess, about an hour and 45 minutes. So I will.
It's 2 hours and 45 minutes, Prince.
Oh, sorry.
Get some rest and something good to eat.
I'll do that while I do this. So thank you all, and I'll see you all a little bit later. Thanks.
Night, Prince.
Thank you, Prince. So let's get through these next hands, Yehuda, as you come up as co-host. It's Meta and Chris. Meta.
Yeah, thank you, Prince, for your hosting. It's wonderful. You are a wonderful person. About the demining, I think, and rebuilding and demining, I read that it's going to take 10 years to demine Ukraine. But then there's this wonderful news about Japan, that they have this sort of, radar thing that can detect mines that they are giving to Ukraine. I'm hopeful for that. And now we're heading for the summer, and rebuilding towns that are bombed all the time is sort of, useless thing somehow. Of course, they have to be rebuilt, but we should all, look for some temporary housing, which is not so expensive, but that people can, wash themselves, sleep, and eat, cook. So to say, it's of course not the same as your own home, but as I talked to my friend who is working in a very big Finnish building company, you know, like when MriyaReport will be freed, they are running and, you know, for the rescue. They are, you know, they just love the idea. You know, everyone wants to be the one who is rebuilding the opera. So you know, okay, it's exaggeration, but you know, I have no doubt that once the war is over, it will be rebuilt, and there will be companies that are willing to do it. But for now, I think the main focus should be on temporary housing and demining. So these people, the farmers and the kids, you know, won't step on it. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Meta. And these actions are taking place every single day, as you mentioned. So, Chris, and then Aaron. Chris.
Yeah, I was just going to say on that, Alan, you know, I'm talking to Ukrainian tech companies like every day at the minute, obviously about the Ukraine pavilion, right? Their mentality and Ukrainians can tell me if I'm wrong, right? But the mentality of the Ukrainians at the minute, right, is that they're going to beat the Russians, they're going to push them out, and they're planning for the recovery like now, in parallel with winning the war, right, and pushing the Russians out, right. That is their mentality, and they're not messing about either, Alan. You know, no disrespect here, but they're not messing about with temporary housing, right? They're going, we're going to rebuild this, and we're going to rebuild it even better than it was before, you know, and we're not doing temporary housing in the meantime. We're going straight for the, you know, straight for the proper job type of thing. So that was just on that very briefly. What I did want to do, Alan, was just follow up on what Prince was mentioning, and we were briefly talking about before about the work of the farmers in Ukraine. And by the way, if we think it's going to take 10 years, right, for them to clear the mines in Ukraine, that's not what the Ukrainians think, right? I don't know what number they think, but, you know, a lot less than 10 years, right? You know, but what I wanted to do was just make an appeal. So this has been a slightly weird thing, right? We have in the UK a couple of organizations, Alan, which I'm not sure that Americans would have ever heard of, right? One is called the Worshipful Company of Farmers, right? Now there are lots of worshipful companies in London, like the Worshipful Company of Candle Makers, the Worshipful Company of tailors, you know, all sorts of worshipful companies.
You know, my favorite,
and
Chris,
there is
the Worshipful Company.
Pardon?
My favorite is the Worshipful Company of Worshippers, and it was it's crazy that one. They're very into themselves. I'm just kidding. Sorry, go ahead. It's a, for those who are asking. It's an older reference to guilds, almost of how people, almost like a union from olden days. I just wanted to, for our guests from around the world. I think it's wonderful that you keep the tradition. That's just me. Worship away.
Yeah, okay. You're right. You do right. Well, okay. So here's another little bit of a quirkiness, right? So I happened to know a lady farmer near me who you know has a lot of farming land and that, and she is the past master of the worshipful company of farmers, right? So obviously you would think she was mistress, but she's not. She was the master of the worshipful company of farmers, right? So now that is just one organization. We also have an organization called the National Farmers Union, which sounds a bit more ordinary, doesn't it, right? And all of these, I'm pleased to tell you, right, that all of these organizations are helping Ukrainian farmers as much as they can. And in particular, and as it happens, one of the projects that they have been focused on, pre the war, pre-pandemic, and all the rest of it, right? Was I'm going to give you another hashtag here. I love hashtags. Hands free hectare, right? Hashtag hands free hectare, right? And that is a project in the UK to have an almost completely autonomous farm, right, which has been developed by a couple of leading universities in the UK. So to some extent, it's an experiment, but it's actually obviously pushing the boundaries in terms of autonomous agricultural vehicles. Now, Alan, I'll get to my point, right? I am absolutely sure that there are farming organizations in the USA and Canada, right, that are working and thinking about exactly the same things, right? So if you have any contacts, if anybody has any contacts in that area, please let me know. So, like, I just happen to know the master of the Worshipful Company of Farmers, and I insure with the National Farmers Union, so I know them as well. So, but if people over there in America and in Canada have any, equivalent contacts, I'd be grateful for them.
Well, we do have such organizations here, Chris, and I'll see if I can dig up a directory of them and shoot it to you in a DM. I don't think any of them are called worshipful companies, but I'll get that information to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And I agree with you. The Ukrainians are full speed ahead. I mean, they are doing everything in parallel, fighting the war, ridding their country of corruption, which was left over from Russian administration, and making it possible to join the EU as rapidly as possible. They do everything in parallel. They wait for nothing. So I want to welcome Yehuda as co-host. Great to be here again with you.
Likewise, I just wanted to touch on the landmine thing. I know there's a lot of people who believe the great will and the strength of the Ukrainian people. I don't think it'll be 10 years. I think it'll be 50. You have to understand something. The Russians are brutes in the field. When it comes to they have automated machines, trucks that launch mines. They're not fired. They don't lay mines and they mark where they lay them. They don't lay them in places that are obvious. Sometimes they do, and a lot of times they don't. You could look at a farmer's field. There could be 70 mines in a square. I don't know, in 200 meters by 200 meters. I think someone said they found 75 mines. But the machine that throws them, because they're not usually laid by hand, it could have landed in a culvert or in a ditch, and there will be these weird places that people won't know or even expect to find a mine because it wasn't laid by a person. It was literally, it's like those what is it called? The Americans do this a lot. It's they launch a clay disc into the air and then someone shoots it. What is that called?
It's
Skeet.
Skeet. Thank you, Ray.
Okay, so they have machines that launch those projectiles, but instead of projectiles, they're mines, and the Russians fire them like willy-nilly. There's no thought, no care. They don't care if there's a school or a ditch on the side of the road, which there could be, stuff like that. So the reality is there will be so many mines in so many places, and it'll take years to find them. And unfortunately, God forbid, I hope it's not children that end up finding them, because often that's what ends up happening. So although major areas they're going to be demined, but there'll be those weird places that just were left, where could be in the middle of a forest where in 20 years a kid could just be going through a walk with his friends and step on this mine, because the Russians pay no attention to it. It's a war crime. Even in NATO countries and West countries, you're supposed to mark where your mines are. Your obstacle belt is a minefield that how many you placed. I suspect they even use GPS to track where they put their mines, so they can collect them later. That's not what the Russians do. They're absolute brutes. Their military, obviously, we know are shameful. They're not military. They're barbarians. but their minds, they're not sophisticated. So whether we know the Ukrainians want to try, but unfortunately, and I hope the Russians are made to pay for it financially to clean up all of the mines that they have scattered willy-nilly across Ukraine. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of mines, if not millions. That's what the Russians do. So I didn't mean to put a damper on it, but I just wanted to clarify that. I don't want to be. That's one of those things I'm not optimistic about. It's those things that the Russians themselves don't even know where they put them, and that's the crazy thing.
And you're accurate, Yehuda. The estimate I saw was it would take Ukraine 20 years to demine its territory. Ukraine is currently the most mined country in the world. Cambodia once was. It took Cambodia more than 20 years to demine its territory. Yehuda, what do you say we go through some
Absolutely,
hands
go for it.
and then you and I can get into some updates that we started yesterday. But the order would be Raver, Aaron, Shaggy, G-Man. So Raver, go ahead.
Hey, you, it has been a long time since we've been on together. So we'll start off a little bit of supporting fires for you. Yeah, I think it's going to be decades. The Ukrainians have to start by demining all the buildings. If a Russian's been in it, it's probably booby trapped. And then, move out to the streets and the fields that have to be used, and the tree lines between the fields and the ditches and the forest and everything are going to be left until last, and it's going to take a long, long time. And it's similar for the cities people are talking about rebuilding. The very first thing the Ukrainians have to do when they liberate an area is reestablish that critical infrastructure, that power, water, sewer, police, fire, medical services that actually make an area habitable. Otherwise, it's just a moonscape and nobody can rebuild there if they can't get water, if they can't get food. So, they're going to start by rebuilding that core of essential critical infrastructure and services, and then let that draw people back to rebuild their lives. I've worked a lot of disasters, and that's just the way it goes.
Absolutely right, Raver. So, Aaron, Shaggy, G-Man. Aaron, go ahead, please.
Hi. Last night there wasn't many on the space, so I thought I'd just share a little of information that I gleaned. So Sarah Ashton had a Twitter space, and it was sort of commemorating Anzac Day, which is pretty special to us Australians here. We all get up at the crack of dawn before the sun rises and go to our local RSL or shrine and just remember those that have fallen and those that have served in wars. And so she had an Australian on there called MacGyver, and they sounded like they were great mates, actually. They'd met before he joined the company. I can imagine, well, she being the sort of quintessential American character that she is, that sort of, I'd say it's a very positive trait that Americans have. They really support people that are their friends and lift them up and are very positive. And she gave, a good spiel about old MacGyver. And I guess you can understand why he got the name MacGyver. He sort of jerries up showers and builds things and so forth. And he was a guy, I'd love to know if anyone knows his Twitter handle. They said it, but I didn't quite catch it. I'd love to follow him. He worked in a drone factory in Kharkiv and fell in love with the city of Kharkiv, and just gave a real story about how hard it is to live there because of how much you earn if you are over there sort of volunteering, and decided he wanted to do more. So actually approached someone and said, can you put me on the front line? And they asked Sarah Ashton to come in and do the interview. And when they saw each other, they were laughing because, they'd known each other previous. So the only thing, I guess, better than having a drone operator in your platoon or in your group is having two drone operators. And MacGyver used to be a racing drone enthusiast back in Australia and built drones in Kharkiv, and he's a drone operator in Sarah Ashton's platoon. And they've also got another drone operator there who's been there for a year or whatever, and so he's also very experienced. yeah, I just thought I'd share that story. I know it's a little bit off topic, but I'll step down and let others talk. Thanks.
It's not that off topic, Aaron. Thank you for bringing it to us. You know, Anzac Day is an important day celebrating Australian and New Zealand troops and veterans who have fought in wars all around the world. And they are also volunteering to fight for Ukraine's freedom. So it's a good story. Thank you for bringing it to us. Folks, we have a full speakers panel. So if you are not interested in joining the conversation, if you might kindly drop yourself down to listener so I can bring others up, that would be the polite thing to do. Otherwise, I will select some of you at random and drop you to listening. So Shaggy and then G-Man. Shaggy, please.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. And don't drop. Oh, he's gone. I was going to ask Chris a question if he wants to come back up again. Well, just the first question then, before but it's not specifically for him. So on the temporary accommodation thing, yeah, I think I do think some is going to be required, especially in places which have been really heavily damaged, because it'll be for the workers, for the construction workers, for the demolition workers, first of all, to demolish uh, the unsafe buildings or whatever, and to clear things out, and for the infrastructure as well, to help lay all the pipes and all that. They're all going to be required, and probably hopefully fiber optics and all that, so they're all Ukrainians are all up to date, and then to rebuild the places. So I would have thought that temporary accommodation would have been required for the workers, if not for the population. I don't know if the population that used to live there is going to come streaming back in, if it still looks like a war zone, which it would have been just after a war. So some thoughts on that from people would be good. And the other thing about the worshipful companies and the guilds and all that, I mean, that sounds to me, and I think it is, that they're known in the UK as the Masons, which is a organisation of people who know each other and help each other out. And so that's how I understand the worshipful companies, the worshipful guilds, and the masters and all that kind of thing. I don't know if my understanding is incorrect on that, so I was going to ask Chris that question, and that's me done.
Yeah, well, there are such guilds, and they are affiliated with Masons right here in the United States. Just about every town, large and small, especially in the Northeast, but throughout the United States, well, I'll say east of the Mississippi anyway, there are Masonic halls. And these Masonic halls were meeting places back in the 19th and 20th centuries. They have usually some really wonderful auditorium spaces. This is where workers met. It's where they held rallies, and it's where candidates would go and speak to various kinds of workers. They're wonderful places. There's one in my city. It's a beautiful building made of granite. Yeah, Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, so sorry, just turned my mic on as some lorries go past. Yeah, that's what I understood as well. So there'll definitely be contacts, not just within the UK, but from these lodges and places within the UK, all around the world, basically. So yeah, that's very good if they can all get together and put their heads together. It's great for fundraising as well. Sorry about lorries going past. See, I'm on a bit of a main road. I'm nearly home. Yeah, for fundraising, for brainstorming, and for helping in business and helping with the reconstruction, while helping fundraise while the wars are still ongoing, and helping in the reconstruction afterwards would be brilliant. That's me done.
Absolutely. David, and then Sky Kiss, please.
Thank you very much. So no, Shaggy, not linked to the some people in the livery companies might be in the Masons, but some of them might be very upset if you said they were linked to the Masons, which is as in the Masonic Hall, which is a very different thing, right? So the worshipful company are the livery companies, and there were 110 of them. So the worshipful company of fishmongers, for instance, or the worshipful company of grocers. And I think there was a very near to Vic Park in East London. It was the worshipful company of bricklayers, right? So loads of different things. but it's to do with trades, the trades.
Okay, all right, brilliant. Thanks for that info, David. I was conflating the two there.
Yes,
then.
yes, and the Masons, which is a completely secret handshake thing, and they do help each other out, but that's a different thing.
I can't talk about a secret handshake.
You should join the Masons. You should NAFO them. That would teach them a lesson.
I think you've got to be asked. You can't actually send them an application. I'm not sure.
Well, give it a try. Just stand outside the Masonic Hall. It's in London. It's near the Strand. Just stand outside and let me in, or I'll NAFO you. They'll be.
All right then. I'll do some hand signals and stuff. Maybe I'll get the right one. I don't know.
Well, you know, speaking of NAFO, there are now almost 100,000 NAFO fellows. Talk about astronomical growth. It's NAFO that is the modern day Masonic lodge, and it's virtual. Imagine that, 100,000 NAFO fellows. Sky Kiss, and then G-Man. G-Man, you put your hand down. But Sky Kiss, go ahead, then G-Man.
Yeah, these Masonic halls are absolutely stunning. I've been studying, well, bricklaying and other stone masonry for quite some time. I mean, most of my adult life. So, because my granddad was a builder and he would let me do whatever, studying, drafting, etc., that I needed to do after I'd done all my accounting. So anyway, I wanted to say, yeah, we've got all of these different trades, crafts, organizations, craftsmen organizations. So, like in New Orleans, there are these incredible genius plaster workers, and they do all this ornate ceiling work. We lost, like, I guess one of the best, but he had trained his family. So I'm sure that by now, most of New Orleans has been rebuilt since Hurricane Katrina. It's been 18 years almost. But there might be some people there who could come and help. So I will get in touch with some, because this whole rebuilding of Ukraine is something that just automatically, I was thinking about. It just happens. It's a natural thing that, if you're in any kind of art or craft, or a lot of people who are builders or work in the different building trades, your thoughts naturally go that direction. So yeah, Shaggy, go out there. Oh, we need costumes, like real costumes that are our fellas, and just go out there and stand out there and like, oh, this is me. You could have some, a version of your Shaggy fella. So, and I think I wanted to thank some people for. Of course, I wanted to thank Prince Heather. She's doing an amazing job, and I love to drill down all the details. And you usually are mentioning things that are so important. They're really important for us to know. News that comes out. I wouldn't have known about this resolution. I know about resolutions in general, but I wouldn't have known about this one because I'm not reading the newspapers or listening to. I want to try to find some. We were talking earlier with Verlaine about music, Ukrainian music, and I want to find some Ukrainian radio stations here in the United States. I bet there are some, or at least, well, the college stations many years ago. One of my college stations was they would have this program called Music from India, and it was like 3 or 4 hours of just Indian music.
Oh,
So
sorry,
you
sorry
know
to
what I'm
interrupt.
saying?
I
You know
just
what I'm
gotta,
saying?
yeah, I'm just having some comms issues just to let them know to put me up to the code. Sorry about that, Sky, because we're
It's
just
okay.
having some comms issues here. Thank you so much, and my phone
I'm
crashed
so
again.
sorry. I'm
Yeah,
so
it's
sorry.
okay. No,
Yeah.
so it's not your fault. All right, but thanks for
No.
that.
Yeah.
No, radio station. Okay.
Very, very, very soon, Sky Kiss. I'll get my co-host for the evening back, but I do want to move on to Shaggy's hand, and then Yehuda and I are going to take a look again at developments across the Dnipro and in a couple of other interesting spots on the battle line. So Shaggy, then G-Man. Shaggy.
Yeah, just a real quick reply to Skykiss. So, yeah, the day I got my Crimea beach party ticket was the day I decided I was going to get my fella made into a fella costume as well, and I'm going to get it made by a Ukrainian seamstress. So I'm already on it, Skykiss, and that's it.
Thanks, Shaggy. G-Man, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good evening, good night, or whatever it is. Good morning. Officially, it is morning, actually. But anyway, an alert listener contacted me on DM about a new sanctions program, action plan. It was tweeted out by Timothy Milovanov.
No one likes to say more on so that's always part of the conversation.
Hello?
Oh, so Scott, you have a hot mic.
Yeah, I think we're having issues on this space. Because my hand never went down. But anyway, so basically, and there's a couple of tweets there I put in the nest. If they're not relevant, take them down. Basically, this is McFall Group have unveiled a new action plan to strengthen Russian sanctions. If implemented, they will crush Russia's oil and energy sector, non-energy trade, military, technology, and financial sectors. And then there's a list of sanctions that are proposed, which basically strengthening sanctions on oil and energy, involving lowering the oil price cap, an energy embargo within the European Union, and then other oil and gas measures, full sanctions on all Russian oil and gas companies, sanction Gazprom Bank, and impose full taxation on Western oil and gas companies remaining in Russia. And then there's a whole series of other sanctions on non-energy, so like metals, diamonds, gold, and then services as well, military. Goes on. There's a whole list. So the alert listener was just wanting to make sure this was highlighted in the group, and I don't. So I've done what I said I'd do. It's highlighted now.
Thank you, G-Man. So the G7 is also discussing how sanctions on Russia can be tightened. And we were talking about this the other night. Right now, trade with Russia is permitted except for sanctioned products. So if a product is sanctioned, then the trade is cut off. Well, if you flip that, and this is what the G7 is discussing, you simply ban all trade with Russia. And any good that someone wants to trade with Russia must be accepted from the ban. So there would be a total ban on trade, and only goods accepted could be traded. It's probably a much easier way to do it. G-Man, a follow-up?
Yeah. So, as you know, I'm a don't know, but the next 3 months I'll be doing a Falklands War sort of history on this day tweet thread, and the Falklands War happened in or the invasion happened on the 2nd of April 1982. Within a week, the European community, which was only 10 nations at that point, had put a complete embargo on trade with Argentina. Within a week. Here we are a year on in, and yeah, lots of reasons why it hasn't happened, but it's about time it did happen, where it comes right back down to political will. But it's time to get serious. As the general said this afternoon, when we say we're going to stand with Ukraine, to enable them to do what? To enable them to win is what we want.
Exactly right. Brian, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Alan. Two quick questions, only slightly related to one another. I haven't quite found the right venue. One thing which has been bedeviling my thoughts recently is in a post-conflict world, particularly about looking at security concerns in Europe. This conflict has certainly highlighted what we already knew, the cracks and the fissures in such organizations. Well, the UN anyway, the EU to a certain degree, and even within NATO, that the way that these organizations have been constituted, that there doesn't seem to be any mechanisms in place to effectively sanction or suspend or call to order members from within the organization who decide to run rogue. In this case, I'm looking at the likes of Hungary, and I cannot for the life of me imagine how anyone within NATO's command structure at the present would share sensitive intel with Hungary. How do you deal with a country which, at least for as far as its political class is concerned, doesn't seem to care very much about living up to its commitments? And the second question, and I see Yehuda's there, and this is another thing that has fascinated me. We've talked in the past while about the successful conduct of a strategic withdrawal, and I'm not quite certain, in a broad sense, how is it actually conducted? Because I can imagine that if you've got a surge where you put in forces to keep the enemy in contact while you extract troops and reconsolidate your lines into a more defensible position. How do you do that and keep your enemy off guard, or perhaps not even know precisely what it is you're doing until you've managed to not only extricate those troops, but the ones that have been sent in basically to cover the withdrawal? How was it done?
Yehuda, did you catch Brian's question there?
Yes, I did, and it's two good questions. So I will. First of all, Hungary. I mean, look, it's easy. Countries with a stake in both organizations, NATO and the EU, obviously are having discussions with Hungary the whole time. They're not getting away with bad behavior. A lot of times I think countries look at certain internal politics as domestic, as well, they're just saying this for consumption. But for everything that individual does or his government does, there's some form of repercussion. What they are, I don't know. I mean, I can guarantee that I doubt anyone in NATO is going to disadvantage any organization, and they'll act appropriately. I think that's the best way to answer that. I don't think there is a mechanism to leave NATO. I think people would just have to leave. I think there's no mechanism to kick someone out. Someone who had that experience came in to share that earlier last year. So that's that issue. You might be stuck with them, or they might leave, but I don't think they will. With regards to a withdrawal, the Russians fighting a withdrawal or conducting a withdrawal, I don't think that's in the cards. I think they're going to be routed. They should have. There are certain things that you do to conduct a withdrawal, and obviously, final call for protective fire, mass artillery to suppress your enemy while you withdraw starts. Generally is a big part of that. I just don't think the Russians have it in them. I don't think they're going to conduct a withdrawal. I think they're going to be defeated in a counteroffensive and then scatter. I wish I could say it was a little more clever than that, but judging by the Russians and their posture and their performance over the last year, I think that's what we can expect. I hope that helps.
Yeah, thanks very much, Yehuda. I was thinking in terms of, well, it may not be what's happening there at all, but the speculation about what might be happening with Ukrainian reconsolidating lines around Bakhmut. How would they, if they were to do something like that, how would they successfully extricate their forces to reconsolidate them to safer, more defensible positions, and then extricate, if you will, with whatever troops had been inserted into the battle space to make certain you don't want to lose them.
I get what you're saying now. Yeah. So I mean, you can fight a delay where you have predetermined positions that Ukrainians would occupy, and then you'd have that final call. You'd have that artillery fire to suppress the Russians' advance, and then you'd have that defensive battle position withdraw to one further back, and it would bypass a currently occupied Ukrainian position. So that position would give cover fire to the position ahead of it that is withdrawing, and that's how you would attrit the enemy while moving backwards. So it's like reverse in reverse, and that's how you would do it. The artillery is a big part of it. Obstacle plans, control measures, all of these play into it. I don't think the Ukrainians are in a position. I don't think the Ukrainians are in a position where they're going to leave anyone in the lurch. And depending on the terrain, it's all dependent on the ground as well. Where are they going? How are they going to get out? But the Ukrainians have conducted withdrawals in certain cases, and they've been done pretty well. But again, you use artillery, you use other forms, other force multipliers to give your troops that covering fire as they withdraw to a different position. And the goal is not just to move backwards, but also to destroy the enemy as it attacks you. So you're attriting them as they're moving forward. In the end, the goal is to move the Russians into an even worse position or an equally bad position where they'll still have problems advancing, and the Ukrainians will have them in a kill zone or kill boxes all throughout the area. Hope that helps.
Yes, thanks very much, Yehuda. And still waiting for your first publication of the best of the worst of your dad jokes.
It's being written as we speak.
And it's being added to every single day. Yehuda spends 23 hours a day here at MriyaReport and 1 hour a day trying to think up new bad dad jokes. So Yehuda, yesterday, you and I talked about the Ukrainians crossing the Dnipro and establishing a bridgehead on the left bank.
Not ready for that conversation. If you want to intro it, and then I can come back to that. But yeah, like you want to just talk about recap what we did, because I'm getting some other information soon.
Okay. So you want me to recap yesterday's conversation?
Sure. And then I'll just finish getting some new information in, and then we'll take some questions and we'll kick off. You and I. What do you think?
That sounds good to me. So yesterday, Yehuda and I reviewed the news that was reported and confirmed by the Ministry of Defense, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, and it was confirmed also with the plea not to, reveal Ukrainian movements and that kind of thing, which is something we never do here at MriyaReport. We simply never do it. When asked to observe a media blackout by the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, that's what we do. And that's what most journalists in Ukraine do as well. Yes, a few days ago, reports of a bridgehead established on what I call the left bank of the Dnipro because if you are facing downstream, then you always have the left bank on your left-hand side. You don't have to worry about north, south, east, and west. So this is across the Dnipro River. Ukrainians have established a modest bridgehead here, including some seizures of islands in this part of the Dnipro. It's marshy, low-lying land, but is it a diversion? Is it the beginning of something? Yehuda and I will talk about that a little bit later tonight. And then elsewhere on the line of engagement, I'll let Yehuda continue to get his updates in, and then determine how we can use them and talk about them. But elsewhere in Zaporizhia Oblast, it's possible that the Russians are attempting actually to prematurely engage the Ukrainians. I say prematurely. In other words, to engage Ukrainian troops or invite them to attack in order to throw off timing of a larger counteroffensive attack. And I guess this would be called a blunting operation or a fixing operation of one kind or another. This might, in fact, be what they were attempting to do in Vuhledar, and they failed miserably there. So we would expect them to fail once again in this kind of tactical military action. And we'll get to that, I'm pretty sure, later tonight. So just before Yehuda comes back on, Professor O, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to say again and again, Slava Ukraina, Slava Ukraina, Slava Ukraina. That's
Slava.
Yeah, that's a very beautiful things that I would like to do every day, because we're sending some spiritual energy to Ukrainian forces. But I want to remind you guys, do you know that Ukrainian troops have really, we look at this period of they are right now in the war, and they've liberated nearly 30,000 square miles of their territory from Russian forces. Because these guys came because they were thinking, within weeks we're going to take over Kyiv, but they failed. They failed, and we just heard that. I think it's not in the news anymore. We'll see Putin fire the commander of the Russian Pacific Fleet. That's it. So you have chaos in the camp, and also looking at over 16,000 Ukrainian soldiers being trained in the EU. That's a great message. So we know that Putin is really disappointed. I think he has some mental problem right now. We cannot hear from the news, and we keep the chaos and the trauma that guy will be going through on the army, and we'll just pray for that, and we just pray that because for me, I believe in the spiritual warfare too, right? So that the confusion will be in the midst. You know what I'm saying? And then we hope that the plan of Putin, preparing for a long and bloody war right now, because it's really a shame. I just want to say so sorry.
I was just going to say thank you, Professor O, for coming up and speaking. Some military analysts speak of this war as unfolding in a series of acts. Act 1 was Ukraine successfully defending Kyiv and defeating Russian forces in the Battle of Kyiv. John Spencer calls it the battle that saved Ukraine. That was Act 1. And Act 2 you might say, that was the Kharkiv and Kherson offensives that Ukraine succeeded with. And Act 3 will be unfolding the next few weeks as as the ground dries, as the sun comes out and the wind blows, and it's possible for combined arms maneuver throughout Ukraine. So this is Act 3, and we will see how it unfolds in the coming months. So I think you have a point there, Professor.
Absolutely.
Summarizing the first couple of acts very well.
Or steps. Step
Or
1.
There you go.
Oh, it's a backstreet. I'm not going to do. We're going to break into song, Alan. You got me. All right, Shimigi Ali Reza Salimi.
Hello, Yehuda. Hello, Alan. Yehuda, you know me, but anyway, you don't recognize me, but you know me. Anyway, thank you for giving me the mic. I want to take it on that and just go a little further. So at some point, I suspect there's going to be rallies against Putin. Certainly, Iran is going through the revolution. I'm guessing the situation is not going to remain the same in Belarus as it has been, and they will have their revolution also, especially when Putin gets weaker. So this question is a little bit off topic, maybe, but I suggested this idea in this space many months ago, perhaps, I don't know, long ago, that people that are affected by Putin, they should actually get together and rise up, and we kind of see this happening between the Ukrainians and Iranians, and I'm just wondering along that line. One of the issues we have had in Iran Revolution is we don't, well, at least some of us, myself, don't exactly know the strategy of that these oppressors use. I mean, we do know that they have their forces that release, anti-riot gear, whatever, shoot at people, but we don't really know. I don't know. I'm sure there's a science to it. There's a certain number of police officers, you want to call it, militia members, whatever you want to call it, that the government has to have per X number or a thousand number of or thousand of people in the street. Information like this is crucial. I think if there was any way you guys, if anybody with military background could share this type of information with series of tweets or mention in the space, rather than just discuss the military aspect, because there are a lot of people that come into these spaces that are actually citizens of these countries that I'm saying, like Iran, certainly Ukrainians, and this information could actually be very, very helpful, if not now for them, at some point in the future. And I appreciate if there's anyone that can kind of help out with this information. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah, I think I get your question. There's something called a revolutionary threshold, and a lot of research has been done about that. Countries have with low revolutionary thresholds have been identified, and so this is where at some point a core majority comes together and is able to conduct revolutionary change. This happened in Ukraine. Ukraine was a country with a low revolutionary threshold. Well, the revolutionary threshold in Russia is very, very high. I can tell you what is happening in Russia right now, rather than opponents of Putin coming together and taking to the streets. Unfortunate young men in Russia are reporting by the hundreds throughout the country in this new conscription. It's the annual conscription will go on until July 10. This is regular business inside Russia. They are going to conscript 147,000 young men who are on the conscription rolls, the draft rolls, military draft rolls of Russia. And Russia has just passed new laws governing its military draft. There are new electronic databases. There are new rules about delivering summons to the mobilization office. If it's handed to someone who lives with you, but not to you, you are still considered to have received this summons, and you have 20 days to report to the mobilization office. If you don't, then you can't get a driver's license, you cannot hold a job, you cannot leave the country. There are lots of penalties applied to you if you try to evade this draft. And as I say, I know right now that that hundreds of young men are going to these mobilization offices every single day, and that is the first step in these young men being taken in to the Russian military. Many of them don't want to do it, but they don't know how to resist. Much to your point, Ali Reza.
And I think the other issue there, Alan, is like people can't direct people here. I would heavily recommend not to. And if you're talking about military technology or information, that's for the Ukrainians to communicate the government to their own citizens, right? And frankly, we're not in a position to do that, and it's not training, and it's not, you know what I mean? Like, we have to be, I would highly recommend not giving any advice. You can't, tell people how to make a Molotov cocktail from a living room in Boston to someone over there. You could get someone killed. So that's a very serious thing that I want to make it clear that this is an information space where we share information. Now, when it comes to those who are fighting for the defense of their country, and Iran's a little different than in Ukraine right now. In Ukraine, they have a government. They're telling their people what to do. You know what I mean? They're communicating. I'm sure they even tell their own partisans in the cities not to do certain things because they don't want them to be, extrajudiciously murdered by the Russians, as Russians are wont to do. So it's important that we remember that all we can do here is, like, we have John Spencer, who's a colonel, and he wrote a book on urban warfare. But he's a professor of this at West Point. He teaches this. He's a world renowned expert on it. So when he writes a manual, it's published, right, and then that gets out. So that's all important stuff. I just wanted to clarify and touch on that last point. Thanks for the comments and questions, Ali.
Thank you, Yoda. Just quickly, I did not mean anything about like how to make cocktail Molotovs or things like that. What I meant was basically, I don't know, let's just put it this way, specifically how many oppressors are used generally to hold, or police officers, whatever, to shut down a rally. And I'm sure there's a science to that. I've been searching online, trying to find information, and I don't know, because I think once we know that number, once we know that figure on a Western style of policing, then the way they're happening in Iran, it's definitely much lower because they come out with shotguns, and I suspect the same thing will happen in Russia. Same thing will happen with in Caucasus that are friendly to Russia or to the current administration in Russia, and definitely in Belarus. So I meant more for people's protection, like what would the government do to put them, to crush their rallies. That's all. Nothing
Okay,
more
no
than
worries.
like.
Yeah, no worries. I just wanted. Some people have asked that for that similar stuff, and I just want to make it clear, even though you didn't say that, Malta. I said that. It's just a point that people do ask sometimes those questions, and the best thing you do is you gotta follow the authorities in your jurisdiction and do all that good stuff. But thanks so much. Over to you, Alan. Who's next?
Skykiss is next. Go ahead, Skykiss.
Oh, and we were going to keep it brief because you wanted to talk about the updates on the Dnipro, right?
I do.
Great. Thank you. I was just going to say, we have already seen videos and photos, little news reports early in the war. Partisans know how to do these things. And, some of them are old grannies. I mean, they know how to do whatever it is. So we don't need to even worry about that. But thank you.
Yeah, good stuff. All right,
Yeah.
Alan.
Up.
Let's rock and roll. Let's going on? Dnipro, talks, water, swimming. I actually did want to bring up one thing. Can you hear me, Alan?
Yes, I can.
Remember back a few months ago, people and even a lot of Ukrainians were convinced, oh, Russia's going to attack through Belarus. And some people said, nope, they're not. It's a feint. It's all nonsense. Well, apparently the cat got out of the bag, and in fact, it was a feint, and it was silly. But the Ukrainians have to obviously prepare for it to some degree. But it did, some of those leaked papers, indicated the Ukrainians were just being cautious, and they were preparing for it. In no planet would that have ever worked, not even with the forces they didn't have. If they had the forces that they wanted to have, they still wouldn't have been able to do anything. It's a very, very mined and controlled area. And if the terrain favors the Ukrainians like a million times more than the Russians. But that was interesting that Lukashenko, agreed to this with Putin, that he would try to confuse the Ukrainians and do some silly behavior in order to get the Ukrainians to move their forces in a different direction, and that wasn't going to happen. So I think that's a good thing, and it's good news. So I just wanted to share that with the audience that was something that came up with the Ukrainians, but it didn't work, and I'm glad it didn't. So, if there are any other comments about Lukashenko's foray, we can answer them.
Well,
Or not.
since that time, Yehuda,
Yeah.
Ukraine has strengthened defenses between Belarus and Ukraine. I mean, it's practically impassable. And if you compare the defenses that Ukraine has built on its border with Belarus and the fortifications that the Russians are throwing up all around Zaporizhia Oblast or down in Crimea, and it's absolutely silly. The Ukrainian defenses are truly defensible. They're constructed in a way to create a killing field and with reinforcing fire, etc. Nothing like what the Russians have done. And because they're so well constructed, they can be held by a few Ukrainian troops, but it's a watch post basically.
Yeah, no, they have really, really, really good defensive positions there, and they have the ability to send a rapid reaction brigade to counter anything before the Russians could really get into position. So I was never worried about Ukraine's north, so that's a good thing. Furthermore, with regards to Brazil, I brought it up earlier yesterday. Lula making a comment that they're going to be neutral now. They've been talked to, apparently. People don't like their behavior, trying to compare Russia as equal to Ukraine as if there's some parity. So at least he's realized that that's not happening.
Well, let's take a look at what is happening on the banks of the Dnipro. Has Ukraine succeeded in expanding the bridgehead it established?
That stuff we won't talk about, Alan.
Okay.
Yeah.
I won't ask that question.
Yeah, but we can talk about what the Ukrainian government has released. That's fair. They've said that they've established those bridgeheads, and that's great. It's great news. And I think the thing is, I'd like to discuss what it means, right? So what are the implications for all of that? Hold on one second, and that's what.
So that's okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
It's the implications of the fact that it even happened. The fact that the Ukrainians were able to pull it off, or the Russians were that horrible that they let it happen. It doesn't matter, but it means that something is not just afoot, but there's something terribly wrong on the Russian lines. I mean, did they just dump 1 million mines on the way out and just said, we're out of here? How are they not? Can they not fight the Ukrainians at the bridgehead because they don't know where their own mines are and they've dumped mines everywhere? That could be a thing, right? I mean, these are not sophisticated soldiers. Yuri, get the truck, fire mines. How many? I don't know. How many do we have? Just fire them in that direction. So they could have fired them into lakes, into rivers, into farmers' fields, ditches, and Ukrainians, for the most part, they're going to obviously have to demine their avenue of approach and make safe a bunch of lanes so that their brigades can push down. But that might take time. But the simple fact that they're sat there on the eastern side of the Dnieper, and the one number one map that the Ukrainian government released shows what I would consider to be a brigade frontage at least. So that means there's that many troops on the other side. Maybe the Russians have shot themselves in the foot as well. Maybe like, oh boy, wait a minute. We left too soon. We dropped so many mines. Now the Ukrainians are on the other side of the river. They're going to start building all sorts of pontoon bridges or constructing ways for them to cross. I don't think the Russians thought this through. They did actually. They did strip all of the civilian facilities in and around Kherson East all the way to Melitopol. They stripped them of everything. So that's a good indicator usually that they're about to cut and run. Does that make sense, Alan?
It does make sense. And I also think that that cross river shelling by Russians has it hasn't stopped, but it certainly has, the tempo of it has gone way down, because they were shelling Kherson every single day from the left bank of the Dnipro, and I think that shelling activity has dropped off considerably.
No, I agreed totally. If anyone has any other questions, now's the time.
Well, I have some other questions. Is it, if you were a Russian commander, I'd feel very sorry for you. But if you were a Russian commander, would you look at some point on this line of engagement and gamble? If we engage Ukrainian forces, if we launch some attacks here or there, can we possibly pin Ukrainian forces, or cut down on the time they need to prepare to concentrate forces? Is there such a place you would do that?
No, so line of control between the two forces. I think, look, it's in no plan it is good for Russia. They're not even in. There's a big Russian mill blogger panic attack that the Russian forces aren't positioned for a defense, which is a different type of position than an offensive staging area, where you would be attacking from. So you obviously put a lot more effort into making a defensive position if you intend to be in the defense, right? Versus if you are attacking a position, you're not building in your battalion, service area, where you organize your battalion before you step off. You're not building huge, trenches and obstacles there, because you're leaving there to go and attack someone. So there's something to be said about being prepared for a defense versus an offense. The Russians aren't prepared for a defensive. They're still postured in Bakhmut to conduct offensives. And the Ukrainians have absolutely no problem with that. They're like, all right, no problem. Keep coming, bud. No problem. Because the counterattack that the Ukrainians have in store, it's going to be Mike Tyson versus the 2-year-old. And they're very upset about it, Russian military bloggers, and they should be. It's going to be a bad day for them and a good day for humanity. But there is no place along the line that the Russians control where it's a good day for them. Not at all. Not at all. So it really all depends. The wonderful thing is, we talk about not sharing details. Look, we're not paid by the government of Ukraine. We can say whatever we want, but just out of courtesy to the great defenders, even if we did know something that you don't, or that you're not able to find out online, which we don't, it doesn't matter, because the Ukrainians can pretty much attack anywhere. They've already shown that they can attack over the most difficult part of the line of control, which is the Dnieper River. Like, they just traversed an obstacle like it wasn't a thing. Dum. I mean, do you think they have to worry about going through a meter deep trench and a couple of dragon's teeth that aren't even spaced correctly, so you can just literally drive your tank through their obstacle? That's what it looks like near Izium and Luhansk and Donetsk. I mean, it's like a child made this obstacle. So if they've just smashed through like the most difficult obstacle, which is Mother Nature, a river, and they've positioned themselves, gosh, it tells you the Russians they've given up already. They don't know what they're doing. Maybe a bit of both, or they're just very, very dumb. They're very bad planners in the military sense that just don't know what they're doing. It's all very bizarre, to be honest with you. But I'm glad it's them and not the Ukrainians. So hope that answers some of the questions, Alan. Some of those
It
questions.
certainly does. And so listeners understand, the Ukrainians don't have to crush the Russians all along the 1,000+ kilometer line of battle. They need to penetrate, break through, and follow up. They only have to do that in a few places, right, Yehuda?
Yeah, but they'll do it in many places. So they'll penetrate. They'll conduct, a breach into many lines wherever they feel they need to do it. They'll penetrate in. They'll stop. Have follow-on forces from the Ukrainian military push through and keep going with the fight. And that's just going to happen. It's like leapfrogging battalions, so groups of 5,000 people basically pushing through, and then another group leapfrogs over them to a different position. And it happens so quick, and it's so fast and furious, and so deadly in the armor and the Bradleys, and then mechanized vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, armored personnel carriers. They're just going to roll over a lot of the Russian positions, and they don't care if they miss a few, because there'll be something like what's called a bypass policy in the plan, which will say you can, company detachment and minus, you can bypass it, and then follow-on forces will destroy it. They'll clear it later. Just if you have to get to an objective like a city or somewhere far away. So all very important stuff.
We do have a hand up, Yehuda. It's Shaggy. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, question for Yehuda. I mean, I'm still learning about all the military terms and stuff like that. But regarding the north, what the Russians and the Belarusians try to do, it reminds me of. Makes me think of a feint stroke fixing kind of operation. So a feint, i.e., just trying to get some forces to stay up there, i.e., fixed up there, so they couldn't be used somewhere else. And in that time, the Ukrainians used that time just to reinforce and employ General Sigourney Beaver to make that area of the north, which is already swampy and difficult to cross anyway, just completely impenetrable. So have I got my terms right, or probably not?
Sorry, what term are you asking me?
I was wondering if it would be classed as a feint or a fixing operation, because it fixed some, in a way, it fixed some Ukrainian military in that area, just in case, at the very small chance that the Belarusians try to do something or the Russians try to do something from the top. But at the same time,
if they're not engaged, it wouldn't be fixing, right? Like, because they're not engaged, so it's like a guard. Right,
okay.
they have a guard up. They would have a division-sized guard or brigade group that is guarding, right? Because it's not engaged with them. The feint would be from the Russian side, or demonstration. Even if they were to fire, it would be a demonstration to make it look like they're going to go and do something, but they're not. So from those mission task verbs, I guess on the Russian side would be a feint or a demonstration, and on the Ukrainian side would be a guard, or even a screen further up. And that would be, you can Google these words if you want. Mission task verb.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Those words are perfect for me to Google. It's just I realized that fixing was to do with offensive, but I was wondering if fixing could do with defensive as well, i.e.,
For
fixing
sure.
some.
So the Ukrainians are fixing the Russians in Bakhmut, right? Because they're firing at them, and the Russians are firing back, and they're not able to really advance. I mean, for 9 months they've managed to take half of a city. It's a pretty successful fixing operation, right? Because it's keeping the Russians engaged, and truthfully, it's fixing because the Russians wouldn't have been able to even leave unopposed, right? The Russians could try to withdraw a bit, but the Ukrainians would move in again and hold them there. So it's to keep those forces tied up. You see what I mean?
Yeah, and then a quick one on the difference. What's the difference between fixing and shaping?
Well, shaping is a type of operation that it sets conditions for something else. So you might want to shape your enemy, and you can shape your enemy in many ways in many types of operations. So if you're conducting a delay, it means you're withdrawing through a certain area, and you're going backwards in different battle positions, and then therefore you could actually shape your enemy to follow you into a kill zone. so that they go into an area where they wouldn't normally go or they ought not to go. And then as you enter, as the defender enters that area, you move to the sides. Let's say it's a valley. So on both sides of the valley are a ridge top on either side. It's like a V, and all of a sudden your enemy is stuck in a kill zone where you can shoot at it from a lot of angles and they can't do anything to you. So that in that regard, you've shaped the enemy. You can shape the enemy with obstacles without even meeting the enemy. You can shape them, right? You lay on obstacle plans where you make minefields in such a way that they have no choice but to go a different way, which is where you want them to go, because it's better for you to destroy them in the area that you've chosen, and you've shaped them by use of man-made obstacles and also, you know, natural obstacles, right? You can use a river to shape the enemy, right?
Okay, yeah, perfect. Thanks very much. Very gets my my knowledge up to speed with the actual words that are used in the military. Thank you very much, Yehuda.
No worries. You can Google the words mission task verbs, and you can see a list of them. And probably give you the symbol, and it'll tell you what each of them do.
Mission task verbs. There's something I have never Googled. I'm going to Google it tonight.
Yeah, exactly, Alan. They're the kind of keywords I need to use on Google, so that's kind of why I was asking.
And once I understand them, I'll sound more and more intelligent here when we talk about military operations in Ukraine. So, you know, among the things we've looked at, Yehuda, is the weather. The weather is one of those conditions that Ukrainian war planners certainly take into consideration. And the weather is warming, but it's wet, and really. Ukraine in Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, Kherson oblasts, the ground is still pretty sodden. There hasn't been a lot of sun, a lot of wind to dry the ground out. So it's worth looking at the weather reports that come out. I know Ukrainian war planners probably have their own weather forecasters. They look at this news every single day. And we can all remember that it was a weather forecast that delayed D-Day by a day.
So if you want to look at mission, there's actually a Canadian colonel who made this cool app that I've used before, and it's called battlepro.ca. It has all the things like a manual that an infantry officer would use, and you have fix tactical task in which actions are taken to prevent the enemy from moving any part of its forces from a specific location or a specific period of time by holding or surrounding them in order to prevent their withdrawal for use elsewhere. So that's what I'd call Ukrainians' work in Bakhmut. So a lot of people look at it and go, but they're losing lives. Yes, but they're attriting the Russians and they're fixing them in that position. They can't use them in other places. So if you want to look at stuff like that, it's probably I'm sure some people might appreciate it, but that's just like on the NATO planning level, like on how officers conduct missions. So mission task verb, why that's important is that that's a word that would go into your orders. It would be the mission in the mission statement. You know, such and such unit will, conduct this no later than this time in order to, and then a unifying purpose, which is your commander's higher intent. So it ties it in. So when you read that mission, that order to your troops, or to if you're a brigade commander, a battalion, BG commander, to your company commanders, you would say, this is the mission, and they would know when at the end the unifying purpose is in order to support forward passage of lines of 25th multinational division. So they know that they have to do all this stuff because there's big force coming in after you. So the reason why mission task verbs are important for officers to understand and employ correctly in orders in their mission statement is it's because it's really the main effort. It's the bread and butter of what you're communicating to your staff as to what you're doing. So if it's fixing, then you have fixing. If you're doing the mission, the operation, and then you can't have one part of your formation go run off and do something else because we see something really good we want to do over here. It's not the purpose of the mission. So that's why these mission task verbs are very specifically defined, because they have a meaning, and that's why you might notice military people, when they come on, they'll say these things like, they'll advance to contact, they'll conduct a counteroffensive, the Russians will attempt to conduct counter moves. These are all things that are very specific, and probably things that the Russians don't use themselves, because judging by their effects on the battlefield, I don't think they actually teach anything except for beating people up and treating them like crap and telling them to run forward and shoot their gun. Because we've heard that over and over again. So many stories anecdotally from Russians being told, just fire your gun and run in that direction. I'm not sure what that proves. It's not paintball. It's not a computer game. You don't respawn. You get demobilized permanently. Anyways, Alan, any comments on the academic nature of military education?
Shoot your gun and run in that direction is not a mission task verb. But Shaggy has a follow-up, Yehuda.
Yeah, just to say that from Yehuda's those 3 words, I'd already got onto Google. I'd already found that link, and I'd already DM'd it just before you explained what it was. The battlepro.ca. So I found it already, and I've DM'd it to you as well, Alan. So it's in your inbox. Thanks, Yehuda, again. I'll chat.
I have the app on my phone. I've used it many times. Yeah, thank you though. Yeah, it's a good app if you're interested. Alan, just give me 1 second and I'll be back in 2 minutes, please.
Absolutely, Yehuda. And Shaggy, thank you for doing my research for me. I would have found it eventually, of course, but you found it for me. When Yehuda comes back, we might leave the battlefield for a little while. And because this is North American early evening hour, we have lots of American listeners, of course, at this time of day. So probably one of the things that Yehuda and I will talk about is a new resolution that has been introduced in the House of Representatives. And it was introduced by the co-chairs of the Helsinki Commission. The staff director of the Helsinki Commission, Kyle Parker, has been interviewed here at MriyaReport, is a frequent visitor here at the MriyaReport. And this is exactly what General Breedlove was talking about earlier this morning, that the United States needs to make a strong declaration of what its policy in Ukraine is. And this is the name of the resolution, I think, will be the Victory in Ukraine resolution. So it will express the sense of Congress, and it is a bipartisan resolution. So that means both Democrats and Republicans are pushing it forward in both the House and the Senate. And it's significant because this resolution will call for a return of Ukraine's 1991 sovereign borders, the complete withdrawal of Russian forces, and the total victory of Ukraine over Russia. The wording of the resolution is not out yet. We'll probably have it tomorrow. It will be referred to the House Foreign Relations Committee and to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and there will be public hearings over the summer as this resolution moves forward. And because it's the Helsinki Commission, and as I say, Kyle Parker has been here before. Yehuda knows Kyle, I think, quite well. Yehuda and I can take that up a little bit later tonight as well. But I also want to welcome M into the panel. Thank you so much for joining us. What do you have?
Good morning, Alan. It's a quick update regarding Sudan. So it seems that Omar al-Bashir had escaped prison, and members of the National Salvation Front have also escaped prison. And it seems that Sudan is going to
Let
turn.
our audience let our audience know who that is, please.
Omar al-Bashir is the former president of Sudan, and he was allied with another theologist, politician, Hassan al-Turabi. So the National Salvation Front and the National Conference Party are the two elements that ruled Sudan before 2019. And it seems that
There you go.
every single one of
Well,
them
sorry.
escaped from Cooper's prison.
Amazing. So Bashir, for those who don't know, he's the former president of Sudan who did a cameo appearance in the documentary Team America: World Police. So in other words, he's up on the level of some pretty nasty people, and he's obviously parodied. And that's I just wanted to explain to the audience. So pretty bad guy with a lot of. Would you say he's got some nefarious links with terror? Him?
Terror, money, crime, human trafficking, organ trafficking, and they have been moved into safe places and they have satellite phones and they're communicating with the media. It's a shit show.
Unbelievable. So was he not indicted for war crimes? I think it was him.
He is indicted, and at some point, Al Burhan, in order to save his own head, promised that he would deliver him to the ICC. Now we have Al Burhan fighting with Hamidati, and both of them committed war crimes in Darfur. Everyone knows that.
What's the relationship with good old Bin Laden and Bashir?
Let's just say that Hassan al-Turabi invited bin Laden to stay in Sudan under the protection of Omar al-Bashir.
Incredible. So this is bad news. This is some very bad guys that escaped jail. They're supposed to go to The Hague, just like Lavrov and Putin are supposed to go. And it looks like they've been broken out of jail by a bunch of Looney Tunes who are now trying to destroy Sudan and attacking Egyptian forces in Sudan who are there to help. Kind of a potpourri of terror and insanity and corruption, isn't it?
It is. I just got back home from work, just to give you an idea. It's just 2:38 a.m. here, and the humanitarian situation on the borders is escalating really quickly. The United Kingdom's commandos are in Port Sudan, and they are deploying right now, increasing their footprint to try to help with the evacuation processes. A lot of people are trying to evacuate through Port Sudan. Port Sudan is a port city on the Red Sea. But it's a long drive from Khartoum to the Egyptian southern border. Khartoum airport is a no-go. All the other airports are a no-go. It's turning into a civil war. It's slowly turning into a civil war. And for some reason, the rapid support forces are not running out of munitions or supplies after going at it for more than 1 week. Fancy that. Someone is flying them supplies from Libya. Our, favorite field marshal Haftar is being financed by a country that loves wearing white galabeahs in the heat, and he's sending them weapons and munitions, and they are still fighting, and they're taking over critical military camps across Sudan. They're taking over critical government buildings across Sudan. They scuttled 5 MiG-29s belonging to the Egyptian Air Force. Interestingly, there's a C-130 without any markings destroyed on the tarmac in Khartoum International Airport. I wonder whose that is.
Right. So we're getting too deep in the weeds here, and a lot of our listeners have no idea what's going on. So what's the big picture here? Is it look like there are certain forces? Is Russia involved? Are they trying to turn back the progression that Sudan has made towards democratization and try to hand the reins of power back to a pretty notorious terrorist?
Yes.
Sorry to
Yes.
pull you up in there.
No worries. Short answer, yes. Someone is financing the whole circus there.
What does Putin have to say, do you think?
Well, he would love to see Wagner cooperating with the RSF and continue to smuggle gold out of Sudan, out of Port Sudan as well, and continue to have outer circle getting well fed in Dubai. This is a shit show. This is a shit show. It's 2023. Everyone knows where every single penny is going. Why is anyone allowing this to happen?
So do you think this is part of Putin's multipolar world that he'd like everyone to accept?
Well, no. I mean, he will see it as a cynical opportunity to develop. But right now, it's basically the small league players in the Gulf trying to find a place for themselves, and given the current fluid situation across the world.
Well, thanks for that update. If there are any questions on Sudan and the turmoil and the descent into perhaps civil war, please do come up and ask. And hopefully, if he's not too tired, he can still answer. And if not, I'm sure he can answer tomorrow.
Yehuda, I have a quick question for M. Have uh, evacuation operations succeeded, or are they still in progress?
Ongoing. Several countries managed to evacuate their diplomats and their essential and non-essential workers and their families. The French convoy was bombed from the air while it was being escorted from Khartoum to Port Sudan, and they'd had to turn back. The deputy administrative attaché of the Egyptian embassy was assassinated on his way to the embassy. He was leaving his residence 2 days ago. He was announced dead last night, about 10 p.m. Cairo local time, after succumbing to his wounds. Some evacuations were successful, of course. The United States managed to evacuate the embassy personnel. The UK is working on it. The UK ambassador and deputy ambassador were both in London when the hostilities broke out, but according to the official statement, their presence there helped greatly to coordinate evacuation processes. A lot of countries are trying to evacuate through Port Sudan right now. The civilians, Sudanese civilians, are paying whatever they can, whatever they have, so that they can get on bus rides and reach the Egyptian borders, southern borders. There will be a situation developing on Egypt's southern borders within a week if this continues. It's just there will be a lot of refugees. There will need a lot of supplies. There are a lot of children. There's already a child milk formula shortage domestically, and this will add to it. It is spiraling out of control.
So another humanitarian crisis developing. I'm also wondering, is there a response Egypt would make, militarily?
Negative.
That's a good, quick, short answer. Thank you. Aaron and Shaggy, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Em. Oh, thanks, Alan. But question for Em. So I find this a little bit over my head and quite complicated. But I was listening to another space, so don't shoot the messenger. But this person was saying that the Russian government supports the current, or MOD or whatever, supports the current established politicians in Sudan, and that the Wagner Group is supporting and supplying, is it the RSA or that
RSF, yes, it's true. What you said
RSF,
is true.
and that basically because the RSF brings in all the gold through Wagner to Putin, he supports the current government, but is just sitting back to see where the cards fall. So there's no real disagreement between the two. I'm a little bit lost, but if you could
It's true.
explain that a little bit further.
It's a two-pronged approach, right? So Putin is a criminal. He presides over a criminal syndicate, right? But he also happens to be, on paper, the president of the Russian Federation. So the president of the Russian Federation and the Minister of Defense of the Russian Federation would obviously cooperate with the Minister of Defense of Sudan, General Al-Burhan, who's also the head of the Transitional Council right now, because General Al-Burhan, who's the Minister of Defense, made an alliance or a pact with Mohammed Dawood Daglo, Hamdan, sorry, no, Mohammed Hamdan Daglo. His nickname is Hamidati, who is the commander of the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces, which is basically the Janjaweed militias being assimilated into the hierarchy of the Sudanese military and security forces after their participation in the war crimes and the genocide in Darfur. So al-Bashir, in all his wisdom, in 2017, through his party, managed to pass an act in the Sudanese parliament to recognize the Janjaweed militias as the rapid support forces and integrate them into the Sudanese armed forces. But of course, Hamidati maintained autonomy and control over his troops and grew his militia to 100,000. Hamidati, he was a camel herder, with all due respect, of course. All trades are fancy and nice and whatever, right? But you saw the rise of power of someone who's just basically a vicious, sectarian, racist, person who committed war crimes, engaged in war crimes, fought on behalf of the central government in Khartoum to quell the rebellion in Darfur by committing acts of genocide documented by everyone. And all of a sudden, he became a major general. Actually, no, he made lieutenant general, as far as I know. So he controlled the gold mines in West Sudan, and he cooperated with Wagner. Wagner provided him with training, they provided him with weapons, they provided him with munitions, and they get a cut out of the gold being smuggled out of Sudan. And that made him a very rich man, bought him some influence in Dubai, bought him some influence in Chad, bought him some influence in Libya. And so, because the Russian state and the Russian Federation had the interest of establishing a naval presence in Port Sudan, of course, the Russian Federation, its president and its Minister of Defense will open lines of communications with the head of the Transitional Council, General Al-Burhan, the commander of the Sudanese armed forces, after he took out the interim prime minister, who was a civilian, Hamdouk, who was also member of the member of the Transitional Council. So Hamidati and Al-Burhan made a pact. They staged a coup against the civilian government. They took over the government, and now they're fighting against one another. So yes, Putin supports the Sudanese armed forces, but on paper. His Wagner is doing the dirty work, and it's standing behind the quote unquote the black horse of this, right? But on paper, he also has a memorandum of understanding that was going to be developed into a full agreement on establishing a Russian naval presence in Port Sudan. If Hamidati wins, in order to pacify the Russians, he will continue giving them that under the banner of respecting all treaties and government level memoranda of understanding signed with other governments.
So he's in a win-win situation.
Not
Putin.
really no, yeah, I know, Putin. Not really a win-win situation, just another cynical change of events that happens to be in his favor.
What a hot mess. Okay, thanks.
Thanks for your question, Aaron. Shaggy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think kind of may have answered a lot of my question actually. So my question was going to be: is there an ethnic aspect to this this conflict in this civil war in brewing civil war in Sudan? I think by the sound of your previous answer, that there is, and it could be the start of maybe a genocide. Do you think?
There is, because General Al-Burhan descends from one of the Arab tribes that migrated across the Red Sea and settled by the river Nile in Sudan. So that's why he's supported by Saudi Arabia, because his lineage can be traced back to one of those tribes. Whereas Hamidati comes from the nomadic tribes that basically roamed the deserts in the triangle area between Chad, Libya, and Sudan. And even though he actually could have fought for the rebels of Darfur, because they were fighting against the central government due to the marginalization and the oppression carried out and inflicted on them by members of other Arab tribes who more or less controlled the government under al-Bashir. Al-Bashir is an Islamist. Al-Bashir is a member of the Muslim Brotherhood. And for the longest period of time, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, or one wing of the royal Saudi family, supported the Muslim Brotherhood as a cat claw and a soft power tool that they can deploy against other Arab countries if they wish to destabilize them to force some of their political or their economic interests. So there is a racial division line. There's also another socioeconomic division line. Al-Burhan is considered a graduate of a military academy who received his education in Al-Khartoum, received his education in Cairo, trained with the Egyptian army, trained with other regional respected armies, whereas Hamidati is just, a gun for hire, a militiaman who all of a sudden got promoted to the rank of lieutenant general and became the commander of a 100,000 troop fighting force.
Thanks very much for your insights, Sam. Very, very interesting and very worrying.
Yeah, but I got a question. My question is this: what part does religion play in this conflict? Because you see Sudan, there is kind of Islamic state, if I'm not wrong, and then you see Saudi Arabia Islamic, and it just fasted for one month. So I don't get that. So shouldn't religion like bring conflict and cool conflict, and because Russia doesn't practice that at all. So I don't know what you can say about that.
No, there are no religions. Religions were weaponized a long time ago. Faith is one thing, organized religion is another thing. It's a personal opinion. I don't want to upset anyone. I'm sorry, I'm saying it in a very blunt manner, but Arab countries have been fighting amongst themselves since the Crusades. So religion doesn't play a part in this. It's purely military and economic interests.
Thank you, Am. Thank you for your question, Professor. As we approach the top of the hour, I want to ask listeners to please retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We're a global space broadcasting on Twitter Spaces 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bringing you news about Ukraine, but also from other areas of the world where conflict actually uh, intersects with Ukraine's future and the conduct of the Ukrainian war. As we just heard M say, the Wagner Group is involved in Sudan. And of course, the Wagner Group is that paramilitary force owned by Prigozhin, a Russian oligarch, with a lot of influence in Africa and and fighting on the front lines in Ukraine. Just thinking about the Wagner Group, how far afield can they really go? How much force can they project? Does it not take a great deal of force to project influence in Africa?
Their presence in Mali is more than their presence in Sudan, but it doesn't take manpower. If they have enough qualified instructors and enough qualified, yeah, I'm not going to call them staff officers, but people who can do planning, they can help the RSF with planning. And obviously, the RSF received planning and intelligence when it moved against the Sudanese Armed Forces SAF targets. So they don't need a large footprint per se to achieve results or deliver on the bigger picture, right? Because the RSF is doing most of the not most the RSF is doing all the fighting. So Wagner's are not fighting alongside them, but it wouldn't be a stretch to imagine that they provided some level of strategic and tactical planning and training and support throughout the operations. If we don't know who's moving who, and we don't know who's moving what, and we don't know where those satellite signals are coming out, we don't know where those satellite phones are where they were purchased, how they are still operational, who's allowing them to continue to command to have effective C2 operations. Of course, no one wants to intervene in another conflict half the way across the world. I get it. And the policy of decoupling from the Middle East and decoupling even from the Near East, the entire Near East is very apparent because the pivot to China is now the talk of the hour. I get it, I understand, but still, if that means that the almost 1/3 of Africa is just going bananas at this point, right? So something has to be done eventually, but and then it will be another quagmire for anyone to go in. And if the United States continue to pursue the policy of training, equipping partner forces who then should shoulder the security missions regionally, then you can't really tell someone, oh, okay, we're going to equip you, we're going to train you, you're our partner, and then when you need to actually intervene to do something, you get rebooked, and it's like, oh, you don't need to intervene here. It's like, okay, fine, whatever. Right? It's just, I don't know what to say.
It's craziness. So no one expected this ceasefire that Blinken negotiated and announced, I think only yesterday. No one expected that to last, right?
Both sides are very cynical about this whole ceasefire. Both sides used the Eid, which is the celebration of the end of Ramadan, to their own benefit. Both parties violated the ceasefire. Secretary Blinken is trying to use diplomacy in order to bring an end to hostilities. Granted, he's doing a good job. I have nothing to say against his efforts to stop the hostilities, right? But the problem right now is that the RSF is gaining more legitimacy from Western governments. So the French government reached out to them to coordinate their evacuation. The United States government is in contact with them. Granted, they need to be in contact with both sides of the conflict to bring an end to hostilities, but they are getting more and more legitimized right now. And because they can enforce a de facto situation on the ground, they will probably emerge victorious to a certain level. Uh, but at the end of this, they will be in a stronger position to negotiate. But negotiate what? This is a war between two men. One of them has to prevail and has to cut off the head of the other one. Sorry to use gruesome terms, but that's it. It's just Hamidati knows that he has to win or he will be killed. Al Burhan knows that he has to win or he will be killed or delivered to the ICC. And now Al Bashir is on the run, and members of his party escaped from one of the toughest security facilities or prisons in Sudan. And they have satellite phones and they are speaking to the media. And the media is literally just broadcasting their messages to millions of people across the world. It's just, I don't know.
Would you characterize these two men, these two military commanders, as warlords in Sudan?
Hamidati is definitely a warlord. Al Burhan, at some point, did what General Breedlove talked about a few hours ago on this space, saying that if you receive an order that you deem illegal, that you deem unethical, you don't carry it out. Al Burhan was a critical instrument in al Bashir's toolbox to quell the rebellion in Darfur. And he also committed war crimes, and he also participated, seen at least, if not participated in genocide. You have one typical 100% warlord on one side, and then you have a general who got by following orders, regardless of how illegal they are, regardless of how unethical they are. He is ambitious. He wants to be a strong man. He wants to lead the country. He wants to take over the country. But I wouldn't call him a warlord. I mean, and given his current miserable situation on the ground, given military operations, no, he doesn't qualify as a warlord. He's fighting for his life.
Mark, please go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. I've got a question for Emma, if I may. The reports of airstrikes. Who has the aircraft in Sudan? Is it just the government, or do the RSF have airplanes as well?
The RSF does not
Thanks to
operate.
Egypt now they do, don't they? I'm just kidding.
No,
That's a cheap shot.
Well, yeah, well, $200 million wasted just like that. The RSF, yeah, the RSF does not operate any aircraft, and they don't have any pilots.
How are the Egyptian servicemen that were caught up in this? How are they doing?
No comment, Yehuda. You don't want me to go to jail, do you?
No, I hope they're well, is what I'm saying. They're
Let's
under.
just say that less than 1% of the population is aware of the fact that we might have lost 5 MiG-29s on the tarmac in Merowe's airbase.
I hear you. And now everyone in this room. So don't tell anyone else. It's crazy. I think there are people that are wondering, why is he sound so dejected? It's a very, very horrible situation on M's southern border there. These are bad people fighting each other for control of a civilian government, democratically elected government. And the problem is that the outcome in any regard is bad for everyone in the region. And that's kind of the big picture here that M's been communicating. These are not good folks, and they've released from jail a bunch of other bad folks, and they don't seem to care if they burn the whole house down. Is that a fair assessment, Em?
Very fair assessment. And to add to it, other Arab countries are helping them do that. Fancy that.
Yeah, I can't speak to that myself, but I'm going to take your word for it. Do you think that maybe like Putin, this will get blamed on Israel or the Jewish people or something too, or just kidding?
No, if anything, actually, I would like to commend the government of Israel for its position on all this.
What's its position?
Well, first they walked out on Lavrov, so that's one big FU to Russia, and they have
Well,
established.
where is that? Not everyone's as smart as you. We don't know all those details. You're talking about Security Council. Can you explain that? That was interesting.
Affirmative. The man just said, "I will not engage in hilly-billy conversations and lies on this day. This is a candle. Thank you so much. Bye bye. Look at my fancy blue suit." And he left. The guy also works out, so I love him.
Yeah, you're talking about the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, right?
Definitely not Lavrov. The last time I saw him exercise or smoke a cigarette.
No, it's just funny. So the Israeli representative at the Security Council, I only caught the tail end of it. Said, I'm not going to participate in this. He lit a candle in memory of the murdered people, and he got up and left. And Lavrov just continued like nothing happened. It was pretty funny.
I mean, it's 2023 and people are pretending that things are not happening and things that are happening are not happening and things that are not happening are happening. It's just, I don't know what to say anymore. I should go to sleep.
That might be a better idea for now, because you're exhausted. But yeah, so what was the other position besides walking out on Lavrov? Why don't you finish off?
They established two lines of communications with Hamidati and Al Burhan and are trying to bring them to stop hostilities.
Let's see. On that note, under the shade of a pyramid, we wish you a good night's sleep and hopefully the sun rises on a happier Cairo tomorrow morning.
Amen. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Huda, Alan, and I'll see you in 2 hours.
Thank you, M. Yehuda, I think M gave us a great segue to take a look at what's been happening in the United Nations and how so many nations on the Security Council, in the General Assembly, are just castigating Russia hour after hour after hour. I mean, it was Israel today, Ecuador, both laying out what Russia is doing and why they don't belong on the Security Council any longer. Have you been watching UN proceedings?
Oh yeah, I've been watching a bit of it here and there. Also, the Chinese jumping in to say that the former Soviet occupied states aren't really sovereign because they've never been recognized. Obviously, that poor Chinese diplomat doesn't know that the Baltics were all independent states before they were colonized by the Soviet Union. Very silly, very silly. And then someone posted a meme under his tweet that said, had a picture of the region and it referred to China as West Taiwan. And he said, two can play that game. I thought that was poignant.
So Lavrov walked out, is that right?
No, the Israeli representative made a demonstration, put a candle with an electric light, and then he walked out on Lavrov as he was talking.
So Lavrov simply carried on and tried to run the Security Council meeting.
Correct.
Well, they only have a few more days. Their rotating chair of the Security Council expires on April 30th. I don't know who the next in line is, but institutions can reform themselves. Every institution has changed its rules from time to time. Why it's so difficult to change UN rules is because Russia and China have veto power. And that is probably one of the rules that has to be changed, right?
Well, I'm not an international law expert at all, but I don't know if that could change. I think there has to be consent on unanimous. I'm not sure. But yeah, I think there's a good argument to be made that maybe things aren't fair or working the way they should. Why are India and Brazil or other countries with huge populations not on the Security Council? A lot of good questions. And I don't know the answers. I'm not going to lie. I could speculate, but that would make a speck out of you and me. No, that's not how it goes. Never mind.
I don't want to be a bug on the windshield of life, Yehuda.
There you go.
If we were to return to Ukraine, where would you want to take us?
Well, I just want to know if anyone has any questions. Look, a lot of changes on the ground. Leopards moving here and there, to and fro. I think they used to say. People wondering what's going on. I think it's clear that in the coming weeks, months, whatever, there will be a counteroffensive, and Ukraine will fight its most important battle in its liberation. And there'll be a lot of people saying, I think, on a Russian collapse, what about Putin? Can't humiliate him. What's going on? We don't want him to lose his mind. Dmitry have another Medvedev just had a speech where he said, make no mistake, Russia is not afraid to use nuclear weapons. He sounded pretty sober, but that's not true. They are, and they're not going to. And I'm glad we've quashed that common refrain from the Russian side about they're going to use nuclear weapons. They're going to need. Come on, no, they're not. They can't. And it's funny though, they don't bring it up as much as they used to. I think they realize the world doesn't care about their stupid hollow threats. And at the end of the day, these are still greedy kleptocrats who want to keep as much money in their pocket as possible. Welcome to Dave, and I'm going to pass back to you, Alan.
Thank you, Yehuda. One question I did have that takes us back to Ukraine. There was discussion earlier today about the tardiness of Abrams tanks arriving. I think there are 31 Abrams tanks. For some reason, in the U.S. Defense release from the Defense Office, they were referred to as training tanks. They are arriving in Germany at the end of May, and Ukrainians will begin training in a few days after that, so at the beginning of June. And then the timetable calls for 10 weeks of training. I assume these so-called training tanks are the tanks that will eventually move into the theater of operation. They're training tanks as long as Ukrainians are training on them, and they are operational as soon as that training period is over. I suggested that Ukrainians would probably master these tanks much more quickly than 10 weeks. We've already seen Ukrainians impress their trainers on every single new weapon system that's been introduced, from Patriot missile systems, where they cut the training time in half just through motivation and urgency. Wouldn't you expect the same kind of thing to happen as they train on these Abrams tanks?
Yeah, I'm not a tanker, but I can tell you again from all of the information we've seen at how motivated the Ukrainians are. They've proven that almost anything's possible, right? I think that's pretty fair to say. So, although I can imagine, just from a planning perspective, common sense perspective, Ukraine would probably be committing its best tankers to these new platforms, and they're going to use them to the best of their ability. It's not easy, but again, when your other option is genocide, it's probably a very powerful motivator. So, I just wanted to. That's what I could add there. I think good will come out of it. Let's just say that.
So, with some training in military logistics, Yehuda, what does a military buildup before a counteroffensive look like? I mean, when do you determine you have everything you need and you have the logistics in place to move it forward and keep up with the advancing troops?
Well, all of that's decided before anything happens, right? So there's no moving parts, and then you decide if you're ready. So the plans are made well in advance. The different forces required or supplies required, all those branches, those trades do their estimates and say, this is what we can do for a communications signals estimate. This is our sustainment estimate. This is our engineering estimate. These are things we need to do, and then it's all rolled up into one big order. from Army Command, and then they say, hey, this is what we're going to do. So, it will be done, in this phase, this many phases, and everyone is assigned their tasks. Tasking is in groupings, and they figure out what their role is in this whole thing. So how it looks, I don't know, and if I did know, I wouldn't say anything, right? Because we don't want to share that information. But I can guarantee you, there's a ton of planning, very many sleepless nights for staff officers who are preparing all of the groundwork for the counteroffensive, everything from where every single unit and soldier will be, where every supply will be had, how the supplies will get there, how their communications plan will work, and how what the backups and the pace plan for communications are going to be, what their air support is doing, what the air defense will be doing, where they'll be. They'll lay out control measures and like these imaginary boundaries that they'll all know what they are, so that they don't overlap into each other and accidentally kill each other. It's like an orchestra with 1,000 instruments, and that's what's really important. And the Ukrainians have already done that. I assume the counter-offensive is something that each hour has either happened or it will happen, or it's going to happen in 2 weeks or 2 months. Who really knows? It's not relevant. But you can rest assured that all of the intervening periods of time here, you have all of these different forces within the Ukrainian military that are doing its job. And it's not they've decided we've gotten enough troops here and there to do something. It's already pre-planned. They know where the troops are going because they're directing them. They know where the supplies are going because they're directing them. And then there's an H hour where at that point the counteroffensive will kick off. So the operation can drop, the orders can drop, and there could be a bunch of phases where things are getting done. And then, the main effort of a certain phase would be, advance to contact, go and get them, boys and girls. And that's something that I can't answer because I don't know what they're doing, but I can guarantee you whatever they will do will have been planned out very, very, very thoroughly. Hope that helps, Alan.
Yeah, I was really just asking a general question. I mean, I can imagine the excitement on the ground as this counteroffensive is prepared. And I did see that deception, which is a very important part of planning, is also being used by Ukrainians. Inflatable tanks, and we've already seen those fake HIMARS that the Russians destroyed. So that's just an interesting sidelight to all of this planning that's taking place. We have a couple of hands. We'll go to NAFO and then to Aaron. NAFO Dave, go ahead. I cannot hear NAFO. Yehuda, you can't.
He's got to cycle down NAFO. We'll head you up. In the meantime, we're going to go over to Aaron while NAFO Dave recycles.
Okay, thanks, Yehuda. Do you think the Ukrainians are going to be able to surprise the Russians in that with modern satellite technology, you're probably going to see a massing of armor, and not that it should make a difference. They should just be able to punch through, and the Russians probably wouldn't be able to get reserves there in time. But they're going to have to mass armor, 40 to 50 kilometers back from the front line, and troops and trucks and all the logistics. So the Russians will probably have a bit of an idea. I was talking to another OSINT guy, and I said, look, from what I can tell, Russian satellites aren't that good, and they lost 3 low orbit satellites. And I wonder if they're using the same satellites that you're using to get information. And what type of thing do you think? What type of information does the OSINT community decide not to give if you do see something like that? And he said the majority of the stuff that he sees, he doesn't post or talk about, which I thought was a good thing, But do you think there will be an element of surprise, and how would they you manufacture that with the amount of satellites that are in use.
I can't speak to the OSINT community or satellites they're using. I mean, you know, a lot of people, you have to be a geospatial technician to understand most of it anyway. Just I've seen a lot of stuff that just doesn't make sense to me. So you have to have a trained eye. You know, I've seen people claim certain things are certain things when they're not. There's actually courses people take. You have to be an expert in it to know what you're looking at. But anyways, so I can't speak to anything that anyone else has, but I can say that whatever's open source, you know, I'm sure Russian Telegram bloggers have it as well. You know, the only thing that I think people in the space might find out is they might have a friend who said something they shouldn't have on the phone from Ukraine. And if you understand the military world, you know, military speak, you might think, oh, that could mean this. And in that regard, I would recommend, you know, if someone does know that, not to talk about it, right? Like a particular unit that you know is near the front is moving, probably not a good idea to share that information. Anything that a satellite can find, that you can find online for free or with a paid subscription, probably not the best thing. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. So like these forces that are going to be sent out. So traditionally, you'd have a like a BSA support area, battalion support area where you would shake out. Well, I think in this case, they don't have those. I'm sure they have, you know, people. You know, they've parked armor or tanks in different hollows or copses of trees, and they're waiting for the orders to go to a certain area, and that'll be pretty quick. So the surprise element isn't like the English word surprise, like, oh my gosh, I didn't know it was coming. The Russians obviously know it's coming. So in that regard, it's not a surprise, but you can still surprise them. You have an element of surprise by attacking a position that they didn't expect you to attack, right? So I don't think you're going to see Ukrainian forces shook out in a battalion support area for 2 days while they have, you know, they're going through the squadron of tanks. Okay, this here's this, but no, they're going to pretty much come together. They'll coalesce at their probably where the line of departure is. So wherever they plan the line of departure is when you're going to see all those tanks and IFBs, because it's just not worth concentrating your forces, especially if it's your own terrain, right? It's your own country. You literally could say, you know, one troop, you know, you could have 4 troops to a squadron, and you could say, okay, this troop, honestly, go to this car park over here. This troop, go hang out in the forest here. When you get to you know, when you know the order is dropped, then you'll converge on this, you know, these coordinates, and this is our line of departure. And then the infantry fighting vehicles are going to join us there, and our, you know, all of whatever's in that battle group is going to assemble, and then they're just going to kick off. That means they'll step off the line of departure. So they're not sat together having coffees and beers or something like a tailgate party. They're going to be tactical. They're going to be hidden. They're going to show up, and that in itself will surprise the Russians. So they might not see that, or they might not expect it. But when those battle groups and brigades and brigade groups kick off and start pushing through and exploit the Russian line, that'll be the surprise element, because they might not have expected. They might say, "How the hell did they get that many? You know, how did they get that combined arms brigade over here so quick, and we didn't even know where they were?" So the Ukrainians have actually been very good at that. They've been hiding their armor since the summer, and the Russians haven't found it. So that tells you something. It means they're spending a massive amount of energy and resources to protect their forces for when it's important. So, you know, a Russian soldier on a front line who sees, you know, through binoculars 5 kilometers away, a Ukrainian battle group bearing down on him. He's got, you know, at 70, 50 kilometers an hour, he's got you know, I don't know, like 2 minutes or so to get on the phone and say, "Oh my God, we're being attacked by a force that's going to run us over in about 30 seconds." Bye. So there's not much the Russians are going to do in that regard. Yeah, it's where the Ukrainian forces stop and consolidate that will make them the most vulnerable at that point. And the question is, could the Russians conduct counter moves in a timely and competent fashion? I would argue they can't, but it won't matter, because the Ukrainians will then have, after that, you know, formation has stopped and consolidated, and they're doing their, Kazovacs, or evacuating the injured. They're bombing up again, meaning they're resupplying their ammo and getting things ready to go, getting food, water, fuel, POL, all that stuff. That's when they're vulnerable. But that's also when the next brigade behind that brigade pushes through with the help of engineers and military police, so they have lines that they can make it through quickly, and they push on to the next objective. And that's how it's going to happen. The Russians are supremely bad at reacting to Ukrainian exploitations, and that's where the Ukrainians will win.
Yeah, that sort of makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. You could have hypothetically 150 or 200 kilometer front with small pockets of trucks and tanks, all separated, artillery and support vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles, and then they all come together. I mean, even if you're traveling at 50 kilometers an hour and it takes you 2 or 3 hours at night, and you will meet up at the right spot and then push through as a punching force, then it'd be very hard to see what was going on, because if you do spot it, you're only spotting a few here and a few there, but they can all meet before they make their attack. Thanks, Yehuda. That gives a good picture. Thanks.
No worries. I don't even think they're 150 kilometers back. I think they're a lot closer. They're just in different areas, and the Russians.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean 150 kilometers back. I meant you could be on a broad front of 150 kilometers, and say 50 kilometers back. But then you could, if you're traveling at 50 kilometers an hour or 60 kilometers an hour, it only take you an hour and a half to all meet up at one spot, and the Russians aren't going to go. And it could be to the left of that 200 kilometers, or it could be to the right, or it could be in the middle. It's really,
you got to remember the frontages for the battalions, right? The battle groups, right? So you're going to have a whole ton of battle groups in 150 kilometer frontage, right? Depending on where the Ukrainians are going. So, but yes, point is received. Yeah, you definitely. It's not as it's not as impossible. Like, it's not like in the pictures of the olden days where you see an army of troops camped outside of a town. The Ukrainians can thin out their forces and assemble pretty quickly, especially if they all know where they're going, right? All right.
And they do know. They all do know where they're going. I have seen reports of some military shakeups in Russian command ordered by Putin. And this is in addition to the admiral of the Pacific Fleet who was relieved days ago for failing a surprise readiness drill. But Putin is also shaking up battlefield commanders in Ukraine. And this can only be because these commanders have failed in their missions to date. I don't think there are really great competent replacements for them, but I guess we'll see. And they have a new mission because Russia is being forced to go on the defense. They cannot really carry on offensive operations. Can they, Yehuda? I mean, haven't they just been completely worn out by Ukraine at this point?
Yeah, I know. Their ability to conduct offensive operations is clearly non-existent at this point. I mean, or not tenable for any future continuation. I think that's pretty clear. And give me 1 second, Eric. Are you trying to add anyone else here? If not, I'm good.
I don't see any requests at the moment, but
Baza and
Aaron, go ahead, please.
how much information, accurate information, do you think Putin's getting? Like, it seems that there's been money washing for trenches being built. So, billions of rubles are spent, and you get substandard trenches, and you get battalion groups where they're overstated the numbers so that whoever's in charge can skim off the top the money. And the one generally had sort of that was a real nasty piece of work in Syria, but he seemed to solidify the lines, go on the defensive, and create a relatively better position for Russia. And then some other people have come in and said, oh, don't worry, we can attack. And Putin's wanting to attack. He wants that war of attrition. But it seems to me that the logical thing to do would have been a few months ago, would have been to set really good defensive positions and wait out this attack and have a different strategy. But the bad seems to rise to the top. And he seems to be making a lot of really bad decisions. So do you think he's getting he knows what's going on and is just thinking, I know better and I'm just going to overrule my generals? Or do you think the generals are just going to him and saying, you know, things are going great, we've got this all under control, we'll do this and this? And then what's going to happen when they start losing? Like already Prigozhin's put himself up and said we should stop this special operation because we're about to get our ass kicked, and if we do, it'll all be the general's fault and all the regular army's fault. So I'm going to set myself up as the logical mind here. We should stop all this now, and then when it all goes to shit in a handbasket, they're going. Sorry, excuse me. I shouldn't use the line. There's going to be a lot of finger pointing and there must be. I don't believe that all the generals in Russia are terrible, and there must be some that want to say the right thing but just too scared. It must be just like it's going to be interesting to see who. Not that there'll be any regime change, but the actual change in generals and staffing when this counteroffensive, you know, has success.
I'm not sure Yehuda caught that question in full, Aaron, but he will come back to add to my answer. I don't think Putin is getting the information he needs from the front. I think it's more likely that Putin's doubles who have visited the front have better information than Putin has. And they're not telling him either, because their only job is to look like Putin, talk like Putin, walk like Putin, somewhere in occupied Ukraine or at various events in Moscow. Yehuda will be back with us shortly. Unfortunately, he is suffering from some Twitter glitches tonight, but we need him. There's no question about that. Does that kind of answer your question, Aaron? I mean, I think it's.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he's getting the full picture of what's going on. Not that I think he would probably make the right decisions even if he was, but I think there's just so much obfuscation and people looking after their own backyard and nest that it's just a real mess when it comes to their command and control structures there. Just it seems from the outside that it's far from efficient or operating properly. But long may it continue, I guess.
Well, this is also the hallmark of Russian military command. You don't want to send bad news, up the command. You want to keep it to yourself and keep it quiet, if at all possible. And you would think that the commanders here, knowing that this is the tradition of the Russian military, would themselves understand they don't have the information they need to conduct operations in Ukraine, and they are keeping that a secret as well. David, are you actually awake? No, I don't think he is. He's a sleeping speaker, and I don't see.
No, I am. I am
you,
here.
You are very, very good.
Do you have a question?
Well, I was just going to ask you if you had seen those reports of Putin shaking up Russian command in Ukraine. So he's relieved several commanders. I'm going to look for the news story right now. It's Russian milibloggers who are reporting this. That wouldn't seem to be the timing of throwing out your commanders on the battlefield would seem to be awfully bad right now, wouldn't it, David?
Does he have any left? Like, he's going to be down. He's going to be down to his captains and majors. Surely they'll all be stepping up. Go, yes, give me a promotion. I need that extra grift I can get. He's running out. It's just very funny. I mean, but it is the Blofeld way, isn't it? If you failed me once, stroke the cat and then dispense of someone. Find someone who they think can do it. No. Yes. So anyway, if you do have it, I would like to see it.
I'll find it for you, David. Meanwhile, Cornelius, please go ahead.
Do you guys remember, at the very start of the whole thing back, I think it was mid-February 2022 or thereabouts, when Putin assembled his entire panel of bigwigs, went around the tables and said, "Do you think this will be success?" And they all had to nod their heads and say, "Yes, absolutely," with confidence. They went around the table and they got to this one guy who was twisting in his chair and doing everything he could not to make eye contact, and he didn't want to say, but he got beaten down basically. And this was on public TV across the world to demonstrate their solidarity and all the rest of it. I wonder if Putin knows that that's probably the only guy he should really trust. Whatever happened to him? Anybody know?
Don't tell me he fell out a window.
Yeah, good question. No idea. I won't say he disappeared, but I never heard or saw him again. And I didn't hear any report of the punishment that must have swiftly come to him for having breathed even a shadow of hesitation on the boss's big plan. But he was the only one in that entire marble hall who sat there and showed doubt and reluctance to say, "Yeah, I'm in support of this." I remember that was on the main news, and if he's going around and looking differently at selecting his commanders, I wonder if he's still picking yes men.
I remember that video as well as you do, Cornelius, and I think, as I recall, Putin actually tried to stare him down in the midst of that meeting, didn't he?
Oh yeah, it was full of high drama. It was you could tell this guy knew he was for the short walk off long walk off a short plank. It was bad news for him, but he had the courage to at least appear reluctant. All the others just, "Oh, absolutely, we're good to go. Let's go invade Ukraine." Not this guy. And I wonder if he squirreled him away to pull him out and dust him off and use him again, because I think that was probably the only guy that had the actual cojones to speak some truth to the boss. Anyway, just thought that somebody might be remembering, and I guess I'm not the only one. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you, Cornelius. Of course, he didn't speak truth to the boss. He just used uncomfortable body language to say this might not be such a good idea. And I do wonder where he is now. And you're right. I think any other commander in chief worth his salt, who's been failed by general after general, commander after commander, would finally look for the guy who all but spoke up in that original meeting. But David, I continue to look for this article. I hate it. I usually try to bookmark this kind of thing so I can go to it very quickly.
You've let me down, Alan. You've let me
I
down.
know I'm letting you down. I'm letting myself down, David. So, David, if you were a Russian commander preparing to go on the defensive, I mean, you've built all these flimsy fortifications around Zaporizhia and around Crimea and throughout Luhansk and Donetsk. You know that your fortifications are actually indefensible. What would you be doing? How would you plan a withdrawal? Because that's what they're going to have
I could tell you exactly what I would do. In fact, our great friend of the space, Peter, he just gave me the idea. I would line all of the Russian troops up. I would stand in front of them and I would make a big speech and say, put your weapons down. We're going to walk slowly in that direction with a big white flag. That's what I would be doing. It's the only thing to do. So anyway, but if seriously, the defences are utterly meaningless. They don't have the troops to fill them. There are so many things, right? So Yehuda gone. All right, okay. So so the thing is that the bulk of their troops are up in the northeast, right? So they're the troops are maybe a good day, 2 days away from getting to where those defences are in Melitopol or Crimea or Zaporizhia, right? But so it'll take 2-3 days, or in actual fact, as we really know, it will take a week or 2 weeks for them to decide to move those troops, but by then it's too late. They I think it was Bearded who was talking about OODA loop last night, and basically they just don't make, the Russians don't make decisions quickly enough, right? So the point of pretty much anything is, can you react more quickly than other people? And by react, what it really doesn't mean is just a random act. You see a situation, you analyze the situation, and then you react to it or respond to it, whatever you want to do, or however you want to say it, right? But their ability to do this is just incomprehensibly slow. It is as if it goes all the way over to the Duma and they debate it like politicians as what's going to happen. But that isn't warfare, is it? You need people to make these decisions quickly, and you need to be the people, the troops on the ground want to know that the people making the decisions have at least one brain cell, and there you are. So if in fact, the whole way through this, haven't they? The Ukraine has outthought the Russians, but not only outthought them, but outreacted them, outresponded, and all the other things that are incredibly important for them to be successful. Which is why, a week into the campaign, I was just going in my head, I went, no, Ukraine can win this. Because of just what I saw, what the Russians were doing, they just didn't make sense. Everything they do, nothing makes sense. And they prove that fact every day. For what day are we on now? 435 or something?
I think we're just approaching day 430 or day 432.
Okay, then there we are. And every day we've seen something that makes very little sense. And I mean, as it stands, if we just thought about if they needed to transfer those troops, they needed to get, let's just say they needed to move 30,000 troops down towards Melitopol. How would they do it? So today or yesterday, as it was for me, they had 14 fuel Bowsers were destroyed, and all the other bits and pieces for it. So they can't even supply the vehicles to make that move.
Well, they're just. I like your approach, David. It's the kind of if we can't beat them, let's join them approach, and that, of course, would require a white flag, and it would be exactly what they should do. Maybe the thinking there would be we can't defeat the Ukrainians, but maybe we could overwhelm them if we all simply surrender. I mean, how would they take care of us all?
Well, but they would do that very well, right? And here's the thing: if you were a general and you want to survive, take your army away, right? Take all 50,000 of you and surrender, right? What's Putin going to do? And then you speak to the powers that be, to the Americans, say, "Can you arm us? We'll go back into Russia and sort it out."
We have a couple of more hands here, David. Prince and ruble destroying fella. Prince, go ahead, please.
Oh, flip that around. Ruble was up before me. He had his hand up first.
Okay. Ruble, go ahead. I missed that.
No worries. Thanks, Prince. Yeah, I just have a quick little PSA and wanted to share with you guys why I'm getting excited. I know other people get nervous. Historically, when they have these blackouts, these OPSEC blackouts, like we're going into, we've seen some really good things happen. Good things have come from it. While you're in the blackout, though, what we notice is that's when, kind of some of the things that we like to talk about on the pro-Ukraine side tend to dry up a little bit. We need to kind of make some things up to talk about in a way. And then some of these pro-Russian talking points creep in and they try to, I don't know, discourage us. But whenever we've seen these long periods of time where we don't get a lot of news, Ukraine always surprises us and does something great. So I think people should, if you're a fella, keep bonking, keep donating. You can find in the nest, there's probably one of these tweets probably has a link for Toys for the Boys. You can help out the Rubige unit. Good idea. But silence is not bad. No news is kind of like good news. So I just want to throw it out there that if we're not hearing stuff, I think you should be excited by that. Because we know what's happened the last few times. There's been long blackout periods. That's all I had to say for the moment.
And I think you're completely right about that, Ruble. Very, very good comment. If we hear, these pro-Russian talking points creep into the conversation, as you say, we try to be alert, identify them, and swat them down. And I don't think that's happened here tonight yet, and I hope it doesn't. David, I found that article we were looking for, and I DM'd it to you. Prince.
Well, you're a good man. I shall read it, and then I'm going to hit my pit. But it's been a pleasure, Alan.
Okay, thank you very much,
David. I just found something though.
Oh, what have you found?
It's from an Al Jazeera article, so there is that. The United Kingdom and France, and you may have heard about this, and I'm just finding it now. But the UK and France's sports ministers have demanded that the IOC ban state-funded athletes from Belarus and Russia. So their whole thing is, if you are competing under a neutral flag, you cannot be state funded because competing under a neutral flag means you're competing not affiliated with a state. Now the
no, that's brilliant, isn't it? But it's still a hodgepodge, isn't it? They should just say they're not competing, shouldn't they? But that is wonderful, Prince. Would you DM it me, please?
I will DM that to you. But the thing is that the IOC's recommendation still allows Russia and Belarus athletes to compete as neutrals, arguing that even neutral athletes could still be funded by their respective governments. It's all a look.
Yes.
What tosh?
It's all bollocks. I think that's what we call it. It's all bollocks. And here's the thing: is it? I think it's 30%, or is it 25% are serving military officers in the Russian army. At what point? Where? So yes, we shall talk more on this, Prince. I think on line 99, as they call it.
Perhaps I have DM'd you that. It's in the Kyiv Independent. I check their news feed on a regular basis throughout the day, and it was one that was just recently added. So yeah, that it was. I just thought that it is logical. If you're competing under a neutral flag, you should not be able to take state funding.
And I would say exactly the same thing. Of course, the IOC is always going to take the opposite of that, as because we know the reason for them wanting Russia and Belarus to compete, and nothing of it makes any sense other than what we know to be the most likely thing, isn't it? They've just been bought by Putin and Russia, right? That's why they want it. And there's so they will just argue anything. It's like listening to Lavrov. But I will read it avidly, and thank you very much.
No problem. I mean, I just sent you the Kyiv one, the Kyiv Independent one, and it probably links to the Al Jazeera one. And I didn't go and read the Al Jazeera one, just the Kyiv Independent one, because I heard you signing off. So I said, wait.
And David, the news of these of this military shakeup comes from the Institute for the Study of War. So I would regard that as pretty reliable.
I just wanted to throw one thing out there real quick. Just a clarification on my earlier comments. When I was talking about Russian messaging creeping in, or some of their talking points and things, I was mainly talking about your Twitter feed, not this space. Alan, you always do a fantastic job co-hosting. I love listening when you're speaking. So just wanted to clarify that I didn't think anyone was spouting any propaganda in here tonight.
I think we're pretty good about not spouting propaganda. We don't even spout Ukrainian propaganda, frankly. But the most important kind of disinformation to be able to discern is Russian disinformation, and this is something that that Tucker Carlson was unable to do, and that's why his 3 million nightly viewers have pretty much been brainwashed at this point. But they will no longer have to subject their brains to the kind of torture that Tucker Carlson submitted them to with Russian disinformation. He might have a job waiting for him in Moscow. I think he's just the kind of correspondent who might do very, very well on Russian state television.
Absolutely, I wish him luck at what I can only assume will be RT, and I hope he enjoys looking out windows.
He shouldn't ever get close to a window. So we have lost Yehuda for the evening, it would appear, but I know others will be coming up very, very soon to lend supporting fires, as we like to say here at MriyaReport. Excuse me. But this would be a great opportunity for folks to retweet this space. There will be a lot of news to cover in the overnight hours here in North America. So retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We are the only global Twitter space broadcasting 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bringing you news from Ukraine and bringing you Ukrainian voices like Fairlane. And when I say voices, if you have not heard Fairlane sing, which she was doing this afternoon, singing Ukrainian folk songs and Ukrainian pop songs and just popular hits in Ukraine, that is a Ukrainian voice you need to become familiar with. So the other thing you need to become familiar with is why she's here. She's raising money for the Rubij Rapid Response Brigade. This is her brigade, more than 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers strong. It has a key drone reconnaissance unit. And one of the things we're raising money for are these recon drones. Try to say that 6 times fast. Reconnaissance drones secure communications, batteries, and spare parts for the drones. You can go right up in the nest and find a tweet from Verlaine and follow that tweet to PayPal and make a generous contribution. Just use the drop-down menu, Toys for the Boys, and you can use a credit card. You don't need a PayPal account to make a contribution. So I would encourage you all to do that. So David and I were talking briefly about this command shakeup that Putin apparently has undertaken just in the last few days. This is a report that is being distributed by the Institute for Study of War. It was released on April 24, so it's pretty much up to date. And this is news that comes from a Russian military blogger. And these are the changes that Putin has made. He formally dismissed commander of the Eastern Military District. This was Colonel General Rustam Muradov. This is in the Eastern District of Ukraine. Muradov was the commander when Russia was defeated handily by the Ukrainians at Vuhledar. It just lost so much military equipment and so many men. It was a military disaster for Russia at Vuhledar. The news goes on to say that General Alexander Vornikov, who supposedly commanded Russian forces in Ukraine just a year ago, was forced to retire. That's General Alexander Vornikov, no longer an active general. And Putin also forced commander of the Western Military District, Colonel General Alexander Zhiravolov, into retirement, and apparently dispensed with the services of several other commanders. And now Putin has put the Russian Airborne Forces Colonel General Mikhail Teplensky in charge of Russian operations in Ukraine. So those are some pretty big changes at an interesting time. So Anthony, and then Rubel. Anthony.
Yeah, hi, Alan. Thanks for the updates. Somebody had mentioned the meeting with Putin right before the war started, and there was one guy that looked like he was against the invasion. That was Sergei Narushkin, who is FSB head of foreign intelligence. Sergei Narushkin, and head of the SVR. He is still in office. He has not gone through any shakeups. He's still there. And he, in April, recently went to Belarus to have a meeting with Lukashenko. And I think 2 weeks ago, his wife was spotted in France, shopping at some of the fancy places. I think, given how long Narushkin's been there, I think he just happened to draw the short straw to be the cutout to just create another Kremlin narrative, perhaps. I don't know. He seems to have a lot of staying power in the Kremlin. But what do we know? What do we know? Looking this far away, there's so many mysteries as to how they spin their narratives, and I put SVR and Sergei Narushkin into Twitter, sort by date, look at the most recent things, and it looked like Narushkin was also pushing some narratives about redrawing the borders in Europe and what Polish ambitions are about changing borders, which just sounds like typical Russian propaganda. And I think this one of the reasons why Narushkin is still in power is he knows how to play these games and play off of different people. So I just don't trust that, you know, what we saw on the cameras there in the Kremlin was really his opposing the war, as opposed to just the Kremlin just wanted to make it look like they were red teaming the whole idea of invasion. Perhaps it was just part of a show. Anyway, but
Well, of course, the telecast was definitely theater. There's no
yeah,
question about that. You know, it's interesting. Narushkin, if he's essentially the military attaché going to meet Lukashenko in Belarus, that's not exactly a prominent role to play.
well, I don't know. I didn't read in depth as to why he visited Lukashenko. Technically, Belarus is another country, and he's in foreign intelligence. Maybe he had people to talk to or strengthen their intelligence ties. I don't know. But I mean, the point is, he's still there and he's still active in the Kremlin, and it doesn't appear that he fell out of any windows. So apparently, whatever he said didn't shorten his career. So again, I would imagine that the whole thing was stage managed, but that's just
Absolutely.
speculation.
So Sergei Narushkin, chief of the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, and he's been in that position since 2016. That is a very long career in Russia today under Putin.
Yeah, it's interesting. His career has been more respected by Putin than a lot of his military commanders that just got reshuffled. I think it says a lot about Putin.
Yeah, and it's also a really good question. Rubel, was that you who asked the question originally, or was it Cornelius who said, you know, why not go back to this guy who was uncomfortable with the decision to invade Ukraine?
Yeah,
That
it was
that
me.
was Cornelius. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe he's doing just that, and it could have been elaborate theater. I didn't get the sense that it was theater, but I mean, come on now, a guy as top tier as Narushkin playing on that stage could do whatever Putin told him to do, or maybe Putin did whatever Narushkin told him to do.
We'll never know. The Kremlin is a black box. Rubel, go ahead.
This isn't quite on the topic you guys are on right now. I just wanted to circle back to something Alan was saying with his appeal, you know, for donations for Toys for the Boys. You know, people in the U.S., provided they didn't get an extension, would have recently filed their taxes. They probably know how much they're getting, you know, as a return if they overpaid throughout the year. But I know everyone probably knows it, but it bears repeating that, you know, MriyaReport is a 501c3 charitable organization in the United States. What'll happen if you haven't donated to MriyaReport before, and again, when you make the donation, there's a drop down and you can choose the cause that you want it to go toward. So it's you know, all the accounting is made easy. You'll get usually within a few hours of making a donation, you're going to get an email that's going to thank you for your donation. It's going to have the tax ID for MriyaReport in it. So if you're getting a refund, you consider, you know, putting some of that toward you know, helping the Toys for the Boys initiative. Now, if you do that, the way this works, if you haven't done tax deduction for charity, is, you know, provided you're not extremely charitable and giving half of your income, you know, your normal income to charity, provided you haven't given that amount of money, what it'll do is it'll decrease your tax base that they tax you on. And so let's say your effective tax rate is 30%, as an example. If you give $100, it's really only going to cost you in the end $70, because you're not going to pay taxes on that $100, which would have been 30%, let's say. So $30 you're going to save, and you're going to feel good doing it. I recently just gave for this initiative $500. that's only going to really actually cost me, if my tax rate was 30%, it's actually higher, but that would only cost me $350 to make the $500 donation. So it's you know, it's a good thing to do. Just decrease your taxes for next year. Not a bad idea, but you do have to claim the deduction, and it's not hard to do that. That's what I wanted to contribute.
Good evening, Alan. Are you still there?
Oh, sorry. I was talking into a muted mic. I've been taking too many lessons from David Brookfield. That was a great commentary there, Rubel. And you know, the best way to contribute to the Rubige Rapid Response Brigade is to make a donation today, forget about it overnight, and then make another donation tomorrow. At that way, you can give all the support they need. Meta, I can't see the rest of your name there, Meta, but I think you're up.
Medeus.
Medeus, can you hear us? I can't hear you. So I might have some audio problems here. Prince, can you hear Medeus?
He just unmuted,
Hello,
but there we go.
hello.
Hello, Medeus.
Good morning. Yes, a donation is really important because we fought and fighting your war, you know, the Skull and Bones and KGB. I'm from other side, you know. Yes, donation is very important. Weapons, F-16, 15, 14, whatever. We need to get these KGB, FSB bitches. Sorry for this statement, yes? I'm out now and hearing, yes?
We're hearing you loud and clear.
Oh, sorry. What's up with you? Marianka?
Medaus, can you hear me?
Yes.
I think everybody has gone silent because they realized that Canada's tax department went on strike. And
Tax Department of Strike, I don't get it. Tax
yes,
Department?
our tax people, they went on strike. We won't be able to get refunds. Most other people don't have that luxury.
Ty rozmawiasz
I can't believe it. How can
polsku?
a tax department go on
Centralczyku
strike?
nie się
Doesn't seem right.
Oh, I know, they're unionized.
Говоришь по-русски? I
That's
don't
good.
get it, English
So
and
I
French.
could not hear Medeus at all, and I can hear Cornelius, and I assume Cornelius can hear me. But Prince, I haven't heard from you.
Oh, I'm here.
Prince has been talking to you. And Medeus is been talking as well. Ne govorim ruski, Medeus.
Oh, he dropped. I think he had some technical
okay.
issues.
I will silence myself.
No, it's okay, Cornelius. You were trying to help. I appreciate that. Alan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Prince, and you can hear me, right?
Yes. Hey, it sounds like we should be singing a duet.
It really does. You know, when you hear co-hosts ask one another, "Can you hear me?" You know we are having some Twitter glitches, but I think they faded into the background now.
Yeah, and it also reminds me of the old Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I remember that. So Aaron is back up. I think my problem, Prince, is I'm not hearing new speakers as they come up. I
Can you
can
hear
see
me, Alan?
Aaron cycling and his hand is up, but if he begins to speak, I don't think I can hear him. But Aaron, go ahead if you can hear me.
Okay, I can hear you, Alan. I think it's going to be very interesting in this counteroffensive. I don't know if it's just a comment, and if anyone remembers the Arab-Israeli war, and people with better history than mine could probably clarify it better, but I think it might have been Egypt was attacking and Syria was supposed to come in, or Jordan was supposed to come in and support. Might have been vice versa. They weren't friends, but they were still trying to attack Israel. And the general said, right, we need to support. We're going to do it. We're going to knock off Israel. And it might have been Jordan and Egypt or whatever. The commanders said, let them go. Let them lose a few tanks. Let them lose a few aircraft. We don't like them. And if they're weaker, it's all the better for us. So they held off and they held off and they held off. I think it was for like about 24 hours. In the meantime, Egypt got totally wiped out. And then they decided to enter the battle. And then Israel was able to basically defend itself and wipe out the whole thing. Now, with the Wagner and regular troops, they don't seem to be the best of friends. They're shooting at each other. At some stage in this counteroffensive, there's going to be guys on the front line, and they're going to say, "We need reinforcements. We need a counter-strike group to come into this area and reinforce this area." And if you've got a Wagner unit on the front lines and the regular unit is supposed to come in, I suspect you're going to see some units saying, "Oh well, let's just give it a few hours. Let's let them." Remember when they shot us up in that town? Yeah. I'm not sure we'll be supporting them to the full hilt, and that's just going to create absolute chaos in the back lines if everyone isn't in total support of each other. And who knows where the Chechens sit and all that. It looks like we haven't seen them at all for a good period of time. I'm not sure whether they're going to be jumping into the front lines to support anyone. It's just they're sort of a bit of a mystery group at the moment. But it'll be interesting to see what kind of backup and support they all get. I'll step down and hopefully Alan can come back up.
Alan is back up. Do you hear us, Alan?
I do hear everyone now. Thank you very much. So, Prince, I think Dave is on his way to CH, and I'll stick with you from speakers for a while. Prince, I wonder, have you found any more news about the resolution introduced in the U.S. House of Representatives, the Victory for Ukraine resolution?
No, I have not. I got mugged by birds while you were co-hosting without me. Yeah, and and relaxed a little bit. So, and being mugged by birds is not unusual in my household. I have 3 large parrots, so they get to mug me. They get to mug me on a regular basis. So I maintained both my eyes, even though one was very, very playful, which tends to happen this time of year, and I did not have any blood drawn. So those are all good roughhousing sessions with the birds. And good evening, Nafo Davo. How are you?
Hello. I appear to be doing okay. I am still upright and metabolizing, so things are okay that way. I have not assumed room temperature yet.
And now we have
So,
the scientist as a co-host.
sorry. I've just been doing some some reading here. Looks like a lot of different things have gone on today. Do you have a like a brief synopsis to fill me in on what we've been talking about?
I haven't been co-hosting for the last few hours. Alan has
Oh,
been. Yeah,
that would
Alan
be
has.
Alan.
Alan has been.
And look who's in the speaker.
I'll give you a quick update. Yehuda and I were talking a little bit about what Ukraine is doing militarily, and it was yesterday that Yehuda came on to confirm reports that indeed Ukraine has established a bridgehead over the Dnipro, and he feels it's maybe a brigade strong now, maybe uh, 20 kilometers deep or something like that. But what Yehuda points out is it's not easy bridging the Dnipro, and yet Russia did nothing to prevent it. That this is what surprised him primarily. That, in other words, the Russians simply appeared to make it possible for Ukraine to cross the Dnipro relatively easily. And then the question is, have they withdrawn? Where have they withdrawn to? Where did they leave mines behind and that kind of thing? And then both he and I pointed out that the daily shelling that the Russians were doing across the Dnipro into Kherson seems to have let up, if not completely disappeared. So that certainly indicates a Russian withdrawal of some kind, and the Ukrainians took advantage of it. That would be the primary news, Dave.
Well, thank you. That's a good update for me and any new listeners we have here. So, Prince, I heard you got mugged by birds. Um, these wouldn't have happened to have been big friendly birds, were they?
Well, yeah, they were. It's a macaw. There's a green-winged macaw. There is a sulfur-crested cockatoo, and there is also a Timna African gray, which isn't the African gray that most people are aware of. It's a little bit smaller, and it is still all gray, but its tail feathers aren't red. They're more of a maroon color, and its beak is a bone color instead of black. So 3 parrots, large ones.
Nice. Well, at some point I will probably be mugged by my cat, because I jumped in here without giving her her nightly treat, and so she's going to be really pissed at me at some point. So stay tuned, all listeners. You may hear me get attacked by my cat.
Yes, and I was so excited to share a piece of news that I found with people today that evidently I forgot to save it in a place where I would be able to find it really fast, which is sort of cracking me up. But the thing is that I know that I sent it to you, Dave, so you may have it handy. And I know where I found it, so I will be able to find it again. It might just, oh, nope, see, I already found it. So, do we want to talk about diseases in the occupied areas? Because diseases in the occupied areas is a rather strange yet interesting at times subject. And I think this one is sort of serves you right kind of instance.
Yes, I believe I know what you're talking about. Something about a little bacterium called Bacillus anthracis. Of course, everybody knows what
Anthrax.
Bacillus. Yes, anthrax. Bacillus anthracis. This little nifty bacteria that does this wonderful thing in that it forms spores, much like mold. So when it goes into the spore stage, it produces this really, really tough outer shell. and just kind of sits back and waits for the optimum conditions to start growing again. So that's one of the really dangerous things about anthrax is it can last for years, and in fact, this is the main reason people are really concerned about permafrost melting because something like anthracis in there could last for thousands or hundreds of thousands of years and still be viable because these things are just that tough. So imagine, if you will, that and anthrax is it's a common infection in livestock. So I'm not exactly sure how many years ago, but it's pretty recently. Herd of cows got anthrax in Melitopol, I believe it was. Is that the town? Yes, Melitopol. So these cows got infected with anthrax. Because the Ukrainians are smart, they realized that they need to kill this whole herd and bury it very deeply to contain the spores that were obviously on the cows. So as as Russia, as one does when you're in occupied territory, Russia was digging trenches. And the Russians came and dug through this burial pit of infected cows. Um, and you can imagine what would happen if you went through and these anthrax spores are only a few years old, so they're just peachy sitting down there. The Russians got there. Two, as far as we know, two of them got very sick and were taken to quarantine to a undisclosed location because they, as soon as they figured out they were sick, they got them out of the hospital because they could easily pass it on to any of the other patients. And the rest of the unit is in quarantine, and we have not heard if any more of them have gotten sick. Um, Given that anthrax is pretty contagious, I would be surprised if there was only the two, unless they were the only two that were digging. Um, but that's you know, I found it humorous because well, this is the same army that thought it was smart to dig trenches around Chernobyl, dig up all that radioactive dust that had been, was nice and safe in the ground, not bothering anybody. So they decide to dig it up and put it in dust clouds, and so everybody can inhale it, and we get all sorts of lovely cancers forming in 20 years. Um, yeah, these are that same people, and so um, this is so the mayor. This was reported by the mayor of Melitopol, Ivan Fedorov, and he said that his quote, "Even Ukrainian land is pushing the occupiers back. This will definitely not be a happy ending for them." So not only they're Ukrainians, but their land is trying to get rid of the Russians.
So I actually have a couple of questions about this. Anthrax is rather contagious from what I'm gathering, which is why those two that were for sure sick were moved to an undisclosed location, which may be 6 feet underground, as quickly as possible. And the others are in quarantine. But if you do not have the right kind of quarantine facilities, and even in that quarantine, if one of those people gets sick, how easy is it to spread to the other people in quarantine with them, assuming that they're with, or any of the people taking care of them? How hard is it for it to spread?
Well, being a bacteria, it's not really airborne. It's mostly transmitted through contact. So you'd have to have pretty close contact with somebody that's infected. But if you do, it doesn't take very much of it. That's the thing. It's you're safe as long as you take the right precautions. Protect yourself from touch and sterilize, and you don't have to really worry about being coughed on because it's not airborne. But you have to worry about spit and bodily fluids and these kind of things. So I would guess that probably the hospital and the people that were taking care of them are okay, except maybe the initial contact that did not realize they were infected yet. Those would be the ones I would watch.
Okay, and that's of course assuming that they're in a decent hospital, and we've seen what Russians have done to some of the hospitals and how lacking for equipment and things that some of them are in the occupied areas. So I'm sure they're doing what they can, but it may not be the level of quarantine and protective equipment that is available in Western countries. It's just a possibility. I'm throwing it out there because that's how I am. And then my other question is, how hard is it to treat? Is it an antibiotic treatment, and can it be like if you've been exposed to it, can it be head off with an antibiotic or something like that?
It can be treated by antibiotics, and so if you're caught, the main thing it can cause it causes sepsis pretty quickly. Um, so if you get the antibiotics in their system within a day, usually there's no problem, and it's not really resistant to antibiotics. So because it's not well, I should actually qualify that. It depends on how many antibiotics have been used in the cattle herds in the area that it's in. So it can pick up resistance. That's usually the way it does, is because it tends to infect cows, and a lot of people use antibiotics in vast amounts in cattle herds, and so that can cause resistance. But there's only a few antibiotics that are used for cattle. You can avoid those um, quite easily in the hospital.
So no ivermectin then. I'm just kidding. That was a
Yeah, no
joke.
ivermectin.
That was a bad joke. That was a really, really bad joke. Sorry. So yeah, I guess those were the only two questions. But it goes, this didn't necessarily have to do with a poor condition that people were living in. This was stupidity on the idea of digging trenches through a grave of cattle, um, which can be likened, like you said, to digging trenches in Chernobyl. Um, but we've also heard of other medical problems that have arisen in different cities in like Mariupol, and problems with the water supplies not being cleaned, and having diseases break out that aren't really things that tend to break out much anymore, because we have clean water and we have medication freely and readily available. But we're seeing that in other locations that isn't always the case, and I don't know why I always think of it, but I always think of the cholera that came up last year in Mariupol, and other things such as that. Um, anyway, so it's always interesting because I know you have the scientific mind that works in the medical field. So when something like this comes up, it's always, somebody actually sent this to me within the last hour and said, "Has this been talked about today?" And And I was like, I've been waiting for that because NAFO Davo's coming on. And this is a subject that I wanted to save especially for you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate any time I get to use my infectious microbiology knowledge, which has lied dormant in the back of my brain for about 30 years, because I mostly do molecular biology now. But I still have a soft spot in my heart for bacteria that can kill you.
You're such a bright and shiny boy.
Well, it just, as people, when people think of things that are dangerous, they generally think of, sharks, but of course we know that hippos are more dangerous than sharks. Or they think of, of course, war is something that kills a lot of people, as we're finding out Ukraine. But the thing in history that is the most deadliest thing are bacteria. Um, Black Plague, and those kind of things. Malaria. Um, the bacteria are the most deadly things on the planet.
Yeah, they are.
So even more deadly than Russia. Which was there was an interview that I read a bit of, and I'm reading a little bit more of. Let me find the correct tab. Yeah, the Colonel General Alexander Syrskyi. Is that how you say it? When you have a SKYI? See, in science it would be Syrskyi, but I don't know if that's what it is in Ukrainian. So
Yeah,
if
I'm
anybody
not
knows how to
quite sure
pronounce
about
it,
that.
any of our
Not
listeners
quite.
out there?
I don't know for sure. Is that the one that Chris Owicki did an article, did his thread on?
Yes, I believe so. He's the Colonel General of the commander of the. He's a commander of the Ukrainian ground forces. He did an interview with Interfax Ukraine on, and one of the things he talked about was Bakhmut. Is
Yeah.
that the interview?
Yeah,
Have you had a chance to look at that?
I haven't read the interview. I skimmed through the Chris Owicki thread. So yeah, I believe he recently actually went to visit the front line around Bakhmut. And yeah, is that what you were seeing too?
Yes, and he talked about some nifty little apps that they're using on their phones to coordinate all sorts of things. And he talked about what we have been talking about on this space for months, about probably since Bakhmut first became a thing, is that he says that they're using this to fix the Russian troops. He says it's important not only for the enemy, it's important for Ukraine, because they can hold the enemy and in one position and keep them from expanding their front line. Oh, and mention Bakhmut, and hands come up. I didn't see who was first here, so we'll have to have a rock, paper, scissors or something.
Nat was first.
I was just going to correct you on the pronunciation. Since
Good.
you
I
asked for
do
that.
not know how.
But I can't find the article. I can't find the writing. So, but when you have SKYJ like Zelensky, it's SK. Like you could spell his name SKYJ. That J is just like a, like a almost emphasizing that a. So if it was Sikersky or Sirisky, yeah, it would be K. So that's
Okay, so an I, it's not a J, it's an I on the very end. It's like SKYI.
Oh, that's odd. But
Yeah.
usually, like it's very common to have that kind of ending, and it could be a type. I don't know. That's weird, but it's not. I'd have to see it, but it's not that common. Or it'd be good to see if it's an original article in Ukrainian. Then it's easy to.
Yeah, this one I've got. This is translated. Let me translate it back to Ukrainian.
I don't know where that article is. I can't even find Chris Wiki. I don't know which handle it is, which one it is. Like, because there's many Chris Wikis.
I'll put the thread up into the nest, and there's a link to the article.
Okay.
That you can find. Hang on.
Anyway, that's all I was adding. I don't have anything else to comment about the status of Bakhmut or questions about Bakhmut. So I'll step down.
Okay. Well, you could welcome to stay up, and if you have any, I'm sure I'm going to have some more pronunciation questions. I really need to. I've been learning German in Duolingo for several years, and so I'm kind of invested in that. But I need to start learning Ukrainian. I see.
Well, the enthusiasm is appreciated.
Oh well, thank you. We do try to liven things up here on the NAFO night shift, because as many of you know, all the Europeans are asleep, and a lot of the Americans are getting that way.
Yeah, and we over here on the West Coast are just going, okay, people, come talk to us. Nat, are you on the West Coast or?
I'm on the East Coast.
So you're just staying up late.
Yeah.
Good and fun for you. And are you Ukrainian? I can't remember.
My background, my heritage is Ukrainian.
Good deal. Good deal. I understand how that goes. Oh, look, we got people coming up. People coming up to ask, to talk. That's always a good thing.
Yeah. Well, if we drone on, it was really inane topics and things, people just jump right up here and want to correct us because, that's one of the strongest instincts a human has, is to correct something that's wrong. So we sit up here, spout stuff that's wrong, and people jump up and correct
Can you
us
hear me?
like, nobody's business.
Hello? Oh,
Aaron,
sorry.
Aaron,
Yeah,
hello,
my
Aaron.
stepdad's Polish, and his name's Warszawski, SKI, so it's ski. If it's SKI, he might have Polish heritage, and it'd be a ski, SKI. And whenever I do quotes, I get people's names, and as soon as I hear the SK where they spell it SKI at the end, I go, "Are you Polish?" And they go, "Yep." I go, "Okay, that makes sense." So if the spelling is correct, I'd assume that he has some Polish heritage. Thanks.
Well, both the translations I've seen, I've looked at just another translation. It also spells it as SYRSKYI. So the end is a Y and an I, and that's what's throwing me off. Because if it was just a Y, I know, and if it was just an I, then I would know. But it's both. And Nick, do you have an answer to this? Hello, Nick.
Sorry. No, I don't have an answer to that, other than the fact that I'm on the West Coast now, but I grew up south of Cleveland, and
in older cities in the United States, there was always neighborhoods like Parma and Parma Heights. That was very much a Polish neighborhood. And, then there was like Little Italy and, the Germantown. Everybody had their own area. But a lot of the times, the way the spellings came about were, especially like grandparents or great grandparents who came through Ellis Island, that they just got whatever they got. And who knows, maybe their English wasn't that good, or the people writing down their names at Ellis Island were tired. And so it's like, okay, from now on, this is your name, whether it's your name or not. So whatever's close, that's close enough.
Yes, I am. I am very much aware of that. My last name is not a very common one, and it gets spelled all sorts of different ways. Nat, go ahead.
Yes, I agree with the last speaker, Nick. And it just depends how you were documented when your ancestors came. And you were documented in English a lot of the times. So, but yeah, I have seen a pattern where the SKI, just SKI, I guess, yeah, after they kind of got the hang of it, I think you would see it more in Polish, but then I know some Ukrainians that have SKI as well. So it just kind of depends how you were documented. But with respect to the Sierski, the article, yeah, I would just say Sierski. Sierski, same as the ending. And this was the general, I guess. Yeah, Alexander Sierski. So even though the spelling is a little weird, but I don't think you wouldn't say Sierski. You wouldn't say that. It would just be Sierski. That's my take. And I'll step down.
Yeah, thank you, Sierski. Because that's whenever in bacteria, it's common in bacterial naming to have this I stuck on the end of it. And in which case it'd be a Sierski I, if you just have this lone I on the end. But I don't think he's a bacteria, so I shouldn't call him that. But that's just my tendency. In fact, I have a bacteria that I isolated, and it is named after me. It's a spirochete, Spirocheta gillespii. Anyway,
That is one claim to fame, man.
hey, it's so it was isolated from the Gulf, from the water of the Gulf Coast, and it bioluminesces. So that's how we went down to the Gulf Coast, got a water sample, and then we isolated any kind of bioluminescent bacteria that we could find in it. And I found one that hadn't been discovered before, so I'm famous.
That I am impressed. I really am. I truly am. I'm not joking. But it was sort of that is it is something to be able to tease you about at the same time. That's our Dave. He has a bacteria named after him.
Hey, okay, anybody else out there in the space? I bet I'm the only person in the space that has a bacteria named after him.
I bet you are too. You are too. Nat, did you want to say something else? Is your hand still up? Nat, I think might have dropped and not or not refreshed right. Hello, Michael. How are you this evening?
Hi, everyone. This is a fascinating conversation. I came in late because I was talking to my elderly parents, as I do every evening. I'm an only child, so I had to break away and miss a lot of the conversation. My last name is Via, so I have a satellite, right? I have a lot of things with my last name attached to them just because of the name. I'm trying to be silly here, but it's good to be on the space. I was wondering what the serious conversation was before you guys were talking about all that. If you could remind me, please, I'd appreciate it.
We were talking about, we got to talking about bacteria and things such as that, because in occupied Melitopol, in the process of digging trenches, the Russian military dug through a old grave of a bunch of cattle and acquired anthrax. And so that's sort of how we got onto the buggies. And then we were talking about an interview that was done with Alexander Siersky. And Dave was talking about that a little bit, and he toured the front line recently, especially about around Bakhmut. And the Chris Owicki did a thread on him a little earlier today, and that is up in the nest also. So that was sort of where we've gone already this evening. And I see, is that good for you, Michael?
Yes, thank you. Now I love military history. I'm a student of it, but I'm not an expert. I can't quote a lot of things. I can generalize, but I bet what I'm about to say you will localize on and be able to sort of opine on it. If you go back to the Revolutionary War in the United States, the forces under the command of General George Washington, they learned over time about the diseases on the battlefield, things like the trenches that they were cutting. Well, they weren't doing it initially, but where they would go to urinate and to defecate, it was polluting where they were camped out. And I forget all the details, but it's quite elaborate what they developed back in the 1700s about separating and standardizing how troops could dispose of the dead, dispose of their own waste to keep it from polluting where they were encamped. And relative to the running waters where they source water for their cooking and drinking needs, it's a fascinating story. It's a scientific story. And then I remember living in the UK for 10 years, traveling to the old city of York, and where the York Minster, the York Cathedral, and all of that. It's a walled city surrounded by a wall, an original wall around the city that they used to defend themselves. But there's a church there, and I forget the name of the church. But in the church grounds are burial plots for people that were buried there from, I guess it was the bubonic plague. And I think it's still it's ongoing to this day, where well, when I was there in the 90s, they were, how do you say it, exhuming the bodies or excavating the bodies very carefully. And if you were a tourist in the city, it was totally walled off. And these people were in hazmat suits because this plague virus in these bodies that had been buried there were the virus apparently was still active in the deceased and in the cadavers, but they wanted to study them. But what a careful and very pragmatic and methodical way they were going about it. It was so amazing how careful they were being, because apparently they were trying to keep from unleashing this virus again while studying these bodies. So all of
Um,
this has to do with battlefield
I'd,
medicine.
I'd have to jump in here. Plague is caused by Yersinia pestis, which is a bacteria. So it's not a virus, but it's still, it's that's the only difference here. So just point of order. You can go ahead.
No, I mean I'm not the expert. You are, but you would definitely know what I'm speaking about. The cost on the battlefield of not like the Russians leaving behind these bodies and the rainfall, and I would like to know your opinion on what the potential outcome would be from the Russians leaving behind their dead, the Ukrainians maybe not having the resources to collect all of these bodies, and what that does to the farmland, the drinking water, and all of that. Could you opine on that?
Yes, I can. We have talked about this several times over the past year, because this comes up again and again um, when Ukrainians take back Russian occupied areas. They're trash heaps. They have there's lots of reports where they just pooped all over in the house. They didn't even use the toilet or anything. They just wherever, and didn't bury it. They didn't have any real localized latrine. They have dead bodies just lying around, and that's just a breeding ground for bacteria that is going to cause a lot of morbidity and mortality in the Russian army. And I've seen some reports of the from the occupied areas. The hospitals there treat infections and chronic illnesses much more than they treat trauma or battlefield wounds. So there, yeah, and antibiotic shortages is a really big thing in the Donetsk. I don't know about the other occupied regions, but I would assume them also, um, because as far as I know, Russia does not have a very robust antibiotics production industry in and of itself. I think a lot of those were imported, and I'm not sure if they are being affected by sanctions or not. But yes, it's causing, and these are casualties that will not show up on the daily report. That the numbers that Mockers reads at least on my time zone, it's at midnight. Usually when she pops up, it's early morning in England and Europe. Those numbers do not contain all of these extracurricular deaths, if you will. These people that are dying from, I'm sure that staph infections are rampant. That there's this anthrax, that probably a lot of Haemophilus influenza, probably a lot of Pseudomonas infections. All these are all and of course gangrene, which is caused by a Clostridium. So gangrene is a big issue, of course, with injury. You get injured and they think you're okay, but of course the gangrene sets in, and then they have to chop your leg off a week later. We don't see any of those reports, and but I imagine they are quite high by modern standards.
So if you were on the Ukrainian side, if you're part of the Ukrainian general staff advising them, what is your sense of when you're preparing these brigades to go back and retake previously illegally occupied areas by the Russians, battlefield areas, with all this stuff going on there? How would you advise, and what kind of team would you put together, and would it require putting someone in each unit to go forward with these units, these Ukrainian units, as they retake this territory, to advise them or to brief them, not necessarily go out in the field with them as they go retake these areas, but how would you formulate a plan to help protect the Ukrainians as they try to retake their territory, knowing that this is going on?
I
Well,
actually,
go ahead,
sorry.
Prince.
No, I actually think that they have a somewhat of a plan. I know that they have been going um, area to area as they have been um, liberating the territories that have been previously occupied. And there have been instances, and we've talked to somebody who has worked to help exhume a mass grave. And so the Ukrainians have this awareness and they have this skill that they're working on the mass graves. And so I'm sure, as they're going through um, those territories, cleaning things up as good as they can. I've heard reports in the past of large refrigerator railroad cars, I believe, that they had been working to send back to Russia. So they're trying to return the dead. Um, it hasn't been as easy as you would think in some cases, is what I'm recalling. But in the process of trying to recover all of their people who are missing, they're also running across Russians. You know that they are, and with the reports that we've heard, that I have heard in the past, and I recall hearing last year of things like cholera and things like this getting into the water supply, specifically in MriyaReport. You know, and I heard about that from a Ukrainian source, not from a Russian source, and so it tells me that the Ukrainians are very aware of all of this and are doing everything that they can to mitigate it. And I think that having those specific teams that are going into the area after the military to address this kind of thing is probably how is the best way to deal with it. People who are trained to deal with these things specifically. That would be that would be my guess. If I had the task of doing that, I would send my military through as quickly as I could, and then a biohazard kind of cleanup team afterwards.
That's the main thing, is just educating the soldiers because none of this stuff is really contagious. It's not like it's floating around in the air. They don't, they just need to not touch anything. So, just general rule: if there's a dead body, leave it alone. Don't drink any water, especially standing water. Don't get in any standing water. Don't step in piles of poop. Don't go all monkey and start throwing poop. Um, yeah, it's not it's well it's it the main concern is when you have a lot of men in close quarters, um, and you're in that close quarters for several days or weeks. If you're just passing through, there's not a lot of danger from this stuff, unless you sit down and play in it, basically. Um, and I think Robin and then Skykiss. If does that answer your question, Mike?
Yes, it does. I was kind of more concerned about whether there was an airborne threat, but it sounds like it's more if you get it on you, you need to get it off you. But the best approach is to brief the soldiers not to get it on you, and if you do, get it off you, and don't dwell in an area where where maybe some Russians. There are lots of cases where they're taking over trenches previously occupied, and some of the Russian soldiers have been, they had grenades dropped on them from above or whatever. There are dead bodies around. Just don't linger in it. Keep moving. Keep clean, and be educated about it. So it sounds like certainly the Ukrainians are at the upper percentile as far as intellectually speaking. They're surely, as you say, they're aware of this. They're briefing their brigades and their commanders and their troops on this stuff. So it's good to know that it's not something airborne, that it's something just about avoiding and keep moving. Thank you.
Yeah, and I should add that going all the way back to World War I, the common practice is to use lime soda to kind of contain any contamination. So you have these dead bodies in the trenches. They may not have time to bury them, but they can cover them up with this lime soda that will encapsulate the bacteria, keep it in there, and kill whatever comes in contact with the lime. That's kind of a quick fix until the biohazard team can come through and clean them up and bury them and properly. So, Robin, you have something to add to this or a new topic?
Actually, first of all, can I have a mic check?
Yes, you can.
There are no mic. Actually, there is a
There is a
Michael
mic.
here in the speaker. There is a Michael, so we do have a mic check right now.
We moved.
You're loud and clear. Fine, fine.
Thank you. We moved our Wi-Fi around because I used to have trouble connecting where I happen to be where I am right now, but I guess it's all right. Good. First of all, Nefo Devo, I wanted to say welcome. I don't think I've ever spoken to you before. You guys have been doing a really great job, and it's always nice to have new co-hosts to give different perspectives. Do we have any more appetite for the pronunciation discussion from a while ago?
Oh, I do. I would love to. I'm all about pronouncing things correctly.
All right, good. So, well, this very quickly, and I with several caveats. First of all, I'm a relatively new Ukrainian learner, so I wish we had an actual Ukrainian up here, but I will do my best. The other thing is, in terms of the I on the end of words that you mentioned, scientific nomenclature is all comes from Latin, so that I on the end is unrelated to anything that you're talking about at the ends of Slavic names. Also, when you get a J on the end of a name, that usually means that it's Romanized in coming through German. We were talking, I think we were confusing two things. One was the pronunciation, and the other was different conventions of Romanization. I will admit to having been a librarian, a cataloger for many years, and have worked with non-Roman scripts, so I've presenting the same letters. It's just Germans will Romanize a Y sound with a J, obviously, whereas we'll misread that as English speakers. Find an actual honest to God Ukrainian, ask them to pronounce it a few times for you so you can hear it more clearly. But that's my understanding of the issue. Thank you, folks, and good work again, and Slava Ukraini.
Yeah, and I'm gonna pipe
Heron
in real
Slava.
quick here. Yeah, I'm gonna pipe up here real quick because I believe we have a native speaker now. Am I correct in that, Lita?
Hi. Well, I'm
Hi.
a bilingual speaker. I grew up speaking Ukrainian in my family here in North America. So what Robin just said is correct about the last two letters in a lot of the surnames, which is the I. But it doesn't have to be pronounced in that sort of is, which is a pronunciation. And maybe people in central Ukraine have picked that up over the decades, but people in Western Ukraine won't say it that way. And a lot of the diaspora would say
it like I, like in the word hip. So that last letter has a y sound. It's called in Ukrainian, the letter. So it would just give you that sort of a at the end. Zelensky, Zelensky. So it's not Zelensky. That would be the I with a dot on it if the pronunciation were more like a E. But then in English, when you see it spelled with a Y or a double Y in some of the transliterations, everybody sort of pronounces it like Zelensky. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you. We always appreciate the native speakers. Skykiss has been waiting patiently.
Oh, NAFO Dave, and I've just been really enwrapped with this conversation. I mean, permaculture, biohazards, microbiology, language, pronunciation, getting things correctly. I really like all of that. So, yeah, my mom was a microbiologist. In her day, it was all on the job training, and she was able to train other people. And she was very, very smart. So, no name on a microscope, but she was the first person in our state to use the electron microscope, which I thought was really cool, you know, when she told me that. And I go, you know what that is? I said, yeah. She had no idea I was, you know, reading a bit of science, maybe not as much as she was, but yeah, Dave, this has been really interesting what you've shared about what your opinion is or your knowledge on what the Ukrainian soldiers are being advised and people generally in those areas where they might find dead bodies, either their own or Russians. And because I've been concerned, I have been concerned. I knew that they had to have something in place because, as we said, they're very bright people. And by and large, they probably got really smart farmers too. You know, just they're not doofuses, so they're very bright. I wanted to something that Prince was saying. Oh goodness, I've just about forgotten it. But I think we need to examine these, you know, these topics every once in a while because a number of things are going on. We've got the weather, we're waiting for the weather to improve, to become drier, and that should help a lot of things. I didn't know about the trenches that the Russians dug near the anthrax. That's crazy. That was a wild story. I had not heard that yet. So yeah, I'll remember what it is that I wanted to ask Prince. When I remember it, I'll raise my hand again. Thank you. But this has been really fascinating, and the questions have been good. And thank you, Michael, for your questions because that brought forth some information from Dave that I didn't know. And sometimes it's just a matter of formulating a question, and it's always good to hear from a native speaker who's of Ukrainian descent, and always great to get correct pronunciations on things because that I listen when I hear Ukrainians speaking their own language, especially Ukrainians who are there in country, like for Elaine, because when you listen carefully, you learn how to pronounce these things. It may take a few hearings, though. All right, thank you.
I was so proud of myself last night because I thought I pronounced Ukashala Znitsia okay for the first time ever, and I've been trying that one for months. And, as somebody who has a very difficult last name for most Americans, I get it. I get it. And our last name has been Americanized because nobody is going to appropriately say Medjeshi over and over and over again. It's a Hungarian last name. And I won't tell you what it really is, or how it's spelled, but it ends with SI. And I get some. I have gotten some very, very interesting things over the years. I was I had the nickname of Magazine growing up. Not that I liked it. It was a bullying kind of teasing kind of nickname that would that people would call me. But so I understand what it's like to have a name that's a little bit difficult to understand and a little bit difficult to pronounce, and all of that, and yeah. So it's interesting. I feel bad. I know it's something that I do not excel at, and it's something I'm good at. Other than the fact that I knew how to spell my last name before I could really even talk, I guess I knew my alphabet. Um, I couldn't say many words, but I knew my alphabet enough to have heard my mother repeat how to spell our last name so much that all of a sudden I just started randomly spelling our last name very slowly as if she was telling somebody how to spell it. Anyway, it was one of the first things I said. Crazy stuff. Um, and I appreciate it. Lita messages me now and then and has helped me out with some really good and helpful resources, and she has actually helped me with some translation of some videos. You remember, Dave, we were talking about the young man who was being taken to the conscription office. She helped to narrow down what was being said on that video before I got it thrown through an auto translator, and I found a version of it through an auto translator, and so it was. She's a great person. I don't see you come up to speak very often, so it's good to see you up here.
Thank you. Did the auto translator work out okay?
Yeah, it did. I found it in another feed of somebody else who had shared it. So the video translator worked out okay.
Okay.
So, yeah.
That was a horrible situation with that young man. And I think, as I wrote to you in the message, you can't go by the facial expression of the person, the mom, and people were speculating about what she was doing, whether she was agreeing to take him in for conscription or what, but she was just bravely trying to hold a straight face, and not reveal her discontent with what they were trying to do with him.
That was a very interesting part of it because we don't realize that they've trained themselves to not react with their face because of those kinds of things, and it was something that I hadn't even thought of that you pointed out, which I really, really appreciated. I think Dave was about to say something and I cut him off. I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask what I haven't seen the translation of that video. What was being said?
The mother was saying that, well, they described before the mother spoke that the young man had several health issues, including, I think it was cerebral palsy. Is that right, Prince? And that also that he basically had no understanding of what was going on around him most of the time. And that's how they described it in kind of lay terms. And then when she spoke, she said that she needed to just bring him in to the whatever they call those stations, the conscription locations, to just show them so they could see for themselves what a mistake they were trying to make there. And again, I think she was just barely trying to suppress her anger.
One of the things that it also, I think, pointed out in the video translation that I was able to find was they were also saying that in order for him to be able to continue his therapies, um, he had to also be relieved from being able to do from his ability to be able to serve in the military. It's and I'm like, medical records, you know, this guy would have had medical records going back to the time he was born.
For sure.
Yeah, well, it's not. I That's not unique to Russia. Our son was born with severe disabilities, and every few years we have to demonstrate to the government that yes, he's still disabled. There has not been a miracle cure. Um, so I think it's just a function of government in general that you got to cross your I's and dot your T's, and they don't care, if what the actual implication is, or they just got to make sure they follow all of the rules.
They
So,
don't make you take him in though.
um,
So they
yes, actually, we have a nurse, and so there's
um,
a nurse that comes to our house to make sure that he still requires the nursing care that he gets.
okay, yeah, for the nursing care. Yeah. That I get now. I get where you're going with that. I was thinking you were talking about like and I guess yeah. Okay, I see the difference there. I was thinking about benefits and things like that. For benefits, they don't usually make you reprove it in person like that, at least
Oh,
in the United States.
they are the nursing. Can you hear me? You hear me? Okay.
Yes, I
Okay.
can. Yeah, I can. And then you dropped out. Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can anybody hear Dave? Yeah, Dave crashed. Um, I love to talk to Dave about this medical kind of stuff because he has so much knowledge on it. And I found another thing that I'll share when he comes back. Um, but I'll relate sort of a story that people may remember. If you don't, this may jog your memory. We've had Roman, the firefighter from Kharkiv, on the space several times. He drops in and things such as that. And we got to know him from watching a documentary. And we were able to just uh, just uh, just really make friends with him. Ryan has spends time with him when he's in Kharkiv and all kinds of stuff. Anyway, Roman is actually in Chicago right now, or he might have been. He's in the United States. He might not be in Chicago anymore. Anyway, after Kharkiv was liberated, um, the guys in his fire station there were tasked with going and helping at a mass grave, and he didn't share gross and gory uh, pictures, but he did share some pictures of how they were set up and of the gear that they were wearing and things such as that while they were exhuming the mass graves. And he came on and talked to us while he was doing that at one point, and you could just hear in his voice the impact that it had, and which also, you know, for how he's talking about it now, you know, or how he is now, just seeing that they're helping, I think, with some mental health services along the way too that we might not be aware of. But it was, yeah. So all of that to say that I think that they're dealing with it in a very appropriate way as far as that's concerned. And just, I'll give you real quick a story that I read the other day that I dug back up just so that I could share it because we were talking about it. Since the beginning of the full-scale invasion and until April 20th of this year, a little less than 1,000 of bodies of our fallen defenders were found by our military search group, so 500 people. The search teams for the Commissioner for Missing Persons made more than 50 trips to the deoccupied territories of Ukraine, as a result of which more than 1,000 bodies or the remains and belongings of documented and documents of dead or deceased were exhumed. So more than 1,000 people have been exhumed, and plus the 500 or so military people that they have found along the way. So they're making an effort to find and recover these people who are missing or unaccounted for, and they're finding them in several cases in situations like this. So just so because we were sort of talking about that in the what they would be equipping themselves with in order to keep themselves safe in those situations. I thought I would mention those couple of things too. Go ahead, Michael. Michael, go ahead.
I am not hearing Michael.
I am not hearing Michael either. Michael, I think you're having some issues. And so if you want to drop down and come back up, we'll let you right back up. Thank you. And I see Nat, you have your hand up now. Go ahead.
I have a story that's an uplifting one, different topic than exhumed bodies.
Hey, we can't have any uplifting stories here. Go ahead, I'm joking.
I'm not sure if people saw this post or news of a Brazilian soccer club or football club. They changed their name to, at least temporarily, to honor MriyaReport Football Club. So it's in the Paraná state of Brazil, the third division Batel Athletic Club, I guess, have renamed their club temporarily in honor of the ex-Ukrainian League club FC Mariupol that folded last year due to Russia's war and occupation of the city. So you have a photo. I'm looking at a photo of a team of Brazilian players. I'm not sure where in Brazil exactly, Paraná State, that have like they're posting that they're temporarily renamed their club to Mariupol Lives. and I actually followed them on Instagram, their football club, and yeah, it was beautiful to see it. Or the handle is FC Mariupol Lives. So it's just nice to see support from Brazil, and it's heartwarming.
It is. It's. I think. Well, it's a common theme that sport can unite all sorts of different people, and this just shows again that sports can do that. One. Have you seen there's a documentary um, put out by ESPN about the American Football League in Ukraine called "Who If Not Us." Um, if you haven't seen that, I believe it's still on YouTube, and it's a really good documentary about how the American football players of Ukraine have put aside playing and gone to war to fight, and then they got a whole bunch of support from the NFL and from the American Football League, and got to come over to America to I believe it was a Super Bowl, wasn't it? Prince, do
Yeah,
you know
they
what I'm
were.
talking about?
Yes. Oh, yeah. No, I just put a tweet up in the nest with a link to that documentary. Um, it's a very good documentary. Um, it, yeah, and it was by NFL 360, and we had a couple of the producers from the documentary on the show right around the time of the Super Bowl, and it was really good. And they did have some of the players, a few of the players who are soldiers now. They did bring them over, and they were able to attend the Super Bowl. And they did a lot of meetings and publicity kind of things while they were here. Um, and yeah, so and the other thing that they did was, Nat, can you mute your mic, please? Um, the other thing that they did was in the documentary, they sent the families of a couple of the soldiers to Germany to watch a NFL football game there in Germany. And the families just absolutely loved it and adored it. And it meant a whole lot to them. So it's a very, very good documentary, and I recommend everybody watch it. And if you have already watched it, watch it again because it's good, and it's worth it's worth watching a couple of times. Um, it it shows the truth, but it's not gory, and it shows hard stuff, but it shows the good stuff, and it really shows how Ukraine is fighting for their country, and that is what matters the most. And speaking of Ukrainians fighting for their countries, I think I'll take a minute here to remind you about the fundraiser that we have going right now for the Rabiz unit. Um, and we've been having for Lane. She's been coming on the space on a pretty regular basis, and bringing one of the guys with her sometimes to join to talk about what they're doing, and just so that we can get to know them a little bit, so that we can have a little bit of a feeling for who they are. And it's been absolutely wonderful. Yesterday, she brought on a operator, and he was just absolutely fabulous. He said he didn't speak English well, but I didn't believe him by the end of the interview, because even when he didn't understand something that he wanted to say or how to say it in English, Verlaine was right there to direct him how to do it, and he insisted on trying. He did a very good job, and but it was a lot of fun to listen to him and to talk to him, get input from him. And so I just moved it to the front of the nest now. There is a tweet there that is from Verlaine that helps you to understand and meet a few of the people of the Reviz unit and the things that they are doing for Ukraine, so that we can help them out as they're getting ready for this coming offensive. And after you've done that, or before you do that, go ahead and retweet the space, tweet the space, get the word out there, let people know that we're here talking to you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, trying to keep you informed on what's going on in Ukraine. And our subjects vary, and it just is the way it is. I mean, today we were talking about anthrax and bacteria. So it's very, very good that you've joined us, and we appreciate it. And and so and I also was gonna just say real quick that Brazilian team, I read about that, and I think that especially in Brazil is a good indication that we shouldn't always look to the government for how the country feels about the support for Ukraine, because we see instances like this in Brazil, where this team very publicly has gone and shown their support for Ukraine, and they're showing their wholehearted support for Ukraine. And we see another instance that sort of made me giggle today was the Russian tennis player who was trying to board a flight in, I believe, Cairo. She was trying to board a Polish Airlines, and she was refused a seat on that plane because she held a Russian passport. So she was not allowed to get on her flight, and she had to spend the night in the airport. And evidently for her, that was a bit traumatic. And yeah, so it was just a little bit too much for her. But I don't feel sad for her. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And that led me earlier to talking with David Brookfield a little bit about the IOC, and how the IOC has been putting off making any kind of decision about the Olympics and the Russian and the Belarusian athletes competing in. In just a little while ago, I found an article that was the UK and French. It was in the Kiev Independent. Yes, here it is. The UK and French have sports ministers have demanded that the International Olympic Committee ban state-funded athletes from Russia and Belarus they asked for that today. So basically, they're contending that if you're going to come to something like an Olympics and compete under a neutral flag, you should not be able to compete using any state funding. If you're competing under a neutral flag, why are you getting state funding? You're not supposed to be there representing anybody, so you shouldn't be able to get their money. The IOC's statement on it is that they still can get state funding, even though they're competing under a neutral flag. So this is something that just came up as I was coming up to co-host an hour and a half ago. So I didn't dig real deep into it, but that was the gist of it. And I think I have to say, I do think the UK and France have a very good argument here. If you want to compete under a neutral flag, you compete as a neutral person, which means you take no state funding for anything that you do regarding your competing or training when it comes to something like the Olympics. But that aside, where I was going with this is we shouldn't necessarily have to rely on France or rely on the International Olympic Committee to deny Russia and Belarus the ability to the ability to um, prevent these athletes from competing. We should be able to also look at the countries um, as a whole. We should be able to look at them to not grant visas for the Russian and the Belarusian athletes to go to that country to compete. So it should take the pressure off the international, well, pressure, whatever. They're a huge organization, but there are so many layers, I guess is what I'm trying to say. There are so many layers where these people can be blocked. They can be blocked at the International Olympic Committee. They can be blocked at the national level by not being given visas in order to be able to come to the country. And then we get down to the airplanes. They shouldn't be allowed to board the airplanes because they hold a Russian or a Belarusian passport. I think those are all reasonable options to prevent these athletes from going on and doing that kind of thing. So I've been waffling a bit here. I'm sorry. I sort of went on a roll, and thank you, Nat. You inspired me because we've got some brave Brazilians doing the right thing by at least showing support for for Mariupol by changing their name and the colors of their uniforms.
Well, I appreciated that little soliloquy, so thank you. Um, I had a comment along those lines. Oh, yes. So along those lines of not people not allowing Russians on planes, Gallup recently did a poll, and I'm trying to track down the actual poll, but I found a news story about it without a link that they surveyed 137 countries, and approval of Russia dropped in virtually every region of the world. Not surprising. Um, I want to see the original poll to see if they pulled anybody in Russia. You know, if Russia's approval of itself is dropped, because as far as I know, they've had difficulty getting any kind of real numbers out of how many Russians actually support the war versus how many are too afraid to say they don't. Michael, do you have any information on this or a different topic?
No, I don't have any information on what you were just asking about. I was going back to this the video. Who, if not us? Not the video, but the documentary. It is very compelling about the NFL's involvement in Ukraine. I just would second everything that was said. It's I'm sort of a kindred spirit to that because anybody can check my profile. I've lived a charmed life. One of the things that I had the opportunity to do was play college football at one of the major universities in the United States. And so football and its connection up to the NFL and over into the foreign countries, including Ukraine, is sort of near and dear to my heart. And that documentary is absolutely worth watching twice, if not three times. It's very touching, very compelling. So if folks can take the time to watch that, it will move you. It has meaning, and I hope everyone enjoys it.
Oh yes, I'm a Sooner, so I went to the University of Oklahoma, and you probably realize that football is everything at that school. So I'm a big football fan too, though I was not nearly good enough to play in college. Sky
Well,
Kiss. Oh,
when I
go
say
ahead, Mike.
play, that's relative. I actually walked on, if you know what that means. For the audience, it means that you didn't get offered a scholarship out of high school. You got to school and you tried out for the team, and you eventually made it. And I eventually played some in my senior year, but yeah, football for the Sooners. I'm a Tennessee volunteer, UT, University of Tennessee. It means actually I'm more of a, not to get off track here, but I'm more of a college football guy than I am an NFL guy. But college football can't have the outreach like the NFL can overseas in places like Ukraine or elsewhere. So it's all an extension of a sport, a beloved sport. And I'm just happy to have been a part of it. I've lived a charmed life.
Yes, you have. We should make. I've read through your profile some, and yes, you have. I'm very impressed. And as far as being a walk-on, I would remind you that one of the last Heisman Trophy winners, Baker Mayfield, walked on at Oklahoma. So, walk-ons can go all the way to the top.
So let me just, excuse me, add on to that. So my oldest son, I have two sons, 27, 25. He was at that game when they did a home and home. We went out and played Oklahoma, and they came to Knoxville. And there is a short documentary, or at least a lot of combined statements from Baker Mayfield about that game. It was so loud. It set the noise record, decibel wise. Oklahoma won the game, but they almost lost it, as you may recall. But my son was hoarse in his throat for a week and a half as a student in the student section, trying to raise hell to make as much noise when Baker was taking his team down the field. And it was an incredible experience. As a matter of fact, not only inside the stadium, it was the first time, and I forget the dollar amount that was raised, or from sales of drinks and food and what have you. But there were so many people in camp outside tailgating, watching on big screen. It was the biggest event, I think, in the history of the University of Tennessee. That game, it was epic. It was absolutely epic. And my son, still to this day, he says, "Man, my throat was hurting so bad for like a week from just trying to yell loud enough to stop Baker from being able to call out his plays on the field." Anyway,
Yeah.
I could go on forever about it.
Yes, I could go on forever too, but that's not why we're here. But yeah, I remember that game very, very much. And we what we're trying to do here at MriyaReport is make that same kind of noise to let people know that Ukraine needs our help. And we're also trying to yell loud enough, yell out the facts so loud that Russia can't hear their own misinformation. That's one of the reasons we're here, is to dispel misinformation. That's why we focus on facts, and that's why we're here 24/7. And that's
Yeah.
why
I agree. And can I get? I'm sorry. There's a little bit of a delay. Did I step on you? I'm sorry.
No.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm having trouble with the hand emoji. It goes up and then it disappears, and then I have to put it up again. So it's just one of those things. Did you have something else you wanted to add?
I do have one more thing.
Okay.
And someone, I forget who it was today, but I should do this more often, and I think we all should. It's about tagging our elected representatives. Okay, when we see something put up into the nest, or we see a tweet that is promoting action that helps, get weapons to Ukraine, get aid to Ukraine, forward that tweet, promote that tweet, and tag your elected representative. Of course, here in the United States, we have congressmen, congresspersons, we have senators, and if you tag them, and someone, I forget who it was, but they made a great point. They track, their offices track the Twitter hits whenever you tag them. This is about F-16s to Ukraine, any kind of general aid to Ukraine, tanks, you name it. So I just sort of wanted to reiterate that. I do try to tag my elected representatives now, and I was heretofore, I had been actually trying to email them on their, they have these, everyone, all the congressmen, all the senators have their own website. They're all the same format, standard format. There's a way to contact them, but my experience is on other topics, if you contact them by email on their website, you get back a form letter, sort of a boilerplate response. You probably, even if you ask for a phone call, you're probably not going to get one. At least I haven't. But Twitter, because they recognize it as a platform of power, tag them on all these things up in the nest, tag them on anything of interest that is promoting aid to Ukraine, whether it's fighter jets, whether it's bombs, bullets, beans, tourniquets, whatever, tag them. And they apparently, from what we discussed today, they do track it more closely than we probably imagine. And that's all I've got.
Well, thank you. That I would reiterate that is an extremely good thing to do. One of my senators is Mitt Romney, and he's very pro-Ukraine, and the other one is Mike Lee, and he is very anti-Ukraine. So I mostly tag Lee because I know that Romney is going to do the right thing. Skykiss, I saw you putting your hand
Yeah.
up and down and having issues, but
Well,
you probably still have something to say.
I explained I had that. Yeah. Well, I looked at the link again for the Ukrainian Football League documentary. Who, if not us? And we can say that to ourselves. And I think we did when Nancy put that link up originally. And so when I go to that link, it was kind of interesting because I saw Nancy's comments and then I saw liberals comments because I had sent him what Nancy had tweeted out, the link to this football movie, and liberal says, I was looking for this, thank you. And I told him I watched it last night. And so anyway, I thought it was because he had mentioned it, but he didn't post it. So apparently he hadn't found the movie, he just heard about it. Being a football fan, and I am too. Well, I was for a few years when the Saints were winning, or at least they were winning a lot, and it was really a big shot in the arm for New Orleans. We really needed that. So anyway, that was interesting, and it does bear re-watching. I remember I cried like the whole second half of the documentary. So I will go back and watch it again. Thank you, Heather, for putting that up there again. And I retweeted that tonight. So, and that's a great suggestion, Michael, for tagging our elected officials with this movie. Let's if they haven't seen it, maybe they're not football fans. Maybe they didn't have time to pay attention when it came out. Maybe they missed the announcement. If I hadn't been here, I probably wouldn't have known about it. So, go ahead and do this. Retweet this this documentary out. It was extremely meaningful to me on many levels, as I know it was to Nancy and to Prince Heather and a lot of people.
Yeah, and today they not only talked about, well, they didn't talk about this today, this afternoon when I was on the space. They were talking about the scenes of these various cities, one of which was a city of 500,000 people, and it's just been reduced to rubble. And
Right.
the Ukrainians are brilliant about doing these high quality drone shots flying over this destroyed city. It makes such all you have to do is the impression it makes on you is like, just imagine that's where you live. It could be any of our hometowns. Take that video, tweet it, and tag your elected representative, and then tell them, hey, the Ukrainians are asking for X, Y, Z, F-16s, tanks, whatever aid they're asking for, as a compelling way to get them to take some action, so that they know that all of us care, right? So it's sort of reinforcing with sort of high-tech information warfare, but that's what it is, and it's powerful, and it helps us fight the Russians and all of their bullshit, pardon my French.
Right. Well, when I was a kid growing up, we had this film. We went to the theater to see it, and it was called The Russians Are Coming. The Russians Are Coming. And it was a spoof at the beginning, I guess, of the Cold War era. And I still remember having those drills and having to get underneath your desk when we were like 6, 7, 8 years old.
Well, as a matter of fact, I brought that up today, and that
Yeah, well, I may have missed I may have missed your comment, but I've been here for hours now, so
I find it hard to actually. I mean, I work for the world's oldest IT company, and I do have a day job, and it's becoming increasingly difficult for me to do my work because I'm so engrossed in the conversations on this site. But I do remember those duck and cover days, right?
Yeah.
I do remember when you could go downtown in your little hometown and you see these civil defense shelters that were designed for you to take shelter in once the missiles were coming from Russia. The conversation that brought all of that up today was really interesting and maybe not appropriate for now, but I'll just sort of give a broad sketch of it. It had to do with after the general was on today, this morning, and he was talking about the sort of lack of action, the perceived lack of action by the U.S. administration and the collective West, and the sort of the slow drain of Russian blood instead of just going ahead and, as General Schwarzkopf said back in the war I was involved in, we're going to find the Republican Guard, we're going to cut the head off, we're going to kill it. We don't have that kind of attitude right now, at least not publicly. I'm sure our generals do, but so this is the nature of the conversation today about the difference between the Joint Chiefs of Staff in this country and the equivalents in the other EU and Western nations that are involved in this quote coalition, which we haven't heard that to this day, which kind of is bizarre to me that we haven't formed a coalition. But if you don't form a coalition, then you're going to go in on the ground. So I can kind of understand that. But the point is, they don't seem to, it was the conversation with General Breedlove was about the fact that we seem to be, how should I put it? He didn't put it this way, but I'll put it this way. We're not full tilt. We're not all the way in. Although John Spencer today tweeted some language that came out that said that we're fully involved. We see that Ukraine is victorious against the invasion, and that we can restore Ukraine's borders to the internationally recognized one from 1991. Well, that's kind of significant, but they still didn't come out and say that we're going to pound Russia into the ground. And we can kind of understand why we don't say those kinds of things publicly. But behind the scenes, there's so much going on. And it's a broader discussion than what we've been talking about here tonight. And I don't need to drag us down into the weeds on that, but it's just, it is frustrating to watch. It's like going to a soccer match with your young child and he's not yet old enough. It's hard to watch that he can't compete with the older kids. And if you extend that out and try to watch what's going on, I think we all have to remember that, as I said this afternoon on the stage, there's a lot going on here that doesn't meet the eye. And that's the way it should be. There are dozens and dozens of cases throughout history where events take place, geopolitical events take place, and the United States is quietly arming. I call it today, it's the difference between the overt and the covert. The overt we see in the news, that's for public consumption. That's for Russian consumption. There's the covert. For instance, there's a video of a Ukrainian pilot testifying in a video that he mastered the Black Hawk helicopter with ease, but it's only one helicopter. Should we really believe that there's only one Black Hawk helicopter that's been supplied to Ukraine? Not for a minute. The Ukrainians have been training on simulators for various U.S. aircraft, including the F-16, for months and months and months. There are reports of them in Tucson, Arizona, scouting out training facilities to train their pilots on the F-16. That was months ago. These are little hints and tidbits. So my point is, as frustrating as it is to watch that, oh, we're not sending enough tanks, we're not sending fighters, we're not sending A, B, or C. I would say, as I said this afternoon, just let's sit back and wait. There's a difference between the overt and the covert. And then in the covert, let's don't forget about the clandestine. There are things we're not supposed to know. And there are things that are going to be going on, undoubtedly, that are going to be setting the stage for this offensive that the Ukrainians are ultimately going to do, that I think we're all going to be pleasantly surprised, and the Russians are going to be unpleasantly shocked with. I'm sorry to take us down the tangent here. I'll step down and shut up, but this is just so fascinating. I'm just so happy to just to have a chance to speak on and listen to all of you. It's such a rewarding experience. Thank you for everybody and all your contributions.
Well, thank you,
Michael,
I just wanted to say the whole OSINT thing. I've kind of been neglecting my homework. Okay, I'm a student of the well, some of that. My father was in signals intelligence, but that was a long time ago when I was a little kid. So in Germany, he was. So thank you very much for your contributions, Michael, because they do tell us something that, I guess I could feel it in my bones that from everything I heard, from what I heard from Adam Kinzinger back in September, different things that you pick up and you're like, they are being trained. They're being trained. Okay. And, I just knew that things were happening. They have to build up this long support chain for a lot of this American, military equipment. You have to build up the maintenance chain that goes with it. And this has been explained to us, I don't know, Yehuda, John Spencer, a whole lot of people who have come in here, and I'm sure Thomas Steiner has told us many, many times. Okay, I'm sorry, Prince Heather. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, thank you, Sky Kiss. Michael, you have inspired my "I Have a Dream" speech. I know that sounds really weird.
And how do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Well, you're going to find out here in a second. The first time I told it just happened to be on Martin Luther King Day, so I think the thought was already in my head. But I have a dream. I have a dream that one day I will wake up and there will be F-16s flying over Ukraine, and I'll have no idea that it was coming. I have a dream that one day we are just going to wake up and those planes will be flying and we will have no clue that it was happening. So that is what I hope and I dream will come true sometime in the rather near future. I'm hoping and I'm dreaming that one day I will wake up and that's what I will see. And you know what? I won't care that I didn't know they were coming. I won't care that I didn't know that they were being trained. It's a dream. I seriously go to bed almost every night wondering, will I wake up tomorrow and there will actually be F-16s flying over Ukraine? It is just a weird kind of hope and dream that I have that somewhere in the background this is happening and that we will see it soon. And I don't care if I don't know about it. That's perfectly fine with me. I would just like to see it happen.
Yeah, I come from the same background as the Prince Heather's father, and it's really, as a matter of fact, I do worry about it every time I speak because we're not supposed to be. I'm not supposed to be, and I don't speak about operational things on here. But really, I can tell you some stories about the media coming up to me when I landed back in the airport, coming home from different things, and my commanding officers rushing out to intercept the media to keep us off camera. It's amazing that community is so well protected and what they do. But this is not about me. But my point is there is so much going on in the background that we all literally, especially folks that don't have a background in this, you just cannot conceive of the intensity of the aid, the technical aid that we're giving our Ukrainian friends. It is it's been published, actually. The director of NSA has said this publicly. It's unprecedented. And I've spoken about this before, the level of intelligence sharing that we are doing with Ukraine. Now, if I could go on and cut me off, please, but if you need to for another speaker. But the way it works in the West, people here should be, or if they're not, I'll tell you, it's called the Five Eyes community, 5 countries that we're allied with: Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Great Britain, and the United States. And we're in an intelligence sharing scenario or agreement that's been decades in the making. It's born out of the intelligence sharing between the United States and Great Britain in World War II, when Great Britain was just on the verge of being strangled by the submarine warfare going on with Germany and the overhead bombing that was taking place. But what we don't see is the intelligence sharing going on now between the Five Eyes community and now the EU. All of the European Union nations are not part of the Five Eyes community. But then you have NATO. So there is an additional degree of sharing, but it is not as intimate, if I can use that word. And then now you have Ukraine, which has been violated by this illegal invasion. And what we've done is we've sort of husbanded, if I may say that, to bring in Ukraine and provide them with some of the most exquisite capabilities on the face of the earth. And I mean that in all aspects. We're talking about human intelligence, which means spies. We're talking about overhead intelligence, which means satellites. And we're talking about intelligence that's gained signals-wise from all of the collective nations in the EU and NATO and the United States. So this massive capability is being brought to bear against these horrible invaders that are the Russians, as backward ass as they can be. What we're seeing, if you look at it from, well, the way I look at it, I'm seeing a systematic destruction, whether it's by BMP or by tank, one by one by one by one, all the videos that are out there that the Ukrainians are masterfully documenting and archiving. It's an amazing thing to say. It's unprecedented. And I think ultimately that there is no way that we don't prevail. When I say we, I mean the Ukrainians, with the help of the EU, NATO, the West, / the United States. It's absolutely compelling to see what's going on. So time will tell, as I said today. We hopefully will reap what we sow. And I don't mean to get offensive to anyone, but this is about, as Schwarzkopf said in 1991, it's about finding the head of evil, cutting it off, and killing it. And that's really what it's about. It's about killing evil.
Yes, it is. I appreciate that. You always bring good insight to this space. So thank you for joining us again tonight. And this is one of those rare moments in history where one of those rare moments in history where it's very cut and dried. It's very black and white. You can see who the good guys are, and you can see who the bad guys are. And Ukraine is definitely the good guys. And speaking of Ukraine, we have somebody that lives close by in Romania. Mr. Daniel Arfire is here to join us on his morning commute. How are things going, Daniel?
Good morning. I switched headphones because it's a bit windy. I have good news for you because I hear America late night is a bit pessimistic. We need good news. So the first good news, I wake up in artillery fire, anti-artillery guns. We love to train a lot, you know, send the signal. The good news is this. I talked with friends in the space yesterday and tell them not just the Red Square is closed, by order of FSO, Federal Protection for President. Red Square in Moscow is now under control of Praetorian Guard of Vladimir Putin, but also a new thing come, all the services in Moscow, I mean emergency service, police, Rosguardia, everyone, they are on the duty 24/7 until May 11th. This means nobody go home, everybody is at office, imagining they'll prevent anything. But in fact, I think all the complacency there, all the training with light machine guns, which was started 1 month ago, is about to come to an end in Moscow, and it'll be interesting and it'll be fun because they are scared more there, people there, anything. Second good news, and this I need to keep in mind, remembering what happened 1 year ago, is in 23 April, were 4 separate incidents, one including in Moscow, about burning electric cabinets of railroads. In exactly the same way Belarusian resistance stopped Russians to supply the logistics in the northern front, in Sumy, Chernihiv, and Kiev. Same thing happens now in Russia. And I think we need to take this with a more positive attitude because Russia is in a very, very, very bad spot. To be worried about Red Square so badly doesn't mean confidence or strength. Have a great night, guys.
Thank you, Daniel.
It. Sorry, Nathan. This is actually something that I had written down that I just hadn't brought up. Is the fact that Red Square is closed, and I think that that says a lot. This has never happened in history of Moscow, not even in 1941 have they closed Red Square. That's according to the information that I was able to find. And it will be closed from the 27th to the 10th. Now, Daniel said the 11th, it could be time things, I don't know. But I think that just knowing that it's being closed for a chunk of time that's over 10 days, it sounds like for a couple of weeks, is a pretty good thing to find out. That in my mind means something. I'm going to ask Nathan Dave if he had something to say before going back to Daniel. So Dave, go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No, you didn't interrupt me. I didn't have anything to add other than to ask. I couldn't quite catch why Red Square is being closed.
Well, they have their annual May 9th parade, and yeah, we'll go to Daniel. Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, can you hear me with headphones? Because I don't like switching from Bluetooth to phone normally. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you pretty good, yeah.
Okay. In this case, I can give you some details. Few weeks ago, I saw around Kremlin, you know, that construction made it by Italian artisans centuries ago, building huge concrete blocks obstacles. I remember I asked Doman, this looks logical to you? Why do you put a new fortification around medieval fortification? What do you afraid? A suicide truck going to the wall? It's stupid, but they keep doing because, you know, the paranoid in chief is very scared. After that, because Ukrainians are great trolls, someone who had some money said, I will make a prize of 20 million hryvnias for the guy who can send a drone in Red Square at 9 May. And this started FSB, GRU, every services to enter in the panic mode. Because, you know, Prigozhin put $50 million on the head of Defense Ministry of Italy. And that doesn't have achieved anything. But 20 million hryvnias, which is, let me calculate a bit, probably $300,000 is the price to send a drone to Moscow. For everybody, maybe you hear past month, a lot of drones were discovered in Moscow. Someone were shot with air defenses. Even the airport was closed for a few times. Last one 24 hours ago, if I remember well. And the drones come in big numbers. What was worry for them was 2 days ago they find a biplane. It's a long-range drone which Ukrainians put it in public, I think at the end of last year, and they found it with 70 kilograms of explosives. This worried them a lot. After that, they discover quadcopters, and quadcopters don't have a range of 500 kilometers. This means they are operative in Moscow. And usually, Budanov's guys trolls a bit Russians, posting pictures from Red Square with Ukrainian insignia, you know, because they are trolls and they love to make Russians worried. And this gone to a new level of paranoia, I think in December, when they put stores on different buildings in Moscow. Defense Ministry, if I remember, Lomonosov University, and probably they are in Kremlin also. Around Moscow is a big ring of S-300s, S-400s, and all these experts, imagine squatting in the air, always tell about Moscow is impenetrable. Moscow is the most defended city on earth. But the wave of drones which are still coming to Moscow make them to be very, very, very panicky. So the first order was 48 hours ago when President decided Red Square will be closed at 9 May. There will be no public from 27 April until 10 May. And the security will be deferred to FSO. The problem is something like this. Red Square is Moscow place, is administration of Sobyanin, which is mayor of Moscow. Normally, the security of the city, you can say FSB, because they operate of all internal affairs. You can say Internal Affairs Ministry, which has police, Rosguardia, emergency agency, everything like this. But no, they go to Praetorian Guard. So Red Square now is no more of the people of Moscow, it's personally of Putin. This is very, very weird. And after that, this order this night, where they said everyone, I mean everyone, is consent to garrison in the office. Nobody go home. Everybody will be on the spot, ready. And that feature, which for me was very, very important, which it gave to the public, where they took the OMON troops. You know, the guys you saw with armors, helmets, and shields getting people who protested with blank sheets of papers on the squares. That guy received 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 700 machine guns, light machine guns. They were taken to a park and led to firing. So drilling with machine guns for the guys who normally keep the protest away. You know, Doman said to me, "Oh no, they prepared them to send to Donbass," and I said, "I don't think so. I don't think so. I think they are preparing to kill their people." And in my opinion, my humble opinion, without any experience, without any clue about this paranoia in Moscow, I can say they are very worried about Russians more than Ukrainians. They are worried about Muscovites. Muscovites not being happy to see 9 May parade. That's why they closed the Red Square. It will be very interesting to see, you know, in the back with the wall of Kremlin, Putin with legs covered by a new blanket, Shoigu in a car with Gerasimov, and there will be no people. There's no immortal regiment. There's no more old ladies who say, let's kill all the hohos. Nobody. And this is funny because Putin gets the power because he says something like this: I am very powerful. I project strength. You can trust my leadership. All these choices he made past month, they don't project strength. They project, I don't know, weakness. He's afraid. He's weak. And I'm totally amused.
Yes, sorry, it took a while on my microphone there. Yes, I think that Putin is paranoid, and he's getting more and more worried about uprisings there. Also, I've seen videos purported to be drones, Ukrainian drones, flying around Moscow in the last few days. So yeah, I'm sure they're Ukraine is cranking up the PR to try to make them more paranoid than usual on this day with their march and everything. Michael, you've had your hand up for a bit.
Well, I was just going to say, for any of us, it would be the equivalent of these drones flying around inside the city limits of Moscow. It would be the equivalent of a strange drone flying around, a foreign drone flying around in the Washington, D.C., or what we call the National Capital Region, and being detected. All it takes is one. You just need one drone. The same thing flying over Buckingham Palace or any other, say, the presidential palace in Warsaw. If you get a foreign drone flying over your airspace, it's going to cause an enormous reaction that runs from the top down deeply into the national defense and the stratagem that's being assembled and considered by your national defense apparatus. I'll put it that way. So you can't, if you go back in history and look at how long they've been doing this May Day parade, it's been since I think 1945. The fact that they've canceled it is very significant. So you don't really have to drop a bomb. You don't have to shoot a missile. You can just fly a drone. And that indicates, as he said, it's not necessarily coming across the borders because drones don't have that long of a flight time. someone is launching these drones from within inside Moscow city limits because of the flight time. Typically, there's 30 minutes, depending. Maybe you get a slightly less than an hour because of the battery power. So this is pretty compelling information that we're getting, and it's going to be interesting to watch it.
Yes, it is. Before I go to Daniel, welcome up co-host Tim. He is here from his. Are you at your beach house today?
No. I'm back in the city. But my house is not a beach house. It's pretty much in the middle of Estonia, so it's about as far from the beach as you can get while still being in Estonia. Yeah. Well, that's not quite true because Estonia is not an island, but you know what I mean. It's slap bang in the middle of the country.
Yeah, I was just joking. I think you were talking about last time about digging a lake by your house so you could actually be by a lake. Daniel, yeah, go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, some clarification about 9 May parade. First, they were a Soviet thing, was not something which Russia did in the 90s. And when Putin took power, they started to use it again, just for show and to get some political points. And for information of people who doesn't know, there were American troops on 9 May in Red Square, British troops, Polish troops. So, yeah, this is the past 20 years. So it's not something in the Soviet tradition, it's the Putin tradition, which loves it. And now is empty of any meaning. And about the drones, there is a difference to search for operators for quadcopters, and is a difference to look at the biplane long-range Ukrainian drones. They are totally Ukrainian drones because they made it publicly. They have range from 1,000 to 3,000 kilometers. They're no joke. Probably now is a bit different because when you put 17 kilograms of TNT on one drone, you need to, I can say, just trying to understand how much, when, where. But they are in all the possibility. If they want to launch a strike on Red Square, I don't think all the Thors, all the S-300 in Moscow is enough. And I hope they do it with a swarm. I want to see that and to last 1 week.
I'm right there with you. Swarm of drones on their parade. It'd be better than raining on their parade, wouldn't it? Ray, you've come up.
Hi.
Have something to add to this?
Yeah, I think the most well, I think the drone that Daniel was referring to was UJ-22, which is a propeller-driven, I guess, very long-range drone that was found about 40 kilometers outside of Moscow. And supposedly there was like 17 kilos of a demolition explosive, probably from the Canadians, that was found on board. So something like this that comes. I don't know whether would they have enough for a swarm or maybe just in waves to really disrupt the proceedings would be quite interesting. I believe they closed the international airport as a result of finding the drone, which was a bit late because it wasn't found in flight. They found the crashed drone. So, I would love to see it too, and I'm sure that's very much on the minds of the Ukrainians to try and disrupt the proceedings on May 9th.
Yes, that it would be quite the PR score to be able to disrupt that. do something in Moscow just to kind of like say, hey, we're here, and we can do this in your own, your own backyard, and you can't protect yourself. So think about that for a bit. Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, there's one other, I think, thing to remember is that the S-300 probably would not be very effective against something that's low flying and slow like the UJ-22, because it's probably not going to pop up over the radar horizon until very, very late. They probably need some point defense missile systems like the various different short range systems that they've been sticking on top of tall buildings. So one thing that I think all of this publicity, quite apart from the morale boosting aspect, is really drawing resources away from the theater of operations. So certainly the Ukrainians have other drones, the Tupolev 141 and probably that 1,000-kilometer long range system, which has been touted but not really publicized, or not a lot of details publicized. If those come and really force the Russians to deploy all masses of air defense, that could potentially weaken what they have down in Ukraine, when they probably would be most needed when the offense starts. So that could be an interesting beneficial side effect.
Ray, I've got a question for you, as you seem to follow this sort of thing. It's my understanding that the ex-Soviet, ex-Red Army has a preponderance of gun-based gun-based air defense systems. Do you know how effective these have been in the Ukrainian war, in the Russian invasion of Ukraine? And do you think these will be adequate to protect a major city like Moscow without drawing too many resources from the front?
Well, I think from the Russian side, they've pretty much gone to the Tor M and some of these newer systems, and because the ZSU-23s, whether it's the sort of Shilka or those towed mounts, they tend to be quite labor intensive, especially the towed mounts. And from your accent, I would imagine that you would be quite familiar with the Falklands War. During the Falklands War, the operations research afterwards showed that any of those even very sophisticated optical director guided guns like the twin Rheinmetall 20 millimeters, they didn't hit anything. You really needed something that's radar guided, like the Skyguard with the 35 millimeter, in order to hit low flying, high speed jets, fast jets. So that's probably the reason why most of these manually aimed guns are either placed in storage or not used in the first line units. However, when it comes to these small drones like the Shahed, the Ukrainians in particular had taken many of their guns out of storage, or had a number of these manually operated guns donated to them from allied nations, and they've been using them. They put a lot of shells in the air. How effective they are compared to, say, the Gepards and maybe the two Millennium guns, the Skynecks that have been supplied to them, I can't really tell. the impression is that Gepard and I would imagine the Skynex would have been very, very effective because they shot down cruise missiles, which had been videoed, and certainly there were lots of claims to the Shahed being shot down by these radar-directed guns. So yeah,
Yeah, the Shahed. Just to jump in there, sorry, this is really interesting. But on the Shahed, this is absolutely where your 40mm Bofors is going to come into its own, right? I've seen when I was in Kiev the first time, this was kind of the very height of the saturation air threat. So this was kind of October, I guess. I did see Ukrainian policemen, shooting at Shahed drones with their AKs. It was, this is something that a problem they're solving in a very low tech way because it's a very low tech problem, right?
yes, and speaking of the Bofors, they are still in service. There are some newer amounts. It's amazing what Bofors have been able to do in reducing the dispersion of these guns, and now they have proximity fuse and very intelligent fuse systems, which would be safer. I mean, you got to remember shooting these shells up in around populated areas. If you don't have them self-destruct and the shells come down, they are a hazard. That's been a problem, I think, seen quite a lot in the Middle East. So interestingly, I have not heard or have not seen very many reports of the Bofors guns, either the old 40L70s that are still out there, or maybe even the newer ones that have flycatcher radar directed. Uh, they they're out there in the many of the third world countries and even some of the Asian countries, but I have not seen very many reports of these guns being transferred to Ukraine. If you're following it more closely, I'd like to hear what you've heard.
Well, I think the problem is that for the most part, these systems, they were retired so long ago that not many countries still have them. It really is the countries, proper global South third world countries that still actually operate them. If you think about the major Western operators, the UK, for example, used to operate a towed Bofors gun as its point kind of tactical level short range air defense. That was replaced by Rapier in the 1960s, I think, 1970s. Like this is a long time ago, and Rapier has gone through 3 generations since Bofors was retired. I don't know if the UK still has these guns or if they've been given to someone else, but the countries that still operate them are probably the countries that can't afford to get rid of them.
Yeah, and that would probably include Turkey and Greece. But then the third world nations are probably not willing to part with them. The 35mm Ehrlichons with Skyguard, which is still a very potent system, there are a number still in service, and I was kind of surprised in NATO countries. Some in storage in Spain. I was kind of surprised they hadn't been dusted off and sent over, given that the 35mm ammunition shortage problem has now been resolved, with Rheinmetall basically saying, forget this. We own Ehrlichon. We're going to make the shells in Germany, and of course, Nammo in Norway was making them too. And incidentally, the last anti-aircraft guns operated by the RAF regiment were 6 of the Skyguard systems captured from the Argentinians in the Falklands. But those are long gone, unfortunately.
How generous of the Argentinians. Yeah, the stars are kind of aligning on a number of systems here. Thinking of Rapier. Now Rapier was it was 1971. Rapier came out, so not so almost the 60s when we got rid of when we got rid of Bofors. Rapier is an interesting system. It didn't have a particularly good reputation in its first iteration. It was thought to be a bit too delicate for field service. It was substantially upgraded, and we're now on the Rapier 2000 iteration. That's a very, very respectable short range air defense system. It was a major export success, so it's operated by a number of different countries. Oman have got it, Switzerland have got it, Turkey have got it. The usual British client states like Oman and Zambia have got it, and Iran have it from before the change of management. But it is reaching the end of its life. So the UK is in the process of replacing it with Sky Sabre, which is a very, very spiffy air-to-air missile with a cool radar and a cool lorry. I think the radar is Israeli, and the Turks are replacing it, and the Swiss are replacing it. So everybody's kind of getting rid of this short-range missile system. So it could be that Ukraine ends up with a few hundred of these. What do you reckon, Ray?
Certainly practical to do. I think given that blind fire and even just the optical directors are still quite effective. Well, especially blind fire. That if the parts are still there and the system still operable, certainly would be a valuable addition, because the missiles aren't going to get any younger. You might as well shoot them off, and what better cause what better cause can you have for expending these old missiles, which you would need to get rid of anyway? Yeah, the interesting thing was I think the rumors about Rapier not doing so well down in the Falklands was simply because there wasn't room to bring the blind fire radars, and there were lots of difficulties just using manual tracking in such low level and poor contrast for the TV. So yeah, sometimes Rapier gets a gets a bad rap when you've got the proper radars there. They do very well even without a proximity fuse.
Well, I think what part of the problem in the Falklands was that the air defense threat from both the Royal Navy and the Army on land was of such concern to the Argentine Air Force and Navy that they deliberately flew really, really well below its coverage. This, of course, made their runs on the Navy less effective, but it also severely reduced the effectiveness of British missile-based air defense, particularly at sea, particularly Sea Dart, which didn't acquit itself well, and also Rapier on land. Sea Dart. This was part of the logic of the UK adopting CIWS, so Goalkeeper and Phalanx. The Royal Navy didn't operate those before the Falklands War, if I remember correctly. They were entirely reliant on missile-based systems, which turned out to be a pretty naff strategy. Okay, thank you very much for that, Ray. Let's go to Daniel.
Talking about drones and talking about Zilka and guns like this, I was amazed.
I can't hear you. Can anyone else hear Daniel?
Yeah, we can hear him.
I can hear him.
I'll reset.
Yes, you are the problem, Tim. Go ahead, Daniel.
Oh dear, we lost him.
Oh, we lost them both.
He'll be back. Let me just
You think?
check. Yeah. He frequently has problems.
Yes. Yes, he's on his morning walk. It's always good to hear Daniel on his morning walk.
Daniel by the
So,
Danube with the wind. It will never be anything,
yes, that sounds like it would make a good book, Daniel by the Danube.
Or a song.
Yep.
In the wind.
But I'm not.
You cannot omit the wind.
Yes, in the wind. I'm thinking. Yes, it's like a Kansas song, Daniel in the Wind. Daniel in the wind, all we are is Daniel in the wind. Well, Tim's back up, but I don't see Daniel. So, while we're waiting, I did have a little tidbit of information that was interesting going along with these drones. Is that Russia has they are resorting to facial recognition software to track down people that have been recruited or conscripted and are not showing up. So they originally were sending out emails and just showing up on college campuses, and now they are using facial recognition all throughout the city to find anybody that may be draft dodgers, as they call them. And Daniel's back up.
I recycled for Tim to hear me. And right. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. What I want to tell you is about Monday. Monday, Sevastopol. We saw Zhilka guns firing like mad in the air, but the attack was on the sea. Okay, you can say, oh, of course, were some observation drones, but I think it was just panic mode. And I want to see the same thing in Moscow. And for me, it's funny. After the strike Monday, Monday night in Sevastopol, the info we have are some short videos made by people living there, and we see at least one ship was hit because it's an explosion and a secondary explosion, half a second of first initiation. So we sure they hit something. We saw some satellite image from Saturn yesterday, where the piers are almost empty, and we get no info about Sevastopol. And I am very, very, very excited, and I hope at least one frigate is on the bay underwater. And I think it's very, very important what happened there. And I think if Russians love to play look there, don't look there, Ukraine are better at that. And maybe it's better to make Moscow paranoid and keep Sevastopol what all you have. Because yesterday, General Bridlov talked about Crimea, how important is Crimea. And I totally agree. First and foremost is Crimea. For me, like Romanian, it's very important to get rid of Crimea. If we get rid of Crimea, Black Sea will become a NATO lake. And run over. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Ray, do you have a follow-up there?
It's interesting that this most recent attack was sort of 2 bays over from the entrance to the main harbor of Sebastopol, and interesting also that this apparently was the site of an earlier attack, and wasn't aware before that they had naval vessels docked there, and apparently there were like 3 Grishas, anti-submarine corvettes, and but the rumor was that the ship that was hit might have been one of the rescue tugs, just like the one that was lost to Harpoon missiles off Snake Island. So I don't know whether that's deliberate or just fate. And certainly the ability of the Ukrainian USVs, these service drones, being able to penetrate into the anchorages, going past the booms and being able to to attack the ship's dockside, that should be quite worrying for the Russians. But I was always wondering why, if you could bring a drone, a service drone that can carry something like 200 kilograms this far, why don't they drop mines, even simple magnetic fused mines in the at the harbor entrance? That probably would cause the Russians a lot more consternation, because they've only got a few of these very old minesweepers, and we have not heard the Russians keeping up with like the West using the more modern sort of mine countermeasure techniques. So I think when the time comes to try and really neutralize the Black Sea Fleet presence, just using some of these USVs to drop a few mines at the harbor entrances could probably be much more effective than trying to penetrate inside and attack the actual ships. Just a thought.
You see, it does make me wish we had Gunny up, or somebody who knows about naval stuff. But in my head, at least, mining a fairly small area like a harbor entrance is probably not going to be as effective as you'd like it to be, because the enemy are going to know exactly where the mines are. There's also, I don't know, do we know that Ukraine has a system that can deliver mines remotely like that, rather than airdropping them?
Just it's a simple case of like looking at the design of their USVs, that they carry their payload forward, but there's absolutely no reason why you can't have a cylindrical mine with the necessary sensors to just roll over the side. Yes, it's easier to detect if it's in the in the channel at the entrance, but I think the whole point is if you could have these USVs actually get to the harbor, either have a group of them, some of them trying to penetrate, and then some just lay the mines, or even further out. That could make things quite interesting for the Russians.
I'll defer if we get a Navy guy to come up. I mean, I love the idea, sure, but I don't know. It does make me think there's a reason they're not doing that, and there's a reason that I don't know enough to be aware of. But it's certainly an interesting thought. Can I ask, Ray, what is your background? You seem to know a lot about radar and stuff. Are you ex-services, or what do you do?
Yeah, during the Cold War, I was working as an analyst for a number of publications. I was actually in the UK. Member of the RUSI, had the benefits of the library and also the Jane's Organization's library. So did some work for these various organizations to when that was a big thing during the Cold War.
Fantastic, thank you. Daniel.
My favorite scenario, which I think I spoke about 2 months ago, to hit Sevastopol or Novosibirsk, is to rig a civilian ship with tons of explosives go to port and blow up. I think is the better way to address this idea. And I wonder why they don't use long range drones to hit them. And probably Hrim is also in the card. But my favorite scenario, very Budanov style, is rig a civilian ship, a huge one, with tons of explosives. Go in the channel and blow up. I think is probably the most successful and most demoralizing scenario ever.
Well, you'd need to get the paperwork right.
Pirating. Just go to a Russian ship, seize it at the mouth of Bosphor, put a special operating guys there, put tons of explosives, bring it, send it to Sevastopol or Novosibirsk, enter in the harbor and blow up.
Yeah.
Very Campbell style.
Sounds kind of like a suicide mission, though.
So there were a lot of suicide missions. Just remember the bridge of Kiev was a suicide mission. Doesn't matter. You die, but you destroy all the Russian fleet.
I didn't. Are we sure that the bridge was a suicide mission?
Yeah.
True. Is these things happen in war? Ray, comments?
Yeah. It was a. I guess we all agree that the Kerch Bridge was a truck bomb, but you don't have to have you don't have to have the driver know what's in the truck. So I'm not sure that it's necessarily a suicide mission, but who knows? It's gonna be a while until we learn all of that. Certainly, I think with the Ukrainians now testing very long-range ballistic missiles, the Hrom, the one that's supposed to go 500 kilometers, that the all parts of Crimea would be within striking distance, and if they can get the CEP down small enough, certainly would be a big threat to any ships anchored in Sevastopol and the other base. So there are many ways to skin the cat. They certainly have sent over these cheap, converted propeller drones. I think one they bought from AliExpress was the one that managed to hit the roof of the Black Sea Fleet headquarters. Too little explosive to do a lot of damage, but I'm sure now that they've got bigger drones, that's yet another option. And I think having a coordinated attack of both USVs and the aerial drones, that could be the way to really do a lot of damage and saturate the defenses. I know that they've even flown Tupolev 141 all the way across the Black Sea and hit some installations in Krasnodar Krai. So yeah, that's also in the mix, possibly.
Yes. There's. Well, I don't know a lot about what's going to happen. I do have complete confidence. Ukraine has shown to be very creative and resourceful in their ability to pull off the impossible. And so I expect that to continue. Daniel, go ahead.
One small info, because our friend said about Tupolev. This month, in May, all the MiG-21 Lancers of Romania Air Force will be retreated from service forever. So if we take the radar from Elbit and avionics put it by there, we can convert them very, very easy in drones. And I think 100 of them are good acquisition for Ukrainians. I hope they talk a lot with Bucharest.
Yeah, I think that would be a good thing for them to do. So, not being a drone person myself, I can't really add to this conversation. Do you have anything to add, Tim?
No, not especially. The drone side is not a particular area of expertise. I think it is interesting to see the Ukrainian UJ-22 in touch. You
Hello?
hello? Can you hear me?
Oh, I can now.
You can
Cut out.
right. Okay. I think it is interesting hearing the UJ-22 being used to effect inside the Russian Federation, especially deep inside the Russian Federation. This does prove an important point that yes, the war will affect you. The war will come to you. If you keep supporting this war, then you can expect your lives to get a little bit more difficult. We can bring the horror back to Russia if you continue this childishness. And I don't know. I mean, if Ukraine are able to operate like this with any degree of intensity, I think we could see a rerun of of the events that happened just after the mobilization in September, where very large numbers of people, particularly the higher quality Russians, shall we say, the educated middle class people, fled the Russian Federation in quite significant numbers. And these are the people you really need to keep your country going. After Iraq too, the UK and the US emptied Iraq of these types of people, and the results. The results. I'm sure I don't need to go over again. So yeah, I think if Ukraine are able to put some pressure on the home front in Russia, with a demonstrable and sustainable capability, then I think this could be a significant balance tip in the way the war is going. I think.
Yeah. Well, that's. I had another topic here with a brief question. Is there anybody on here that knows anything about tanks? This is probably something I should save for the track ruts segment. But I'm reading about the T-14 Armada, where Russia is claiming that this tank is now operational.
I see Ray's hand has gone straight up, but I know a thing or two about the T-14 Armata. I know that it doesn't exist. But let's go to Ray.
I think that may be pushing it a little bit, because it certainly exists in sort of prototypes and pre-production batches. So you can always send one or two to fire its guns, but whether it's operationally effective, that's a completely different matter, isn't it? So if certainly it's the Russians take their tanks very seriously. There's a bounty out for the first to destroy a Leopard 2, but I think they take their Armata very, very seriously, and I think it would be a big prestige blow if one is destroyed. So I would imagine, for publicity, they're probably sending it out to the forward edge, and probably firing its gun indirectly at the Ukrainians to minimize the risk. So I think it would be a terrible, terrible blow if a Ukrainian drone films the destruction of this premier tank that that they're so proud of.
the issue with this, right, is I would like to hear from Bearded Brit on this. Is the T-14 Armata? It's been theoretically, it's been theoretically a thing, like a fully designed thing, since 2014. So it's almost 10 years old. It's never been seen off the parade ground, to my knowledge, and it's still quite small. So it's still the kind of system, it's 50 tons, right? So this is what, 30 tons lighter than a fully up armored Challenger, right? That's a small tank, like that. That's a real that this is a continuation of Soviet tank design philosophy, where they have access to absolutely overwhelming numbers, right? And if they don't have access to overwhelming numbers, what they've got is basically small, not particularly good tanks that can't stand toe to toe with Western armor. They're relying on numbers alone, and on that basis, because they can't produce these in any numbers, they're going to lose. Bearded Brit, what do you think?
Hello, everybody. Excuse me. You took the words right out of my mouth, Tim. I was going to say, whatever. Where's the mass? Look what they're up against. A dozen or 20 armatas. Okay, how are you going to employ them? How are you going to protect them? How are they going to maneuver without being seen? Yeah, bring it on.
Thank you very much. Ray?
Oh yeah, no, totally agree. But I think from the design standpoint, a couple of things we should pay attention to. The the turret is unmanned, and they have the crew, the 3-man crew, all arrayed inside wider chassis, all sitting in the hull front. So typical of the Russians, they try to do something revolutionary. If you recall, even though um, the T-64 and T-72s and their progeny, they were all much lighter, and they do rely on mass. But the frontal protection, the protection over the frontal arc, is actually very impressive. At least during the Cold War, they forced NATO to move to the 120 because of their weird design, which is basically focusing the protection just on the frontal arc and having very, very light protection in the sides, which makes them terrible for urban warfare, where just an RPG in the side or in the rear would easily destroy it. So that said, all of those things that's been said applies. That it's probably so innovative in design that they probably haven't even tested it thoroughly, or never got the funding to produce it in significant numbers. And in actual combat, if you don't have sufficient numbers, and if you don't have the concept of operations fully developed to really exploit its new features, then it's probably not going to be very effective.
Sure. I mean, the hallmark of this system is the way it keeps, designs keep getting announced and designs keep getting changed, right? And the design changes are as fundamental as what gun are they going to put on it? Is it going to be a 125 millimeter gun, or is it going to be a 152 millimeter gun? This seems to change on a weekly basis. This is a system that was supposed to be delivered in the thousands between 2015 and 2020. As I said, I've never seen it off the parade ground. If they have somehow finalized a design, have they got the doctrine sorted out? Operating a tank with this number of innovative design characteristics, I'd be very surprised. Bearded Brit, you're a cavalier, so to speak. How long does it take to bed in a new vehicle? How long does it? You give it to Bovington, they write the battle book. What does that process look like?
Okay. I just would point everybody towards Frez and Ajax as a prime example of, even before you get to Army equipment support publications and the like, understanding exactly what it's going to look and feel like, as you said with the T14, just leads you into an endless loop. A very, very, very long time ago, I had the privilege of working at the Trials and Development Unit, where we'd take all sorts of weird and wonderful ideas and give it a go and see what it was all about. And some of the things which we brought into service, depending on the priorities and the funding, can be anywhere between 6 months and 2.5, 3 years. But that's going to be trials and development in regards to how it runs, how it fires, how it guns, how it is actually applied is more part of the doctrine and tactics within the Royal Armoured Corps, the force development colonels and the like, to then find units to actually try it on Salisbury Plain and in simulation as well.
Okay, so I mean, surely this process of integration, right, and this process of writing doctrine starts from the moment you actually have enough vehicles to evaluate and train with, actually there, right? Or is this more of a collaborative, symbiotic process when it comes to the vehicle design? Or do you write the doctrine before you get the vehicle? That's another question.
Okay, now we're going to go into capability requirements capture and what is effectively the procurement of something to satisfy the capability gap, if everybody's with me so far. So you recognize you've got a capability gap, whatever it is. Let's say your tanks are old, you need new tanks. Okay, fine. Within the and I've spoken about this ad nauseum before, but there's the Army acquisition framework. This dictates how procurement is undertaken, not just the competition side of life, but also what the Ministry of Defence and Abbey would have to do to justify the procurement and also to satisfy a number of needs across the whole of defence. And these are called the defence lines of development, and there's 8 of them. And here we go. But one of them is doctrine, as well as training and organisational changes and infrastructure and equipment and so on and so forth through life capability management support and the like. So that's where they figure out how they're going to either write new doctrine or how this new capability which they're buying fits into their current doctrine. Does it fit, yes or no? So what's going to change, either the procurement or the doctrine? Those sort of decisions going down into detail, and then it breaks out into potential trials. I worked for a company and we wrote some simulation vignettes to trial what was seen to be the average everyday battle day for a Frez vehicle, and we'd run it through the simulation and see what the effects were on the crew and everything else. So there's a huge amount of effort that goes into bringing in a new capability, I guess I'm saying, which tries to cover everything. And if the earlier it starts and it can be integrated, hopefully you'll get an accelerated pace through to somebody eventually responding to a tender request and a bid being made, and then you're into production and everything like that.
Because you know what I'm getting at here, right? Is that, okay, there's a war on in Russia. They know the T14 isn't perfect. They think they can produce it in useful numbers. Here's the finalized design. Get on with it. A couple of months later, you've got enough of these to put on the battlefield. What I'm trying to establish is, like, how is there going to be a delay while they work out actually how to use this thing in both in a technical and a military sense? Or realistically, can they just throw them onto the battlefield tomorrow and do it on a wing and a prayer? So it seems like more of a Russian way to do things, I guess.
From my perspective, I think you've answered the question. It's fresh meat, fresh armor, throw it in. We've seen adaptation in what they do at the tactical level, but doctrinally and at a more operational level, I think it will just be more of the same. It's just more fresh meat and a couple more million razor blades to be made from the wreckage.
Yeah, see, I'm not big on buying merch, but I think I will get myself a key ring made out of the first T-14 Armata to get deaded on the battlefields of Donbass. Yeah, I had a point to make, Bacon, there, and I've forgotten what it was. No, it's totally gone. Sorry. Neighbor Dave, could you take over for 2 minutes while I just I have another cup of coffee? Bear with me.
Sure. Yes. I am not one of those coffee addicts, so I can function without it just fine. So I've been this conversation about the Armada. I really hope that they run into a challenger and just I think we all know who would win that, but it just seems like the challenger is pretty unstoppable, no matter with any of Russia's armor. Ray?
Yeah.
Well, go on, please.
No.
Ray, first. No, you.
No, I was actually going to ask you something. Boy, now I've got now I've got to think this through a little bit now. So yes, so from the Russians have certainly not wrapped themselves in glory in the application of just basic combined arms attacks and practice, especially looking at what happened in Volodar. And of course, at the beginning of the war, when they were just driving deep into Ukrainian territory, taking advantage of the other side not being prepared. But when the Ukrainians were prepared and even sort of fighting without prepared positions, like for example around Sumy, Chernihiv, and when the First Guards Tank Army with the Tamanskaya Guards and also the Kantamirovskaya Guards getting just totally decimated by formations smaller than them, fighting smart and mobile, and of course other units facing the same fate. It just seems that they don't have the capacity to make these adjustments and just seem to just follow doctrine. Was this something that you expected, Bearded Brit?
I'm pleasantly disappointed, I guess. But one of the things is what the West has provided is pretty much been combat proven. Desert Storm, Afghanistan, Iraqi freedom. So there's a big thing about, okay, the way those equipments were employed, which is a basic template with regional specializations for Ukraine, is proven. Now let's have a look at the Russians. Their deployment of armor in Afghanistan, Chechnya, and in 2014. What we saw was almost a repeat of here last year of this mad dash, because where is the ability to fight a medium to long term maneuver campaign when it just all they know is keep pushing, oh stop, now it's a grind. That's not maneuver, that's not how you use armor effectively. You want its mobility. And I'm sure there's many different versions of what I'm saying and opinions, and I fully accept that. For me, I just see vehicles that have come from former Soviet Union and from Russia that actually how they're used is incorrect in the first place, and secondly, when they are used, we've seen the devastating results of it. It's like I said, I'm pleasantly disappointed in the way they've actually operated.
I think when it comes to the sorry, Ray, could we please use hands? Simply because it makes the conversation a lot easier to manage. Yeah, just a very quick note on that before I go to Ray. The lack of effectiveness of the individual systems, the Soviet armor systems, was proven, in Desert Storm, was proven in Gulf 2. And what should have surprised us in Desert Storm? What shouldn't have surprised us in Desert Storm is despite the military tradition of the Iraqi Republican Guard, this was still, a catastrophic military failure for them, right? This is a country that have been at war, since most of the people on our side of Desert Storm were in nappies, right? They're pretty good at fighting, and they were still completely walked all over, both at the micro and the macro level. Now, Russia doesn't have the same experience as Iraq had in fighting peer-on-peer conflict, at least not until last year. Not until February 2022, it didn't. And they have basically the same equipment, right? So we know what the outcome of Western armor on Soviet armor is going to be, even in the presence of a respectable military tradition. So yeah, when Challenger meets T-14 or when Challenger meets T-72, I don't think it's going to be particularly pretty, right, Ray?
No doubt, and I think we also have to give the Ukrainians a lot of credit. The 92nd and 93rd mechanized brigades, they were all trained by NATO, and actually the 93rd is sistered with the 40th Infantry Division of the California National Guard, which is a fully mechanized division. And the 92nd is sistered with a cavalry. I think it's a regiment or a brigade in the Tennessee National Guard. So they are very much, and they've been to Grafenwohr and places like that, and to operate as a full combined arms battalion, at least battalion size, I think. So I think all that, even though they were using pretty outdated, Soviet equipment, updated T-64s, they were fighting in a completely different way. They have certainly they managed to do the reforms that the Russians weren't able to do. A professional NCO corps, and just over the course of 8 years from 2014, when they had such a hard time in Donbass and losing the whole of Crimea, that there was the will, and they got these people just completely trained in the NATO way of fighting. Obviously, a lot of focus on command and control, and having developed their own information system, the Delta, which I think certainly impressed NATO. I think it's just like has been said a lot of the times. It's people, it's training, good doctrine and motivation.
Thank you, Ray. Bearded Brit, any take on that? Oh, he's gone. Oh dear, we've lost the man with the frogs. Yeah, one thing I would say about that is, to my observation so far, the Ukrainians haven't particularly been employing armor platforms, been employing tanks in tank-on-tank warfare, right? They've been used more as infantry support and gun platforms rather than, rather than a way of dealing with enemy armor. Is that correct to your observation, Ray?
Actually, early in the war, there was quite a bit of well, not in the sort of tank on tank engagements that we probably are used to seeing, in well, I guess you guys on Salisbury Plain and the Americans in the National Training Center. It was more like hit and run on these columns that were driving deep into Ukrainian territory, but the Ukrainian mechanized brigades, which was their basic formation, except for the couple of tank brigades, they were using tanks and actually small numbers, tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, BMPs and the BTR-4Es, to hit the Russian columns, and the Russians were being caught in column and losing a lot of men and equipment. I think the 200th motorized infantry brigade that was from Murmansk. They had two battalion tactical groups attacking in two routes, and they got hit by they were engaged by sort of more static defenses, and then got hit by one of these mechanized brigades and totally decimated. They lost almost all of the T-80 tanks and a lot of the MTLB armored personnel carriers. So yes, early in the war there was a lot more of that, but I guess later on, because I guess the Ukrainians are very much outnumbered, they couldn't afford to go and take on the other side, especially because the other side also had a lot of attack helicopters. So it's not wise to expose expose your tanks. So and I guess they've done quite well because they do a much better job using artillery. And when Excalibur and the other submunition dispensing 155 rounds were available, these were the systems that caused the most damage to the to massed Russian armor attack, especially in Volodar. Just some observations.
Now, I've got a question for you because I don't really understand how this works. In terms of survivability of heavy armor against artillery attack, what does that look like? And I ask because you think about the levels of, the NATO standard levels of applique protection on armored vehicles. The Stanag, what is it, Stanag 9? The standards they use for applique armor. The highest level of applique is said to protect a vehicle from a 155 round landing 25 meters away, which seems to be a standard thing for 155 rounds to do when you're under artillery fire. When it comes to the survivability of heavy armor under that kind of attack, what does that look like?
Actually, we're talking about just high explosive rounds, landing with a super quick fuse and large chunks of fragments, striking the side of your vehicle. But then there are also air bursts. And unfortunately, with the NATO systems, they actually have these SARDOM and sensor fused weapons that would actually shoot a self-forging fragment, from above, top attack, and there isn't a protection scheme currently other than a passive protection scheme. I meant that could defeat that threat, and that's why people are going to active protection systems that would try and intercept the incoming threat. So I guess NATO had taken the philosophy that you need to use smart munitions like that, even with the 155. There's a Swedish round and there's a German round that does that, and the U.S. also have these smart rounds. That's probably the most efficient way when you know where the tanks are, rather than doing what the Russians have been doing, mass fire and hoping a 155 HE round land close enough to either take out the running gear or even potentially airburst damaging the exposed sites and also say the engine grill. So thank God the Cold War didn't turn hot. It didn't come through the Fulda Gap, and none of this actually got tested. And now only bits and pieces we're seeing being actually employed now in. Who would have expected it? A major land war in Europe.
Let's talk about that active protection. Now, the T-14 is said to have an active protective system called Afghanite, which is capable of intercepting, even incoming kinetic rounds such as, armor-piercing, fin-stabilized, discarding sabot rounds. Is there a NATO equivalent, and does it actually work? Is this a proven concept? Active protection on heavy armor?
Yes, actually, it's seen action in Israel. I believe the first time one of these Israeli systems was able to intercept a ATGM. I think it was near Gaza, and yes, these systems have been tested quite rigorously. They do work. They tend to be, the ones that I've seen. It's been a while. We didn't expect to have a war like this, but this is going back about 10 years when, quite effectively intercepting shape charge weapons, which are slower, including RPGs. And certainly the ATGMs, they detect the targets using very very capable high frequency radars. I think probably in the K band or something like that, and they are effective, or at least they've been. They have the requirements for intercepting the top attack weapons, because that's really the one that no passive protection scheme would be able to defeat. So maybe not completely hemispheric in protection, but certainly even high dive angle attacks coming in could be intercepted by the munitions that they fire. And I think the protection is only going to be limited by the number of rounds that they have to intercept in the various quadrants where the threat may be coming in from. Hope that helps.
Absolutely does. Thank you very much. Thank you for that, Ray. Please do stick around. We're having a couple of impromptu track ruts here. But I see we've got our old friend War Doggo fella coming up. A very good morning to you, War Doggo.
Morning or good night, depending which part of the globe you are. You're just having a coffee or you're already close to getting sleep, recharging the batteries for the long effective day tomorrow. Hugs a lot from Ukraine in any case. if you're waking up or you're already getting to sleep. From like not being a professional, but from what we see here on the ground, like from a short-term and long-term perspective, it doesn't seem to be that Russia has their capabilities of kind of offensive operations. Like if you think at the beginning of full-scale war in February, they managed to send their columns into Ukraine, and many territories like Kiev campaign, Kharkiv campaign have shown practically long term they're not able to keep the territories that they were they were trying to occupy. Of course, not the last thing here is the resistance and the Ukrainian counter-offensive operations. They managed to hold the ground in the southern part of Ukraine, temporarily occupying the territories. But every time we see the counteroffensive actions of Ukraine, it seems to be that like what's happening, Russia is not able like executing these classics of here you have the breakthrough brigade or unit, here you have the expansion unit, here you have the unit who will hold the success and hold the ground for the new territories attacked and occupied. So practically they miss the balance between the political targets set. So the political targets are Kiev in 3 days, Ukraine denazified, so far and so on. But on the ground, they're simply not capable of doing that, which is good. On the other hand, every time after the February and after they have temporarily occupied the territories on the south of Ukraine, every time they conduct the offensive operation, Ukrainian mitigating actions are like faster and more effective than not leaving Russia a possibility to hold the ground. That's like simple and non-professional view from the things we see in open media. We all observe how the things are going on the ground, and yeah, so Ukraine preparing the offensive, most probably considering different sides of an enemy, strong, the one that we see in the east of Ukraine, in Bakhmut area, where in Donbas area, like they massively use a combination of artillery fire and like they hit. We call it the firewall. They're like squeezing Ukrainian units with the massive artillery fire, and this is the only thing like old military doctrine that they have.
We just lost
This
you.
is just. I'm breaking.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out a bit. The last 5 seconds or so.
Oh, apologize. That's because from time to time entering the areas with the bad internet on the way. Apologize. They're trying to use. Russians are using this kind of firewall tactics, using massively their artillery and squeezing the Ukrainian units from the territories, like meter after meter, 100 meter after 100 meter. But this is the only like tactics they're using, plus throwing the meat in the small groups attacks, not being capable of any significant maneuver operations, despite the fact that Ukrainian land actually from north to south is more like how to call it, mainly the field.
We call it STAP. So this is the open ground, so they're not capable in any maneuvering operations and making significant offensive, which is disbalancing from the political targets to what they're capable on the ground. I don't know.
Yeah, we've got it. Thank you very much, Watergo. I've got a question for you around mobilization. Now, I know there's something of a media blackout here, and the Ukrainian government would prefer us not to go into deeper military analysis on public forums. At the kind of political civil society level, what is the messaging from the Ukrainian authorities been around this locally? You know, what have they told you to expect? How have they told you to behave?
No, overall, the how to call it, for public society, the communication is trust your army. We know what we are doing. Please don't share the information, and let's see what we are going to do. So they're even officially like how to call it. They're even officially mentioning that some war analysis institutes, they have a little bit of less lack of patience. For instance, how the situation with the Kherson, like holding the positions already on the left bank of the Dnieper River, start being expanding in the media. They said, hey, some institutions have to hold the horses. You are not helping us with that. So that's the mood. And related to the mobilization or like preparing the units for the offensive, the most effective communication Ukrainian authorities have done when they announced in the media and they start the campaign, informational campaign about the about recruiting people for this liberation force. This is different units. Officially, they have said that they are starting the campaign to volunteer for the liberation force. They call they gave to every unit a name, which is related to the offensive, which is related to liberating the units. Some of them are assigned to police. Some of them are assigned to National Guard. Some of them they're so they did it in a way that in several days they already had like quantity of the volunteers that was exceeding their expectation, and this is the way how the government like made like the government made the proper communication campaign and got the results exceeding the expectations. Because obviously, when we see in the media someone have broken the law, he is close to get a sentence, and instead of getting a sentence, he is going to some military. He's being conscripted. Actually, do because why some of my friends whom we are helping on a regular basis should deal with the guy who broke the law and he got in the army just simply because, I mean, to avoid the sentence. The question is why he have to deal with the person like that, and why he has to risk his life for a non-motivated person being close to him. That is the thing that is significant, and like it makes how to how to put it around when they communicate
this example probably was one of the first examples when they did the proper communication and they got what we all need, volunteers for the offensive in the units. When they communicate, they get what they need. Let's call it that way. The rest they ask not to share any information and hold the horses in any communication and wait the things develop. And from what we know, if they say like this, I mean, army and military forces have the biggest trust in the country these days, and which is naturally so, and is very good, because I mean, how you don't trust people who are holding your peaceful skies and Russians to come in your peaceful cities and doing all of the things where they stay more than a week and then they go. We have all of the things released in media, in public, and we all see what they're capable of. I mean, there are the guys who are holding your cities from that to come. They have the biggest trust, and then if they say keep the info not being spread, people listen, and they don't know that. That's surprisingly, people learned, not surprisingly but evolutionally, let's call it that way, people learned to hold the horses in any information spreading, because many understood how the leaked information can harm the execution, where, like, if any progress is being developed and units are still, like, preparing to hold the ground, and if that is released earlier than is needed, then practically you lack this kind of momentum, where maybe Russian political leadership, military leadership, they don't know about the progress you have done on the battleground. Why? Because Russian enemy on the ground, they afraid from communicating that to their leadership, not to be punished, and that's the lack of the communication between on the ground and the leadership for making the decisions, and that's practically the gap you can leverage with, and that's why if you know something, better hold the info, because when the proper time will come, the military administratives, the military communication assigned people will properly put the info in the public media. If it is not there, means there is a good reason why it is not there, and there is a good reason why it shouldn't be there. We trust the army. We support the army. We do everything possible supporting those who support the army, and that's why even here in the space, don't forget to retweet the space, letting others know that good people discussing 24/7 about Ukraine, very technical, professional stuff, and some general things when some Ukrainians are here on the space, or any particular information on the ground when Ukrainians are here. Just don't forget to retweet the space. And MriyaReport organization is the organization that brings non-lethal help to Ukraine, bringing Ukrainian victory closer. So if you were thinking where to put your couple of bucks or any different kind of currency that you are used to supporting Ukraine, here's the organization that really does the great things, helping Ukraine victory being closer. Thank you so much. I hope I answered the questions. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, War Doggo fella. Now would be a good time to do a little plug. So for those Europeans just waking up, especially in the west of Europe, in our United Kingdom in particular, I know there are a lot of you. This is the MriyaReport. We are live 24/7, bringing you the latest news, comment, and expert analysis on Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. We are manned by a staff of over 40 international volunteers. We come from a range of backgrounds and expertise. We have military people, we have politicians, we have think tankers, we have legislators, we have generalists, we have highly specialized people such as engineers and technologists, all with one goal: uniting in support of Ukraine, fighting the information war, dissecting Russian narratives, and hopefully pepping up some morale, keeping the plight of Ukraine current and central to the Western imagination. We have recently incorporated as a charity. So as of the 18th of January this year, we have been a 501c3, which means we have our own legal personality in the United States, and we are also able to accept donations and to issue tax receipts. So if you are an American taxpayer and you donate to the Maria Report, MriyaReport.org, you get a receipt which you can discount against your future tax liabilities. If you are not in the United States, you are not a US taxpayer, you can nevertheless donate, but obviously the tax advantages may or may not be there still. We've been supporting with your kind donations. We've been supporting a number of causes recently, including the Ukrainian Ministry for Veterans Affairs, including Chef Zhenya and his Magic Food Army, who Chef Zhenya is a great friend of the space. He has been dedicating his free time and his resources, and dedicating pretty much all his time and resources to solving the parlous state of nutrition in the Ukrainian army. He and his team of international volunteers, many of whom are also professional chefs, they have been cooking healthy, tasty, fresh meals for the Ukrainian army, and feeding several thousand soldiers a day with fresh food. So absolutely doing the Lord's work. Also, our friend Verlaine, you'll see the first nested tweet. Verlaine is a member of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, and she's been with the space since the very beginning, as I understand it. She is assisting with equipping a number of a particular rapid reaction brigade, Rubij, with stuff they need. She mentioned last time I spoke to her, she mentioned particularly antennas for radios, but there are a whole host of things that Verlaine's unit, the Rubij Brigade, needs. So we are very happy to forward donations to Verlaine and her guys, so they can procure the kit they need, particularly for the upcoming offensive. So if you have some free pennies, we are open for donations. If you would like those donations to go to a particular place, then we will ensure that they are forwarded. So if you mark your donation as, oh, I'd like this to go to Chef Zhenya or to Rubij Brigade or to whoever, our admin goblins will ensure that that happens. So check out MriyaReport.org if you're feeling generous. Even if you're not feeling generous, chuck us over a few pennies and you will feel much better, I promise. With that, let's go to Prince, please. Prince.
Good morning, Tim. How are you?
I'm on my third coffee, so I'm just about there.
You were asking about the messaging that is coming out of Ukraine about different things, and I have a new favorite. Well, she's one of my favorite Ukrainians, the Deputy Minister of Defense, Hannah Maliar. She is just very entertaining and pretty short and precise with her comments. And one that she posted on Telegram yesterday morning tickled my fancy, and I haven't had a chance to say it, and you gave me the perfect opportunity. So her statement yesterday morning was: numerous counteroffensive scenarios that are now being made public can be used as the basis of movie plots. But that is not all about our history. We will write ours ourselves. So basically, keep making up whatever you want and putting it out there. because you guys are writing some movies. We're going to do what we want to do. We're going to write our own history. It's not up to you. So yeah, she's also written a summary. It was several days ago. She wrote a summary of like a military report, like the general staff report that we get, that was very, very short. But the way things have been very, very static on the lines, I could probably read that today and it would be fairly accurate as it was several days ago. She is just very, very entertaining to my sense of humor. Anyway, I just thought I would throw that out there because, with everybody putting out all kinds of theories, you're writing some good movie plots, but Ukraine's going to write their own history.
Absolutely. And what a history it'll be when it's written. War Doggo, did you want to come back on that? I see you down there, Ray. I'll go to you in a second, but War Doggo is on the road and he cuts in and out. So while his tech is still good, I'd like to keep him on if that's all right. War Doggo.
I was just going to mention that there is another spokesman, military spokesman, Natalia Humaniuk, and she recently said that usually the spring-summer season in Crimea is very good season where many people are coming so far and so on. But she said that officially Ukraine is renaming Crimea beach season into a Bavovna season. She's also a lady to be followed with fantastic sense of military humor. She's coming from the public communications. I believe she was Maidan Media Center or something like that. So media communication expert, and now she is spokesman of the army, and with the certain fantastic approach of messaging. I really recommend to follow the lady Natalia Humaniuk.
She, I think, is Operational Command South, if I'm correct. In if we're talking about the same person, she is absolutely wonderful.
Thank you very much. Ray.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit late here, so I'm going to thank War Doggo for all the insights and the recommendations, and just wanted to leave everyone with just an impression, and this speaks to what War Doggo had pointed out, that what's quite frightening about the Russians' way of fighting is, especially in built-up areas, is this wall of fire. They just pummel the area with artillery until they can just send their troops over to take over the rubble. But I think in Bakhmut, the Ukrainians have certainly showed their ingenuity in that certainly they brought in a lot of their own artillery to have counter battery fire to suppress or even destroy the Russian artillery, and also not stubbornly holding on to streets and taking casualties. They have been particularly adept at pulling back when it's necessary, and actually leaving explosives in major buildings like the municipal department of culture, and blowing them up when the Russians occupy those evacuated buildings. So in that way, they are certainly minimizing their own casualty and maximizing the enemy's casualties, which really is one of the major reasons for continuing to fight in Bakhmut. That's not to say that the Russians aren't learning, but there are certain things that the bureaucracy maybe, or just stubbornness, that some of the lessons that they have learned in Chechnya, like for example, removing all of the spare ammunition from inside the tanks and leaving only the 22 rounds in the autoloader. that was the recommendation during the fighting in Chechnya, and that actually had the effect of vastly reducing the rates of fire and tank turrets blowing off when they get hit. And